Welcome to LORGAR Rankings, an official CS2 VRS tournament by LORGAR in cooperation with StarLadder, featuring rising teams from Eastern Europe. Through national qualifiers and regional broadcasts, the tournament connects players and fans across Eastern Europe. Poland, Ukraine, Romania, and many more European regions. The largest Tier 2 Counter-Strike tournament in Eastern Europe, showcasing top talent and delivering global exposure to millions of viewers. The road to the championship unfolds across multiple competitive stages: National Qualifier to Closed Qualifier to LAN Finals. The Closed Qualifier begins with the group stage, running from March 20th to March 29th. 16 teams compete across 4 groups. After intense best-of-3 battles, the top 2 teams from each group move forward. Next comes the play-in stage, taking place April 6th to April 10th. 8 contenders clash in a double elimination bracket, with every match played as a best-of-3. Only 4 teams survive the play-in, earning their place in the final stage. The LAN Finals take place from April 25th to April 26th. 8 teams compete on the final stage, 4 play-in champions facing 4 invited teams from the European VRS rankings. All matches will be played in a single elimination best-of-3 format. 2 days of high-stakes Counter-Strike, the best players from across Eastern Europe competing for glory, and a $50,000 prize pool on the line. Stay tuned and watch the action live.
Welcome back to the LORGAR Rankings by StarLadder. We're going to be heading on with the group stages. We try and find out who will be making their way forward to the LAN Finals. And T-Time meets Ted, and we're here to take you through all of today's action. Ted, long day yesterday, but a great day yesterday, and that brings us over here where we return once again to the group stage, and specifically to the Group C winners match to start things off with. But before that, Ted, I don't care about the winners match, I care about the losers match, I care about our match. Ted, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, you know. This is the first time I've actually gone into a Counter-Strike broadcast and someone's been like, I don't care about the games, I care about you. Thank you, Mamoon, I care about you as well. I feel like we have good synergy going on, and we need it because we're spending a lot of time together. Today and yesterday, you've spent more time with me than with your wife, so there must be something going on there for us to communicate.
Can we not have you commenting on my marriage, Ted? That's kind of strange up here, man. What's going on? We're going live to hundreds of people right now.
Hey, man, I don't have a wife. I don't have anyone. So my situation is a little bit worse than yours. But you know what? I have Counter-Strike, and we all have Counter-Strike, and we're going to have a lot of Counter-Strike going through today. As you pointed out, yesterday was a long day with 3 best-of-3s, all 3 of them going all the way as well. So we got a full 9-map package of action. But going into today, I feel like that might change. And once again, we are looking at 3 games. And once again, we are looking at 2 different groups. But these games will matter a little bit more than the opening matchups.
Absolutely, of course. It's all about proceeding to the play-in stage right now for the close qualifiers to start coming to an end. We're going to be starting things off with Unity versus Bondi. Then we're going to follow things out with ASTRAL versus HYPERSPIRIT. ASTRAL versus HYPERSPIRIT. Not quite lucky enough to be, over just quite yet, but I think that might be one of our bigger matches to watch out for. And then we'll be finishing things off with some goodbyes with DALUYONG versus Drama. Now, this is where Bondi yesterday might not be expected to make it into the upper bracket versus the Basement Boys. But honestly, a pretty fantastic performance from them spurs them on.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday was a very weird day for both these groups, right? We got to see a lot of close Counter-Strike, maybe the only exception being that game between HYPERSPIRIT and Drama eSports, which was a 3-mapper, but 3 very one-sided maps. A 13-5 into a 13-5 into a 13-1. And HYPERSPIRIT got the win in a 2-1 fashion. ASTRAL DALUYONG was a lot closer of a affair, where ASTRAL had that 11-3 lead on map number 3, but they still allowed the game to go into overtime. Then they had some map and match points that they needed to fend off for the side of DALUYONG, but they were able to bring it back and close it out. So all of these teams, I feel like, have shown us both good signs and some maybe slight issues that were in need of resolve.
Yeah, look, there's definitely some question marks that we're hoping to find answers to. Now, we don't know whether the answers are good or bad. That's the nice thing about Counter-Strike. We just pose questions, and sometimes the answers can be pretty damn bad from some teams. I'm going to start posing some questions out about Bondi. Of course, yesterday we managed to see Streakin and Smooya do a very, very good job of spurring this team forward. Magilla had his moments as well as Preladin as well. Look, this is still, despite all of the different players that we might talk about, this is still the Smooya show. Both performance-wise and conversation-wise, this guy is the center point for Bondi.
That's what it feels like. That's what it felt like yesterday as well, right? Smooya going 17-45, 129 rating with a plus 2.13% swing. A 30-22 performance on Overpass, a 19-14 on Nuke, which is a map that they even lost, but he still had a good performance. And then on the final map Invention, he was absolutely nuclear, posting a 21-9, 164, right? We did see good performances out of the others as well, but today he's gonna have a much more difficult job being up against these guys from the side of Unity. You've got a bunch of familiar names. You've got people like Kefida, you've got people like Neofrag, like Mikey, like Morisco, a lot of firepower on both these teams. And I feel like we could be expecting fireworks on the server today, especially considering that even though Unity did get a 2-0 win in their opening matchup, it wasn't without some significant hiccups against a pretty new side of Qualifiers to this level of competition.
Well, let's take a look at what the video is going to be bringing us. We're obviously going to see a nuke ban coming out over here from Unity as well. But I'm really interested to see sort of that Morisco versus Smooya matchup coming in over here. But also, I do want to see a little bit more from Neofrag in general. I was very surprised when I actually checked for this team and I saw that he's the IGL. He was always one of these up-and-coming players. But the idea that he's sort of graduated into IGL prospect, maybe, you know, some zigging where he was supposed to zag in his career, but always felt like one of those players who we didn't get the most out of, and he's hoping to make his name once again in Unity over here. Dasu picked up by Team Bondi, no surprises over there. Inferno from the other side, and then we've got an Ancient Decider. Nice, straightforward, and simple when it comes to these maps.
Yeah, it is a very interesting career path that Neofrags decided to take, right? Because he was one of the star players on that Sinners lineup in 2021, which was, I guess, the original Sinners lineup with Oscar, with Beastic, with Shock. Not that Beastic and Shock are not there yet, not there still, but people like Zetko as well, with Mikey's as the coach. And Neofrag was never a person that I would look at and imagine becoming an in-game leader, right? He would more often just be the guy that's going to be the diva of the team in a way. He's just going to carry you through things. But yeah, it's 2026 now when we have Neofrag looking at his notes, looking at the rounds before the start of a map. He's the one navigating people around him. He's the one calling for guys like, let's say, Kefida, that's been playing for, I want to say, a little bit longer than Neofrag himself. Kefida, one of the people that were part of that Gun Runners check-in team in 2017 for a little while. That was part of Eclot between 2019 and 2021, and then for a couple more years up until 2023. So it is a bit weird seeing Neofrag being the IGL. I do like the fact that he's still occupying a lot of these star positions, though. He's still being one of the driving forces of the team, even as the in-game leader.
I'm a big proponent of recognizing the level you're on and trying to find solutions for that rather than trying to find solutions for where you could be 4 or 5 months down the line. And having a fragging IGL who sets things up around himself is definitely one of those circumstances. You know, you compare it out to a lot of these very hyper-sacrificial IGLs who are thinking, well, you know, if I was to go up on a higher level, you know, if I was to break into that top 50, but you haven't though, right? And being realistic about your level is the only way you actually climb up in the VRS system. Gone are the days where maybe a good performance versus a top team in a random qualifier might be enough to get you noticed for an invitation here or there. This is now very much a time of slow and steady iteration forward and going from that rank 150 to rank 100 and playing at a couple of LANs when your seeding's a little bit better. Unity's obviously going to have access to a few of those. Being from Czech Republic, there are actually a few VRS LANs that, you know, small ones that pop up here and there, but for them right now it's also about making the LAN over here for the LORGAR side. That's going to be incredibly critical for them.
Did you see what Morisco was doing?
I won't lie to you, I didn't. Is he?
I mean, he stopped it. He was I think he was trying to make some kind of a funny noise, some kind of a funny sound.
Yes,
I'll just say he had 2 of his fingers in his own mouth.
Right.
So that was probably one of the chances that they had before
maybe
the start of the game.
Maybe he's just whistling.
Yeah, maybe he was just whistling. Well, we're gonna whistle our way onto Dust 2, folks. Map number 1 of that Unity and Bondi game. Thank you very much for the sound.
I got you, man.
Soundtrack. Yeah. Let's say it's the soundtrack. We've got Dust2, Inferno, and then Ancient as the third and final one. In the end of this one of these two teams is going to be going into the play-ins, where, of course, in the double elimination bracket, they might make it all the way in towards Barcelona. This is the end goal. CT side pistol start for Unity. B play coming out. Mariska with one, but the refrag's looking pretty decent.
Mikey's going to be completely audible going forward as well. Aguilar's in a good position to try and stop rotates in the CT side. I mean, I don't know what Mikey's up to. Yo, this is unreal. I get it. I mean, man, I get it. It's a mathematical, sensible thing to do, right? If this was chess, this is the move you make.
Are you getting upset already?
A little bit.
I will. Okay, can I defend them?
I will permit it.
All right, it's a 3v4 retake on the hardest bomb site to retake in the entirety of the game. You have one player without any armor. You have just one flash, no smoke, no defuse kit, man disadvantage, and you didn't even have anyone close towards the doors. Everyone was on the right-hand side. So time was running out as well. I just feel like it does make sense.
The defense is understandable. Look, it makes sense. 100% dead. But it's one of those things which you don't love to see as a Counter-Strike fan. You want to see some firefights coming through over there. But regardless, let's see whether they can at least justify it coming out into the second force buy, right? That's what it really comes down to. They've got 2 scouts out. They've got a couple of MP9s. They've already started to win my heart back a little bit. That's
what's going to happen, Moon. They called the save because they want to go for a force buy. They want it to be a good force buy. And now they will win this one. Just take a look. 5 rifles, though, on the other side for Bondi. So they are ready for the investment. Should be at least. And we were talking about some of the individuals. There's a bit of a change on the lineup, as we've noticed by now. Smooya is not on the server, which is a little bit unfortunate. Obviously, there was a message that Smooya would be playing with Sangao at some of their next VRS LAN events. So maybe that's the reason that he's not here now. Meaning Woozy will actually be up against Usman as the OP, I suppose. And there go the 2 scouts. I told you, man. They just knew what they were doing all along.
Mikey doos it up over here, and apparently they did. So, hey, like I said, they managed to win me back. I'm a quick pendulum, but this round they have to make sure it doesn't swing back against them. It's back in their favor in a 4 versus 2 with the 2 Galils they've picked up as well. Neo Frag trying to make sure that he doesn't expose himself. He will get himself a dink, and that might be enough. Magilla comes in from behind Kafida, and with that quick kill, you're suddenly back to a 2v2. Predator, this is a very good position. Mikey's not going to be checking it, but without getting the kill immediately, Mikey suddenly becomes a real threat eliminated. And Predator has been elevated. Fantastic recovery in that 2 versus 4. The CT side felt like they had it in the palm of their hands, but this push out in middle is what brings it all back equal.
Yeah, that was a little bit tough because you had both your defensive lines coming in from different positions. Lovely shot coming out of Uzi, double tack in the body from Mariska with the second scout. But then he gets dropped by Magilla, and he was all alone towards B. The moment that you get that kill over the smoke from the MP9, you're thinking this round is over, but then the push through the smoke comes out. And this is a good moment of realization out of Bondi. We have a 2v4. We need to be aggressive. We need to actually put up the fight to them. And if you are ready to bring the fight into the server, make sure you get yourselves hooked up with some LORGAR peripherals, PCs, anything really, desks.
Sim racing.
Yeah, sim
gear.
racing.
You got everything, dude.
Stress control tools.
Oh, dude, that's how I know that a shop has everything. If you got sim racing stuff, because that's actually like kind of weirdly niche and expensive sometimes.
Sim racing is actually quite dope. I don't know if you've tried it.
I really want to, but they're actually, we don't have LORGAR in Pakistan, which is the problem.
So I've not tried the entire, you know, the big booths where you just go in and it's like you're in a car. But I've tried the steering wheel with the pedals and everything on a PC. Nice. And I played F1 with it.
Okay.
It's very cool. It's a very cool experience. It's very realistic.
Now, I'm quite curious to see if Usman's going to have a very cool experience over here, because I just took a look at him. I won't lie to anyone at home. I did not know this player. Usman hasn't played on a team since 2020.
Yeah.
The last time he played was in Moops in the Supreme Masters European Invitational. So this isn't a player who's the most active in the scene.
No, the funny thing is that right now he's actually part of a team called Basement Bops.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you might be looking at a different use, man. Because we were talking about the Lithuanian use, man.
Oh, okay. I
He
looked
played
up
on
the...
fingers crossed a little bit as
Sorry,
well.
never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
I looked up the Slovakian man.
Okay. No, this use man
Okay.
is a bit more active.
Okay.
Yeah. Hasn't really
Fair
played
enough.
to this level as much. You're working with around 35 maps on HLTV in general.
Yeah. Also, 0 sniping. Which
Well,
is interesting.
yeah, that is an issue. That means that someone else will have to, and apparently it's going to be Rel.
Well, let's say you can look and see what he can offer up. He's a big
Or it
shoes
might
to
be
fill, and I
Magilla.
don't know.
You know,
Well, I
maybe
mean,
it's just a spawn
Maybe
based
it's a spawn-based thing.
Yeah.
Magilla was playing secondary for them. That's true. It's gonna be hard to fill the shoes of Smooth.
Yeah. Thank you. Mid kill out of Magilla. That's a good walk. Mikey does get punished.
Oh, Kafita's making so much noise. Magilla's able to turn around. That's a lot of good damage being put down on him.
Yeah, that's a good block. They have a lot of info right now, especially because of the door smoking towards the B-bomb side. Now the push and the fact that Kafita didn't see anybody else. They know everyone was gathered up and towards the B-bomb side. And Kafita's not seeing anyone in tunnel, so they could start slowly making their way back A. Just gotta make sure you're not too noisy about it, which they have been. But the Opavuzi's still there. When does he start considering long as a possibility?
Bondi are also hyper paranoid. They just want to clear out this last angle. They don't believe that Kafita could have gone all the way back over towards the B-bomb side. Now, even when they go out into long, they're going to have to take an extra few seconds to just peek out every single corner. This is one of those situations where the CTs have bought themselves an extra 15 seconds with that one kill. Woozy, oh no, you can't miss shots like that. Loses his life. And a frag. Down and out. Marisco. Caught in the middle of his spray. Will be able to get at least one, but Preledin is having a much better game today. 6-2 already. He's had a couple of very instrumental kills. And Kafita, who found what could have been the turnaround, is instead going to turn around and back off to save this M4.
Yeah, it comes down to a very unfortunate miss out of the Opavuzi, right? If he gets the first kill, then even if he does get refragged, it's going to make life a little bit easier for Neofrag on the bomb side, who couldn't really connect. That's one of these moments. You're going to, probably with time, start questioning maybe if Neofrag is going to be able to hold on to his individual performance. And obviously the numbers have dropped a little bit in comparison to what you would expect out of him ever since he became the IGL. And every now and then, if the team is struggling, could be a little bit more difficult for you yourself to get into the game. Even though he's still one of the most aggressive players on the T sides and he's still the #1 star on the CT side. We're seeing some Nemanja action. And for people wondering where Smuya is, we kind of touched upon that already, but we're gonna probably have to do it a couple of times just to make sure that everyone is aware with the situation. Smuya will be playing with Sangao for some of their up-and-coming LAN events in Portugal and Latvia instead of Radix. He's going to be a stand-in. So apparently he's traveling with Sangao now. Thus, he can't be here with us.
I'm going to miss you, Smooth. Marisco isn't. He's happy that he's not on the server. And he wants more. Where that came from. Oh, Streaken is ripping off heads. Marisco. He's happy with the body shots. He's going to hit him with a little bit of Zontix energy. With Preledin being this low as well, it really does come down to Magilla and what he can find. And as he misses his opportunity, Kafita gets the better of him, loses a lot of his life. But again, that's an exchange he's more than happy with it.
Yeah, Kafita's been very proactive in towards the long doors, right? You've seen him once already push, actually twice pushing towards despawn. Now he just gets inside and gets another kill. Left in a 2v4, looking for a bit of a contact play out middle. It's just Marisco jump spotting. Trying to see them as they make their way out. Probably will be able to confirm that. 40 seconds, they still have some time, but the moment he spots them out, it should be pretty easy to finish off the round. Still wondering about the second player.
Kafita coming in from behind, still gets a kill. Preledin was very low. Now this 1 versus 1 is what really comes down
Oh,
to be questioned. Woozy misses another opportunity, and now it's back to 1v2. Usman shows off his shadow, wants to make sure that there's at least a threat of him jumping down, but the CTs have split up. They're coming out from CT and short respectively, so Usman has a chance now to start moving back, dodges out grenade damage. Mikey is going to expose off his head. Usman's getting ready for him to peek forward. I don't know if he clocked out that little helmet sticking through the floor, but it certainly wasn't enough to alert him. It is going to be the first round on the board for Unity.
it's been a little bit of a difficult start to the game for Woozy with the OP. Some shots that you probably would want to see him hit. We know that the ceiling could be quite high with this guy, but consistency's definitely been an issue at times. Even though I still believe that it is completely normal for him to need a little bit more time before he becomes that driving force of the team. There's the miss that allowed Usman to get an opportunity, get a bomb plan out of it, but Woozy, just 19 years of age, started playing Counter-Strike in May of 2024, so less than 2 years ago, when he was part of that Prodigies project. Played alongside a couple of familiar names. Schwartz is one of them. That ended up on ENS Academy. Tagged as well, from Slovakia. And then he played with a couple other Czech players on the Prodigies as well, but this is really the first team on which he's required to contribute around very experienced players as well. As we're speaking about him, nice opener.
Well, only the opener over there. Paladin is quick to punish a grenade from down and comes back as well. Paladin gets a second. That is shocking. And with the hip exposed, Rel is hoping for a wallbang to assist, but with Neofra coming in from behind, that's just not going to work. Usman isn't able to cover off that short flank, and with it, Morisco catching him off guard as well. We're seeing a lot of kills from Unity, even in the rounds that they're losing, where they've been able to find a kill on the Bondi, turned around looking elsewhere. It's been maybe a drop down in the quality of comms, anything like it. Of course, Muya will be a rallying figure, even if he's not going to be IGLing for your team. We are seeing some intangibles missing on the server.
We are seeing some very proactive play out of the CTs as well, right? Every single time it feels like there's a player able to get in a position, as you pointed out, to get a kill from behind. That just tells you that, yeah, Unity have a very good understanding of what's going on, and that there is some gaps in the play for Bondi. In this particular situation, the fact that Neofrak is able to climb on top of short when you have a player alive and towards lower is a bit frustrating. The same way that this could be frustrating for Usman, who's burned down Rel. Actually, could have had an opportunity to get that kill, considering how low key it was. Decides not to swing, though. Working with a bit of a half buy on the Bondi side of things. Not a lot of util, though. Just the one smoke in the AK in the hands of Rel.
Yeah, Frag's lucky to get out of there alive. And now it does feel like this is one of those rounds where the CTs have been able to successfully put themselves in position to build money. It would be a shame if they're not able to do much. Ah, well, that's not great. Rel alerts them to his presence. Mikey coming up, spots out the booster player. Deep grenade over there. Why not? Yes, please. Woo. Kobe will tank him. They're keeping his legacy alive.
That was a Tom Brady throw if I've ever seen one. Magilla in a 1v5. He's got that hero AK. It's all about the damage. And Woozy won't be missing this one. It's a straight up headshot out of the open 5-man alive type of round for the side of Unity. That's going to strengthen up their financial positions. And now you're working with 2 AKs on the CT side as well, which always feels nice, especially when it's on some of your sharpest shooters, Morisco and Mikey. Here's the replay. A little bit unfortunate. It felt like Usman had an opportunity to keep going forward, but he was just fully blinded, so he tried to instinctively go back. Maybe he could have survived if he decided to just go all in. Maybe he could have gotten the kill. But you know what they say, ifs, buts, and maybes don't really count. We only care about the absolutes. And I won't even try and do the accent.
Please, I'm begging you. We even got a technical timeout just to make sure that you can.
I've attempted that one before, Mamoon. I don't think I'm too good at this particular accent. There's some accents that I can nail pretty well.
All right.
But not this.
What's your best accent?
Well, maybe not accents, but like impressions.
Okay.
I can make a very good impression of the clown in It, the horror movie.
Go for it.
I'm not gonna do it on broadcast.
All right.
But trust me, man, it works.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen that because I refuse to do that to myself. I have a very strict policy, which is if a movie is too depressing or if a movie is actively trying to be a scary movie, I will not put myself through either one of those situations.
Sure. I do like both scary and depressing movies. It probably tells a lot about us as people.
I get scared and depressed very easily, and you're good about dealing with these things?
Not really. I was gonna say that you're a normal person and there might be something wrong here, but sure. I guess it depends on the perspective that you're looking at it. We've got a bit of a technical timeout going on. It is interesting going into this game. I feel like we can have a bit of a podcast session for Unity. Well, the timer has been reset, but this is a team that is currently number 104 in the VRS, right?
Right.
You've got Kefida, who is a pretty decent support element, I want to say, especially for the tier 2, tier 3 type of level. You've got Neofrag, who's a young, new IGL, but very, very good individually. Morisco and Mikey that are firepower beasts, and Woozy, who's a pretty decent oper in terms of the ceiling, even though some consistency has been lacking. Unity still not a team that's been able to get consistently good results, though. I feel like a way to put the story for this game is that this is a must-win for Unity, especially with Smuya being absent.
Yeah.
And so far, it's been going all right. But yeah, what's your take on this team? Why do you think they're not doing well? Because initially when I saw this 5-man lineup, I was actually quite excited. I thought they would do pretty decently.
See, the thing is, when I also just actually saw this team, just the 5-man team, my immediate assumption was, oh, these guys are like easily going to be like top 60 in the VRS, that's for sure. They've got the players for it. But I do think that that's going to be bridged over time. I mean, there has to be, part of that has to just be that I just don't think Neofrank's as comfortable in the IGLing position and whatnot. I think we've not necessarily seen the best out of these 5 players when they are coming under where, look, I don't want to say Neofrank hasn't committed to it, of course not, but it does feel like he's still not going to be respected as an IGL until he proves himself in a way where it's not even wins, it's just showing this tactical depth and everything that could be coming out as they do get a comfortable round win. It's making sure that this team becomes, if this team becomes very good against Force Spies, if this team becomes very good on even things like CD side aggression that we're seeing, and if that becomes a consistent feature, yeah, that's where some of that respect starts going out towards Neofrag. Before that, unfortunately, when I see this many talented players, I do have to raise some eyebrows about, hey, why are you not doing better?
Sure. It might be just a matter of time, you know? Maybe he needs a little bit of time to find his style as an in-game leader, even if people trust him. I do think this is a pretty cool project because for Morisco, Mike, and Neofrag, this is a bit of a second or last chance even for some of them, right?
Yeah.
To break through. So I'd want to imagine that they're very invested in really trying their absolute damnness to put their trust into that project. Speaking of trust, Neofrag did trust Mikey, and because of the utility support, we'll be able to gobble up both these kills. That's a lovely double opener. No one else to actually contest him for refragging towards the tunnels. This round is already looking lost for Bondi.
Thing is, if Berlin gets a free kill over here, that's good change. Woozy, I mean, good adjustment to make sure that they can keep a hold of this round. There's no reason for Kefida to start pushing forward. Woozy as well takes a slightly more defensive angle, goes back in for a quick peek, and with Berlin going down, Neofrag finds that last kill as well. 5-4, Unity continue to run away with this first half after they get on board. 5 in a row now.
All right, this is a very good stabilizer of a round for Woozy and for Unity in general, right? Now they've won a couple of very clean rounds. You're looking at the money. Neofrag's got over 10k. Kefida's on 11. 8.7k for Woozy. You've got Mike and Morisco still on decent money as well. And Woozy does just take 2 shots off the open, gets both kills against the full buy. This is very important for him. Bondi looking to switch up the pace with a B-pop. And they cancel. Probably for the better. The setup from Morisco and Neofrag looks very deadly.
We saw some interesting B hits coming out on Dust 2 yesterday. Just calling for the rush forward. That's why Astral was able to win out that Dust 2 despite it being a full-scale comeback versus them after being down 11-3. Versus 8Kid and the boys. Good to see Streaking on the hero AK. If there's one player I trust to try and get a move on, it would be him. He had some very critical entry kills yesterday. And in the absence of Smooya, he will be vital to getting any further access.
Bomb still in towards the B bomb side. It will still be the B play. Mid to be smoked to try and keep the mid players occupied. You will have a bit of a split going on. Neofrag goes down, low HP on the rifle player. Spam just needs 1 bullet and Mikey will get the kill still. That leaves Morisco on an island. They need to try and help him.
Coming in from behind is Miguel trying to find them as a set up for the boost, but unable to get the kill. Woozy with the 5-7 will find it. Morisco now feels lonely, and that island is suddenly feeling like it's running out of fresh water. 3 versus 3, 10 seconds on the clock. Bomb can be planted, and Unity are they going back?
This is tough.
No.
You gotta go for this. It's a 3v3. You have so much money, but it's still going to be a difficult one. You have an AWP, 2 players tagged below 50 HP. It's not going to be easy.
Woozy's not going to be a factor in this round at all. This is effectively a 2 versus 3 beyond Woozy's single flashbang that he can throw out. And even that doesn't look like it's being primed at all. Kefida exposes himself without using that flashbang. Mikey makes it a 1-for-1, but that's not going to be enough. Flashbang now dodged. Rel gets it done, and now the AWP will move back to save. Unity, I mean, they're fortunate, to be honest, that it's even a 3 versus 3. The fact that the Tech 9 dropping down isn't able to find even a single kill to boosting players, that's all down to Woozy's investment to a 5-7, but fantastic round from Streak and opening up the mid side pretty much on a contact play the way he did.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they slowed things down so much, and you could see that Unity were a little bit afraid to go for the reboost after both of them were spotted in CT spawn. They probably thought that people would be holding for it, and they were, but eventually Morisco just needed something to happen. They slow it down. They were so quiet the way that they're walking out the door. He was waiting for the sound cues to at least help him to know where to be looking. A very difficult position to find himself in. Not a lot he could have done about it. And Bondi do get a 5th round on the board. Regardless of this, feeling like it's been a much better showing for Unity than it has been for their opponents, by the way. I feel like this is because of the strong start that Bondi had as well. You get the pistol, you get the conversions, the 4-0 start. Unity have done a pretty decent job when it comes down to the buy rounds, but Bondi can still be maybe even the happier out of the 2 teams at the end of the first half. Of course, this being their map pick, it does raise the importance of a good performance here on Dust 2. We've got an Inferno coming out of Unity later on. It's a map that we did see them play against Qualifier, and we did see why it's probably their best map right now. Dust 2, on the other hand, been a bit of a mixed salad of results for Unity. 2 wins, 3 losses since the start of the year. Haven't played it till or since the 28th of February. That was when they lost to the Russian side of W. Win-win. No matter what.
Mikey's going to be blocked off from his attack over here, but Morisco misses a shot. You can't miss those. He gets a litany of options, though, but Rel has already moved past him. The bomb's on the ground, and it can't be recovered. Usman pushes forward. He has to dodge that HE. Would have lost his life to it, but he doesn't pick up the bomb on the way back to tunnels. That loses them this round there and then.
I'm not sure if you realized. Maybe a little bit too afraid for his life there to stick around, but especially now with the re-smoke, it feels very difficult. Quick switcher between him and Magilla. He's going to be the one rocking that AK-47 open the hands of Usman. But with the bomb under a lock and key, Unity, they still don't know if there's a player on the bomb side. They didn't believe that the T's would have left. So you see them retake that now with the Molotov as well. But Mikey is now posted towards the last box. Usman has no idea. And Mikey will just shoot him down. It's the double up setup that catches them off guard. A triple kill coming out of Mikey. Might be making it a 4-piece as well. Never mind. Missed shot, 20 seconds. Magilla, a 1v3, and the op has missed as well. Is he ready for the car player though? Answer is, yeah, he was, but still loses the fight. It's Unity with a 6th on the board.
Looking to make this 7-5 out for Unity, that would be a fantastic end to it, even if it might not seem that impressive in the numbers, considering the fact that they were down initially 0-4. Excellent recovery. The idea that Woozy's also heated up to the point where he's 9-4, almost topping out the scoreboards. He was missing so many shots early on, and that'll happen. It's the first match of the day, right? Just a few rounds and it feels like you're missing opportunities, but Neofrag is pushing all the way up middle. He is overrunning them. This is what he became famous for. There's a reason why people were surprised that he became an IGL. Incredibly mechanically gifted. Was definitely one of the players to watch out for back in that original Sinners lineup, like you mentioned. Bondier without options. They don't have any map control out in middle. The bomb is back in T-spawn. Rel's the only player who can move back to recover it. And Kafida, he's a madman. Smokes long off, pushes through it, and we'll be able to give him a call that it is likely going to be a B-site finish. You've got Woozy covering off mid in case it's going to be mid to B. This all comes down to what Morisco and Mikey can accomplish. Mikey with the secondary op gets himself a freebie. Rel never stood a chance over there. Mikey, another quick
nice
shot
volley.
goes out as he knows he's blocked off by the incendiary. They cannot rush him away. A smoke now follows up, and Streaken has to come in behind a lurk smoke of his own. A flash that goes deep. That's not going to blind either one of the T-side players, but Mikey's in good position, but that's not a good shot. Streaken with 18 seconds now gives himself a chance. Woozy across the entire map pretty much will be able to find himself a quick kill, and Usman is trying to make this a 1 versus 1 before he plants the bomb. The damage is good, and with the smoke still there, he thought he had safety to plant the bomb. The problem is that smoke timer runs out as he's dialing in the digits.
Yeah, Morisco's a little bit disappointed by the way that he couldn't isolate the fights. The double peak in all reality was great. Good effort coming out of Mikey as well. You get 7 rounds in the end of that first half, considering the 0-4 start is a great recovery out of Unity. Chasing a 2-0 win potentially in a game like this, as we pointed out. Quite a rarity that we see them get a 2-0 win. Actually, interesting fact, that would be, if they are able to win in a 2-0 fashion here, that would be the first time they've registered back-to-back 2-0 wins in 3 months. Since they beat, in the Nodwin Clutch series, they beat Mouse NXT in a 2-0 fashion. And the game before that, they were able to beat the Polish mix going by the name of Yabzani in a 2-0 fashion as well. So it's been a while. This is the 25th of January, which is 2 months, not 3 months. But you get the point. It's a very long time. Almost 3 months,
It's
actually.
enough months.
Yeah.
January, February,
March.
yeah, it's 2 months. Yeah,
It is 2 months, yeah. Technically, it's the names of 3 months, but it's not how time works. Damn. But you get the point. It's been a while since these guys have picked up consecutive 2-0 wins. That would definitely make them feel like they're on the right track a little bit more. And also, they need a tournament that goes well for them, right? They played the Rock Journey Spring 2026 in Stockholm, and
not great.
Unfortunately, they played Metasport twice. They got a map in one of them, but they lost both the games, even though it was very competitive. Then in the ESO Challenger League Season 51, they beat G2 Aries, but they lost to Minlate and Sango, and they got out 13-16th. The European Pro League Series 5, they lost in the playoff game to Mouse NXT after beating WWN's Academy. The Exort Meteor Season 2, they lost to BetM 33. the first cup of ECL. 51, they lost to Johnny Speeds and Alliance and got only one win again. Not win. They get eliminated in the first round of playoffs against the Nuclear Tigress. You get the point. They haven't really been able to get a deep run into an event, either make it into the quarterfinals or the semis or a grand final, or qualify for a bigger event through qualifiers. Halftime break. Should we come up with our own halftime show?
Yes. Oh my God. I've always wanted you to sing to me.
The LORGAR halftime show.
Let's not bring down the LORGAR ship with us, right? Let's maybe guess this a little bit first. Okay, Ted, come on. Hit me with a beat.
Oh God, the round is starting. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh no. Oh well. Oh, I guess we're gonna have to wait for the next halftime opportunity.
Dang it.
No, sorry, what? 7-5. Unity hoping to continue on that success from the CT side into their terrorist side as well.
Instant door smoke coming in. B rush. Let's see what they got.
Usman is one who's going to be testing out his metal. Rel, good for one. Usman with the one who has opportunities. It's taps, and Usman looking kind of pretty right now. Getting out every single kill like it's nobody's business. Morisco on the menu. Finally, the food fight's back. And with the 1v3 in his plate, Morisco realizes, yeah, he's still the food.
Oh, God. What a highlight that is from Usman. We're wondering whether they would have someone to step up individually now that Smuya's not here. Well, Usman might not be an oper, but he definitely did carry them through this pistol. Absolutely sniped Unity on that B bomb side with the USP. We're gonna check it out on the replay as well. He loses his car player after just one kill, so he's all alone on an island here. Magilla was trying to help him out from window, but it's all Usman with the one taps. Forest Bike coming out. And it's B-Pop once again. Now, Uzi is lining up the mid-to-B split smoke.
Look, there's a world up ahead where Unity just goes up short and they get themselves everything they could possibly want. But with smokes out in middle and a miss smoke, at least that's what you'd assume back in despawn.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wanted to throw the left side smoke. I think
this was supposed to be left, right, both. No, the miss smoke back in
oh, it's in T-spawn. Okay,
it's supposed to be left, right.
Left, right, yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that means they have to go back to short. Now for Bondi, this isn't the safest place for them to be away either. Yes, they have 3 players ready and waiting, but with the second flashbang, this could still be a scale up for the Tech-9s. Rel's got a lot to do, and with Neofrag finding that kill, Mikey follows up as well. Preledin is the only player to find any blood. Tech-9s are incredibly dangerous when accompanied with a good flashbang going forward, and over 35 seconds now on the clock. Magilla has been able to make his way up the elevator, but he's not pressing the right buttons here. And there isn't a floor which guarantees him safety or success. He'll have to back out of the building entirely if he wants the former. And nothing will give him the latter, especially not now. Mikey takes him out. 4 players kept alive for Unity. Bondi just getting overrun.
That's a little bit funny, by the way, because they absolutely scratched what they had originally planned out for the round. You could even see that they had the perfect amount of utility for the mid to B play. The crisscross smokes, the molly short, the flash out middle, the second flash to burst out the left inside smoke and split B. And then the moment that Woozy fails the smoke for the split, they just go up short and they're like, well, screw it. We're just trying to win the fights with the Tech-9s. It actually does work out pretty nicely. They had 1 Molotov left, and that did make life a little bit more difficult for the CTs. A lot of rifles lost in the process. And Magilla's reaction says it all. This is a little bit disappointing. You win the pistol, but you lose the follow-up. So it's the double SMG, triple pistol type of purchase. One defuse kit in the mix as well. This one's going to be handled by Used Man.
Magilla is going to be a critical part of this defense over here, but when he's forced away as the smoke dissipates, he was really hoping to put that to good use. Bondi, they want to push forward and use Magilla as that leverage point. Mikey only good for one, will be traded immediately, and with the smoke still present, Magilla has to delay. When he's not able to do so, it's going to be quickly back over to B. Shuriken comes in from behind, but a double swing in from Woozy, and Neofrag was supposed to be enough to deal with them. It's not. 2 versus 3, and the CTs might have lost out a fair bit of HP in that exchange, but as the bomb is being planted for tunnels, Morisco has to secure them. Will do so. 2v2, flashes galore. Shuriken finds Morisco. Kafida with it all to do. Rel comes over, swings around for the dig. It's right to the face. And Bondi, listen, that call really hinged on finding more out of middle, but when they win that 2v2 coming up from short, that's huge.
I'm actually surprised that I think it was Woozy and someone else in towards middle. They needed such a long time to turn around and anticipate the short push. Mikey dies and sees 2 more players pushing short after getting 1 kill. You get the kill on middle. You know there's 1 B player. You definitely turn around and expect these guys to put up a fight. You definitely should have been ready for something like this. And they then get both these kills. Feels like there might have been a better way to react than the dink out of the MP7 from Useman is absolutely key onto Morisco in the tunnels, makes them susceptible to going down to the HE. It was around a thin margins, this one.
Faster play up through short. They want to give themselves a lot more breathing room over here, Unity. But with the CTs already having a smoke down, you can't make your way over to the bomb site. Flashes galore, Morisco's blind, Magilla coming in from behind. It is going to be a disaster class out on this A site. Where Unity tried to find solace and speed. Instead, they're going to find nothing but death.
Oh,
Woozy.
nice
Meaning my words, they're eating his bullets. Head spotted out, can't trace through the kill. And now he's forced away, 33 HP. Almost good for number 3, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that could have been a good opportunity there for Woozy to go absolutely nuclear. Especially after the 2 kills on the bomb site. It was a 2v5 attempt. You find a bunch, but you don't get a bomb plant. Money's now running out, and Neofrag is going to have to dig deep to find a solution here. They've picked up only 1 round after the start of this half. And it feels like after winning that force buy in round number 2, they had to run away with it, but that previous one broke them a little bit. There's the attack from the scout. Yeah, he's an IGO now. If he's playing a scout on an eco round on Dusty on the T side, he's an IGO.
Well, let's see if he can add a shot with it. Boost up over here would certainly give him an opportunity. Rel, head spotted, position revealed. And retreat secured. Peek back out in the middle is certainly very risky. It is going to be Neofrag who finally gets put down. Preledin, tagged or not, he's the one getting kills.
Oh, they've seen the car player and the one in CT. The scout does go down though, and it's the Glocks to get the kill onto Streaken. They're not winning the round, but they're just being annoying with it. Pretty much the going around like this. You just try and make it as expensive as possible, get a bunch of kills, is gonna be alright. I'm not sure if Mikey's got...
Is this scout
it is the
recoverable?
scout. Yeah, it is the scout on short.
Yeah. Come on, Mikey. Predator's low. No excuse over here. Okay. Lead taken once again by Bondi. The CT side is looking good from them. where Unity had their own CT side illustrated with a lot of interesting pushes, a lot of backstabs that they're finding off the back of good timings. Now you're getting to see something more firepower aligned, more multi-kills, more, hey, if I dodge a flash, I will get two. Rel? A grenade to pop open the smoke over here would certainly help, but he's also worried about what the boosting duo are going to have to deal with. Pop on the smoke, and the timing couldn't be better. Neofrag walks into the jaws of death, and Rel is ready to clamp down. Mikey, with the smoke finishing up, realizes there wasn't just one player in mid, there's three. That gives him a chance to start pushing forward into long. Marisco has to be careful about the car presence that he should have at least an idea is possibly going to be there. Streakin, however, doubles up regardless, and Magilla, who's playing the bait and switch, realizes, wait, we can switch and then switch again?
That's been a little bit of a tough one for Unity, but it's a good round out of Bondi, isn't it? You just throw a Hail Mary play, not even a Hail Mary, but just a big spanner into the works in the middle of the round. You break the smoke, Oper gets the kill. That means that they're not going to be as ready for two more players being on the tower. And Mikey just tries to go up Xbox and couldn't believe what he sees. And they didn't really have a lot of utility in this round, by the way. Just one smoke for CT, but no molly for car, no flashes to go over, so it was always going to be a very difficult one to squeeze in. First tactical timeout for Unity. A little bit surprised this is how long they needed to get replay involved. Maybe he does have a solution for it though, but Bondi have been playing good Counter-Strike on that CT side. And as we can see, the vibes are absolutely immaculate. Maybe someone's remembered a very nice joke. What's your favorite joke?
I've got a couple of good ones, actually. I'll translate one of them into English for you. So this isn't exactly like a traditional joke, but it's just like a funny thing I read. So do you know how we have truck art in the subcontinent in like South Asia? Are you aware of this?
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
so I tell everyone at home.
Like
just
graffiti
sort of
on big trucks.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Just Google Pakistani truck art. It's this very beautiful, like hyper artistic expression, and it's also one of those things that all of the brands and everyone tries to use whenever they're trying to look quote unquote cultural.
Okay.
And a lot of them have like poems or just verses from poems written in the back as well, and sometimes they're quite funny. I remember one very distinctly, and what it said was, "If only the father of every beautiful woman would die. If only the father of every beautiful woman would die. For the funeral, we would be there to hold them as they cry."
All right.
It's so out of pocket and ridiculous. I remember seeing that on the road and cracking up while I was driving. Just so unreasonable.
I won't lie, when I asked you for your favorite joke, I didn't think we'd go that direction.
Well, you never know which direction a truck is going.
Oh, hopefully you do if you're driving past one.
Well, you know, not in my part of the world.
Yeah.
They don't drive very well here.
Sure, yeah. Round 19 has started, half by, and we do get to see that B-split that they wanted to do, only that this time it's a little bit quicker and a little bit less successful as of right now.
What is Usman doing, man?
Turn around. He wasn't the one to get the first kill, but it still looked very impressive from his POV. Gosh. Usman is very warmed up.
Dude, it's going to be interesting over here. To see if he can continue on with his form. I've been very impressed with a couple of the rounds from him, and the idea that obviously we're getting such a different look from his man compared to what we have from Smuya, who is coming into replace. This is much more of, hey, I'm going to be the stable anchor player. If you're coming to my side, I'll probably just get the kills I need to, and I'll look good doing it. But now, it's proactivity. Now, it's trying to find Marisco, but with Mikey there to back him up, he decides maybe this is a fight he'd rather not take.
Ooh. He does decide to swing. Op spotted. So now you do have the information why they were trying to go for the aggressive play. They had the op towards the back. You could try and take a little bit of space back in towards long or short now if you're on the T side. Gotta be careful with middle though. Now you've spotted the op on B. They had control in towards middle for the majority of the time. You probably want to go and hit short. You know there's a bunch of people, including the op on the left-hand side of the map. Oh, what an aid.
Grenade is chunky.
There's another one.
And Neofrag does manage to dodge that damage. But if he'd started that retreat, maybe he's saying goodbye. Preledin smells blood right now.
They do go back into a B play though. This is a very good call. They're gonna fake short. Everything was screaming an A play. They spotted the bomb as well and towards short the CTs. This is a good call, but they need to deal with the op.
And they don't really have that many flashes to try and do it. They're playing full contact in, but Rel misses the shot. That's one way of dealing with the op. Usman, however, cannot be dealt with. This is what I'm talking about. That's the anchor player they need. Preledin smells that blood. Now, he eats it right up. That is insanity from Usman.
What a hold. The Lithuanian has just fit in like a glove to this Bondi side. He's been so impactful in so many of these moments. Look at him. The Oprah goes down. Useman, 1 second, third. Holds mouse 1, mows them down, loses 27 HP in the process over a triple kill. 9 HP per kill. He's been so instrumental for their success in towards the B-bomb side. I know the scoreboard reads only 13 kills, but the impact has been absolutely immaculate.
At least 8 of them have just been in stalwart defense of this B side, it feels like. But this round, last round, the round before that. Usman's been a man to watch out for, a very stable pair of hands. It's a threat of a mid to be. But really only the threat. The slurk smoke is going to be finishing very soon. Mikey loses his life as he doesn't fully commit. Preledin gets the better of him. And as the push comes in from tunnels instead, there's one once again will find his one at the very least. Keeps himself alive. The double kill machine is now looking for 3. And as it's going to be Woozy turned around, Bondi will find round number 13. They look like they might have been knocked out of the game. Unity picked up so much momentum to the tail end of that first half, but momentum does not matter apparently, Ted.
No, it doesn't. Only 1 round is what they get on that T side. And I'm a little bit shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. After the, as you pointed out, consecutive rounds that they did win in the first half, Marisco was looking good, Neofrak was picking up the pace, Woozy had a couple of stabilizing rounds. It felt like things were starting to fit in very nicely for the side of Unity, but then the second half comes around and I know they just crumbled, right? Every single time they tried to go in towards the B-bomb side, things would not really go their way. Useman would just be waiting on the other side with a multi-kill. The only round they picked up on the T side was supposed to be a B split. That turned into a short swing with pistols simply because of a failed piece of util. So all in all, a very, very difficult T side affair on Dust 2 for Unity, and that could raise some concerns going forward into the game.
And it's also just great to see Preledin performing this well as well. Obviously, Usman's the one coming in with a lot of these highlights with Preledin's constant presence. When yesterday he was the lowest rated player on their team, right now 110 ADR almost for the Dust 2. That's a big performance, but obviously it's a big performance on their own map pick where it looked like everyone was very comfortable. Coming up next is going to be Inferno, where one benefit they do have is the way Usman's playing, just in terms of being a very strong individual anchor, that gives you so many legs to stand on come Inferno.
Yeah, it really does, right? And we can see the comparison between Mikey and Preledon. Preledon, someone that yesterday had a couple of good moments, but wasn't necessarily the most standout performer. I feel like today was excellent. There was a lot of multi-kills, especially in the middle stages of the rounds, where he would be able to dig them out of very difficult positions. And on the other side, Mikey, who had a bunch of good rounds in the first half, second half wasn't really able to pick up the slack. So even from an individual point of view, even when Smooth is not on the server, what we expected to see was Unity dominate. That didn't really come into fruition. Bondi making a very, very big statement towards the end of that one, Mamoon.
Well, let's see whether he's got any more statements coming into Inferno. We're going to have to go to a bit of a break when we're back. And Bondi do it in 2, or is Unity still going to have some punch left in them? Let's find out. Smooth? Nah, actually, nah. We've got LORGAR ranking ups coming back in, and despite the lack of Smooya and his explosive performance from yesterday, we had a big step up from the standard of Usman. Bondi looking very good versus Unity. Now, admittedly, that's their own map pick. That's Dust 2. But they've won out Dust 2, and that puts them in position to potentially clean out this series. Some tea time instead. And we're watching the janitors go to work or get fired. Which of the two is it going to be?
That's a massive question. Going into Inferno, there should be one obvious answer, and that should be, this is the home ground of Unity. They should be much better when it comes down to this map. They've won 3 out of their last 4 games, lost only 1 to Metasport, but beat Metasport, G2 Ares, and Qualifier in a 13-7 fashion. In reality, though, this Dust 2 was actually quite comfortable for Bondi, right? Bar the first half. Second half was where things fell apart for Unity. CT side was good. They got a 7-5. Bar losing the pistol round in the conversions. They got only 1 round on the T side out of 9 they played. And that was a half buy that they used to, I guess, just swing short and hope for the best. So going into this one, Mamoon, I'm not really sure if we're still siding with Unity. I would still say that the reason inside of me says, the voice of reason says this one should be going all the way. But hey, we never know. Bondi have looked pretty damn impressive.
Bondi wanted to come through and look impressive on more than just the one map, and it's Magilla who starts off with contact out to Boiler, where he gets contact, but he gets scratched on his face more than anything else. You ever been scratched by a cat, Ted?
Yeah, I do have a cat, so I have been.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. It's not real damage, but it feels painful.
It really does depend, yeah. It really does depend. It's not real damage, but it could be a bit annoying.
Well, maybe Magilla can be annoying right back over. Comes through. Near frag's taken down. 1 for 1. Might not be enough, though. Putting the dualies out in an aggressive position in A. It's an interesting strat. Bondi will have to rely on a retake without a kit.
Yeah, they're quite close and nearby, though, so this is not impossible. They do have the flash to try and cross into the bomb side, and Morisco's DC, this is going to help.
Defeater. It's incredibly tricky on Dust 2. Streakin is in with 2. How has he moved, boss? There's going to be conversations about this round, Ted. I can tell you that much. This review is going to start with a pistol round.
Yeah, that technical disconnect, that issue that Morisco has, the DC midway through, well, right before the retake goes off, this is very unfortunate for the T side. No 2 ways about it. A 3v4 is still doable. They don't make it work. Shout out to Streakin for getting the double kill on the bomb side, but this is very upsetting if you are Unity. You get the 1 for 1 onto the first player, you make it onto the bomb side, and Morisco just DCs and you can't restart the round because of the kill. It just gives them an automatic advantage on the retake, makes it a lot easier. And I believe we've lost Morisco's camera as well. Hopefully it's not an electricity outage type of issue.
Does that happen a lot in the Czech Republic?
Well, I wouldn't know. I have no clue. I've never been in the Czech Republic, actually.
Okay.
Never been there, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I was so shocked the first time I found out that, oh my god, you guys in Europe also have power outages. Wow. Yeah. Look at you guys in your developing countries. As I say that with 8 hours of power outages a day, like this is back in 2016. Now it's good. Now we don't have as many power outages. Like, look at those nerds.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you live. There's certain areas, even where I live, there's certain areas where a lot more often you would be left without hot water, or your electricity would be going out. It really does depend on what type of pipes you're connected to, what type of an electricity, like these small buildings, I'm not sure how they're called, you're connected to.
See, now I'm confused by the buildings.
It's like it is like an electricity, like central building that just provides electricity for an entire neighborhood or whatever. But you have smaller ones that, for example, are going to be responsible for just your part of the street, for a couple of, buildings.
A transformer?
Yeah, it's a transformer. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a big transformer. Yeah.
Got it.
So it does depend on all of this, at least where I live. So
have you ever heard a transformer like blow up?
Oh yeah. One blew up nearby me like a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got a backup power supply. It's on a generator. It automatically switches to it. I don't know if you guys call it the same thing. We call it a UPS.
Yeah, a UPS.
Okay, so my UPS, one of the scariest things ever during a class is whenever you hear like a transformer just blow up, and especially if you've not been having your electricity sort of go out for a couple of months, up to like a year or two. Sometimes what happens is that your UPS batteries, they've kind of rusted through because you've not been as diligent in replacing their battery water and everything like that.
Sure.
So in that situation, like 5 minutes into the power outage, and you know it's going to be a long one because you've heard the transformer blow up, the UPS starts going like beep, beep, and you're commentating, and you know you've got about 8 minutes of battery left, and you need to figure this out, but the transformer's not going to fix itself. Nothing's going on. You can't stop being on air. You're just calling all of your commentator friends. You're like, bro, please, I'm sending you this VMix link. Please tell me if you can get on for this.
Sure.
Ugh, I've been there.
You probably felt like NeoFrag's feeling right now.
Yeah, I really did.
Yeah. We will give you an update the moment we have it, guys. We're still waiting on information on what exactly has happened with Morisco and whether he's going to be able to come back in time. So, yeah, he's got some DC problems is what we got. I would imagine that is disconnect problems. So, apparently
Is this the nicest desk setup we've had? Just nice, white.
It's very clean. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
You know, this is the part I struggle with. This is where I think I made a wrong choice because I got he's got a white desk. I got a black one, and I think on black desks they collect more dust. There was something about that, right? Or you see it more, so you need to clean them. You need to clean them up a lot more often.
Yeah.
And I think I made a mistake with this. Also, I am using, because it's a pretty large desk I got, I'm using it as a storage thingy. So there's a bunch of random stuff on it. McGill has been able to keep his very clean.
Yeah, dude, I've got a huge black desk as well, and it is. I have to dust it off like 4 times a day. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We also have just a lot more dust in Pakistan than you guys do. This
Sure.
was something that I didn't realize. So one of the first time I traveled abroad to someone's house and not like staying in like a hotel or something was when my brother moved abroad to Italy. This is a while back. And when I went there, and I just noticed that dust just doesn't accumulate. Like, what is going on over here? You get as much dust in like a week and a half as we do in a day. And that's when I realized that the level of dust actually varies by geography and from country to country. And I never even thought that that's a thing. It just felt like such an automatic assumed part of life.
Yeah. Well, thankfully.
He's got a measuring tape out now, bro. What's going on here? I said your desk was good, and now you're trying to give me specifications? This isn't your config. I can't just paste it into a console.
He's just he's just looking at how high the ceiling is, I think.
I have a friend who works as a sort of a graphic designer, video editor sometimes, and she has problems with her attention span, and she was telling me this yesterday, that she sets up her room in a way where she has a lot of distractions, and I was like, wow, that doesn't make sense. Like, how does that help if you've got attention problems? She says, look, I'm inevitably going to get distracted, but if I route my distractions in a way where I know I'm going to get distracted and then distracted from the distraction, and eventually I'm going to end back at my desk to do my work. So I cut down my time where I've just spent on like a side quest by at least half an hour a day, and that's how I get my productivity up. And I just thought this is the weirdest way to set things up. Bro, honestly, me too, for real. Magilla, buddy.
Yeah, that's one for the Tinder profile, buddy.
I think my keyboard is just as big. Yeah, dude.
That's him.
I know that. Yeah.
God.
Guys, I need everyone to start carrying measuring tapes from now on. He's looking nervous
here.
now.
Marisko's here. We've got a Windows update situation.
My Windows is updating, and I just seen this guy's measuring tape.
I think I actually like Marisko's style. You know, he's got a cool T-shirt, beard's well trimmed.
Yeah, but where's this measuring tape? The
Well,
ultimate modern day accessory.
McGill is the only one who's got his.
He's just ahead of the curve, man.
Quite literally ahead of the curve. Yeah.
Oh god. Look at how nervous he is. You know,
yeah, he's a bit pissed.
that's what's kind of why does he have a soundproofing? Like,
It's actually good. I think it's very nice, especially if you are playing up until very late. Imagine you're not living alone, right? And or the walls are pretty thin and you have neighbors. You don't want to wake people up in the middle of the night when you're playing Counter-Strike. So, you know,
Right.
you wanna make sure it's a bit isolated.
it also probably means that if you punch the wall, it doesn't hurt as much. Have you tried
but
punching
it's very,
soundproofing?
Yes, it's very
Okay.
easy to break soundproofing. I mean, I've not tried to punch it, but I've put on soundproofing before, and it's very easy to break it interior. So you probably don't want to punch it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And now we're looking for gold. Magilla is the walking content of this technical timeout.
true.
Why does he have a towel on his legs?
That's what I was thinking as well. Like,
You know what? I don't want to know the answer after the measurement.
some
thing.
questions shouldn't be asked.
I don't want to know the answer. All I'm
he's
saying
just
is,
like-
if that towel raises up, I'm quitting.
Wait for him to get some headshots.
No, no.
Oh god.
I want to see McGill and James on the same team. I think they'll get on well enough.
This is the kind of play you want to have in an exhibition match, not these like Danish players who take it super seriously. Shout out to Copenhagen Flames one time. Now you've got two mouse pads. One you're using for putting a glass of water on. The things that gamers will do to avoid just buying a good-looking coaster. Oh? Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. That's not very good, is it?
God. Well, let's see. Does he have any more? Yeah. He's opening stickers. Do we get a goal?
Whoa.
Right.
Oh, all right. He's realized that this might be an exercise in futility. No, it's not. I'm gonna get one for sure this time. I'm a coming for you. Where are you, my little capsule?
As long as he has more capsules, might as well keep.
Where are
opening
you, my
more.
little capsule? Come on.
Nope.
Ah. Oh. Time is resumed. He's realized it as well. And we are going to get into the second round. Goddamn.
All right. For those of you that are just joining in and have been here for a couple of minutes, because it has been a while, this is round number 2 of the second map of the game between Bondi and Unity. It's a winners matchup in Group C. Here at the LORGAR Rankings Close Qualifier, winner of this one will go over into the play-ins, a double elimination bracket to fight for a spot into the LORGAR Ranking Season 1, which is going to be a 50k LAN event in Barcelona, happening on the 25th and 26th of April. Bondi did win map 1, which was Dust 2, their own map pick. And now we're on Inferno, which was picked by the Czech side. Bondi did get the pistol, which was to some extent a sign of fate. And Fate did have its play in it, because Marisko did get disconnected in a 4v4 post plan for Unity, making it a 3v4, thus Bondi winning it. But the force buy is coming in for Unity.
Frel.
Oh.
Okay.
They felt the nade. They couldn't break the smoke. Now the bomb's been dropped.
And Rel's made a lot of money off the back of it. Unity's force buy suddenly feels incredibly dry. Marisco, back in it he goes. Magilla finds him turned away. I mean, could not be better. No smokes over here. Rel's just going to push forward and force him down and out. This is good money coming through for Bondi, as they will be able to save most of their rifles moving into that next round. And they'll have an anti-eco to try and make quick work off.
Unity are looking a little bit checked out at times. It's one of these teams where some weird moments just occur out of nowhere, and they stop them in important rounds, but you can definitely see the potential. Issue is now you've allowed Bondi to start off potentially in a 3-0 fashion. Looking forward to seeing where the 4 HEs will go. You could nade car, you could nade sandbags. There's 3 of them towards the car. No one to welcome though. And they will get a couple in response. They should get farmed up.
Rel's out and about. He's owing these fields, having a good time. Usman's there as well. 3-0 stop. Bondi could not answer better.
Yeah, and Usman gets a 4-piece, by the way. He was one of the multi-kill demons on Dust 2, especially in towards that B-bomb side on the CT side for the side of Bondi. The stand-in for Smuya, going for the swing on the back of the flash. Able to get a triple with the M4. One more on the USB. Good work coming out of Bondi so far. First buy round out of Unity, though, and this is where things should get a little bit more interesting. Bondi win this one cleanly. Unity's in a whole lot of trouble, but if Neofrag can go pick it up, then we might have a game on our hands.
Mikey's really wanting to go for this HE pop again. No, he pushes through the smoke while not clearing out inside. Flash will be dodged. Streakin gets 2. He just cannot be defeated. Immovable. Out on Banana. Neofrag, you've got the bomb. You have to be very careful.
They just didn't recognize the timing. They threw one molly in towards Banana, and towards Car, and they just thought, okay, no one would have pushed past it, right? They just didn't recognize that Mikey didn't have the first spawn on the T side, and that there could have been someone on the CT side to have the first spawn, thus to be a little bit quicker than Mikey.
That's big, because now suddenly it's going to be a 1 versus 2 for Magilla over here as well, and measuring tape or not, he's going to have to try and come through,
nice
measure
flash.
out these angles. Very nicely done. Perlitten with a flash to help is going to make it look easy.
Yeah, it was great. It was the jiggle for Magilla to get the information. You might have thought he actually slowed it down and peeked too wide after that, but he just waited for the flash to come through. Both of them fully blinded. He gets the first kill on the player that was blindsided looking towards the arch. Second player couldn't see a thing.
Oh, Perlitten is going to be able to get the headshot onto Neofrag as well. He's happy to lose his MP9 on top of it all. Even if that next round would have been still some farming capabilities, you can now just pick up the rifle coming into round number 5. Bondi, you couldn't ask for a better start on your enemy's map pick.
Yeah, Unity are looking very, very rushed. It's kind of like they're doing some things a little bit randomized. Feels like they know what they want to do, but the execution is lacking a little bit. We see the tactical timeout. I do feel like it's one of these teams where the idea is there. It could be a good idea. It could work out, but sometimes it doesn't really feel like everyone's aligned. Everyone's on the same page with how things should be executed, you know? So even if the calls of Neofrag are good, which of course we can't really know because things are just getting annihilated in the midst of everything happening, but in reality it's not too bad to let the CTs take control in towards Banana, then retake it later on. The base idea is not it's not terrible, is where I'm going with this, but the execution is far from optimal, and this is something you need to focus on a little bit. You've been able to get 5 kills over 4 rounds of action across all 5 of your players, and both Magilla and Usman have 5 as well.
Not the best of numbers for reassurance if you're looking for it. Streakin pushes forward, waiting for them to come through. Hello and goodbye. Streakin, where's there's one, there's 2. Streakin just having a ball.
Short walk. That's for sure. Gambling on. Magilla's got it covered. Kefita gets taken down. It's another round where they just get absolutely mowed down. Neofrag a little bit fortunate that the Molotov does get extinguished. And yet, a 2 versus 5. They technically do get a 2v2 on the B-bomb side, which is terrifying. It's just the layout of the map, how it works. But you need to be very clinical in these entries, and both these CTs are just going to be playing for the information. They have the utility to delay.
Osman starts to rotate back out towards the B-bomb side over here as well, and a boost up for Neofrag is where they're searching for high ground, but this is not Star Wars. Nor is it Dota. High ground doesn't feel particularly helpful over here. They will have to back off to try and save this AK-47. Now they're committing down to this. And of course, trying to have your money all together, it's useful, but the rest of Neofrag's team can buy over here regardless. So with 10 seconds left on the clock, there's reason to try and save. That reason is going to then be secure. Neofrag can move out of there back towards spawn, and they will have a buy around this AK in the next round. He also has enough money to be able to get utility as well.
Yeah, this defense is looking very, very decent. You do hold on to the AK, which is not too bad of an ordeal, but again, just walking through the smoke, streak and playing up in front, able to punish. Magilla catches that timing in towards short. Everything is just falling into place so nicely for Bondi. And let's not forget, this is not a proper team. This is a mix of players, but they have been playing like a proper team. And if you want to start playing like a proper player, get ready to play with LORGAR. Go and check them out, of course. The people responsible for this entire tournament happening, the main people behind it, alongside StarLadder. And you can take part in a giveaway of 30 prizes from LORGAR, only for LORGAR Rankings viewers. A gaming PC chair, racing cockpit, and much more. You can follow the link in the chat. He did get the kill. Ooh. All right.
Oh, indeed.
There's one more player on B.
They have to go back for the bomb, and that's actually what's going to help them out. It's going to be an A-side commitment.
Is it helping him out, though?
No way.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Magilla should know they don't have the bomb. He definitely does. He's just gonna keep searching for it in towards the spawn. He's walked right over it. Did he see it?
He doesn't clock it.
Maybe he did on the minimap.
I don't think you do unless it actually enters your field of vision.
Now he's heard the steps. He's 100% heard Morisco. Does Morisco go B? He does. Magilla's heard it. He knows. At least
he can't hurry up. He can't accelerate.
Seconds. Smoke will confirm it, so now he can run for a little bit, but we'll still need to shift to make sure that he doesn't give away the sound cue. How does Morisco want to play this? He's going back B. He's going back
already here. He's got the angle. Magilla gets the kill as well. Oh my days. Woozy, what more can you ask? Don't answer picking up the bomb, okay? Like, I get it. You can ask that. That's actually pretty fair ask. You know what? You can ask for more.
It's not getting better. It really isn't getting any better for Unity. A 6-0 start. You get all the kills across the map, but you're not ready for the last player on B, and you just go back for the bomb, and you didn't really know where Magilla could have been. You waste a little bit of time waiting behind the smoke. He gets the kill, and he just plays you like a fiddle. Mikey had to register a kill. Kefita on 1 frag. Woozy, Neofrag, and Morisco combining for 10 kills. But the entire lineup of Unity has 11. This is 6 rounds in. They're getting almost 2 kills per round on average as a team. Quite far from where you want to be on that T side.
Putting it lightly. You need to feel like they're just asking for some sort of mistake to be made more than anything else. And Marisco's got his knife out. He's going to be caught out by Magilla, who's just... He's untouchable. He's 9-1 in 6 rounds. He's rotating back. He's expecting that to be a solitary lurker. Now, that could be the error to finally exploit, but that still relies on speed.
It's still a good setup. They still have the crossfire, and there's a bunch of players low on HP on Unity. 35 seconds they have to go, and Magilla just now starts rotating back because of the R smokes.
Flashes will alert him to the idea that this is still going to be an A-side hit, but they're being cautious. Streakin comes in for the rotate late. He's got an incendiary as well. If need be, Magilla pushes through the smoke. You just cannot touch this man right now. They don't lose a single player.
This is so clean. It's absolutely shocking, by the way. This game was supposed to be, if a 2-0 in favor of Unity, especially with Smuya not being here, with Bondi being a mixed team. But it's the Lithuanian and one Latvian in the mix, absolutely torturing the Czechoslovakian team on the server today. This is infernal. This is their bread and butter for Unity. The bread and butter of NeoFrag as well. Mikey 0-7, Kavita 1-7. It's not the fact that they're losing the rounds, it's the fact that they can't even get the frags. They can't even make them relatively close.
And this is just Exhibit A. Magilla again coming in from behind. Woozy, another multi-kill coming through from him. Last time it was 3. This time still a chance to find it, especially if there's going to be a push through the smoke like it. Woozy's making noise, waiting for the push to come through. Solid on the headshot, looking for the ace with a bomb picked up and plenty of time. CTs do at the very least feel the idea this could go wrong, but for Rel, that idea doesn't even cross his mind.
A 1 versus 5 clutch would have been one way to get your team on the board. It was a good attempt coming out of Uzi. Definitely the closest they've been to winning a round, but look at the shutdown again. Preladon deploys the smoke, Magilla just lets them cross, gets a double. It's a nice attempt out of the Opera on the Digo and the AK. And at this point, you just need a miracle. You need the stars to align. You need the moon to turn red.
Okay. I'll start working on it, I guess.
Talking about the moon?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I meant the other moon. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
That's fine.
I was gonna hold my breath for a very long time and see if they went around.
You can try it. Maybe it works.
Okay.
Oh, God. All right, he's gone now. He's,
I can't cast and hold my breath at the same time. Sorry,
is that holding?
I tried.
Is that you holding your breath, or is that the F1 car getting its tears?
I'm holding my breath and
It's
trying to
just a
cast at
tire
the same time, Ted. Gotta do what we're paid to do over here, and Unity right now don't look like they're getting a lot of money out of this one. Streaking. Another big kill out of Banana and a flashbang where he's just backed off, doesn't even try to play with the fire of spraying through the smoke. Magilla's pushing forward again. And at this point, Kafida, he does have an advantage. It's not quite a perfect one. Magilla still has time to be able to turn around with the way his cross is going. Oh, God, no. Prelid, and this time it could not be worse for Kafida. He's going to be caught with the smoke in his hand. Prelidin peeks forward, but Kafida backs off. I don't know if the smoke trajectory would have been spotted, but with Prelidin clearing out middle, they can at least guarantee this is going to be a 2-man setup on the B-bomb site to try and defend. Prelidin again coming in from behind.
He's heard everything. They just need to try and delay. He's gonna be so quick. Woozy's thinking about it though. This is a big kill. Do they want to go back?
No, they don't.
All right.
They get it done with a team ace. It's the power of friendship, Ted. I knew holding my breath would work.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. They just needed a change of tires. That's it.
Yeah.
Is the classic Counter-Strike source. Fun fact, by the way. Bar the fact that obviously this entire event is presented by LORGAR, and we're all ready to play. A couple of days ago, Dust2 turned 25 years old. March 2001 is when Dust2 came out.
That would have been a very fun fact.
Yeah.
If you told me on Dust 2.
Oh yeah, you know what? We were actually there. Yeah, I
exactly.
kind of forgot about it. When I saw CS Source, I just thought old Counter-Strike, and my mind connected the dots.
Okay. CTs do give up a fair bit of control out towards Banana. Okay, that's a lot of fire.
Flash in. Neo frag's dead. Anti-flash Mikey. Good refrag. Uzi's still low on HP though, so you would argue that the CTs are in a relatively better position. And they still have a decent amount of U2. Rel's got another smoke to replenish. McGillis arriving on the rotation with an HE and a flash. That HE could be, if placed well, massive. It's decent.
Well, at least it's sizable.
Yeah, something.
Maybe not massive.
Is he leaving? He is.
They don't have any Archer's presence, and that's what he's trying to make up for. With the smoke down, they think Rel can hold on to this one, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. Molotov lined up from Uzi. Comes over to his exact position. Rel forced to relocate away. Magilla with a flashbang over, out, and outs out Rel, even if it's not going to be a flashed up player. The rest of the team can't refrag quite as quickly. Magilla brings it back to a 3 versus 2, and with both Kafida and Woozy being worse for wear, Kafida loses most of his life as well. This is going to come down to straight headshots for the AKs, otherwise no way of winning this round. And Woozy, well, he's about to find that fact out. Usman, quick to close and bring them up to 9 for Bondi.
This is looking like a very, very quick game. Can't even believe it after yesterday, by the way. We might actually get a 2-0 here. And it's a 2-0 for Bondi as well. Who would have thought that one was coming? In a group with Unity and the Basement Boys. Bondi playing the Basement Boys in the first game. Besting them in such a tough and long game. But actually dominating them on Ancient. And then going into the winners matchup of Group C. A 13-8 on Dust 2 against Unity on map 1. This one could be even uglier. Nice nade.
That's a lot of footsteps, and that's a very nice nade back over as well.
They've got 4 players on B right now, by the way.
It's really not getting better over here for the T side, but maybe they can just overrun. 4 players on B just means more players to kill. Also means more players to fight back. Kafido decides he'd rather not have.
They're running back on
ladder to
W.
deal with.
This is audible. McGillis heard him. He can just push behind the smoke. They know it's A now.
There's also a lot of utility over here for Predator if he wants to use it. Kafida is so convinced that everyone was out over towards B, and he's going to lose his life over here. Preledin, easy freebie on the first. The second fights back, and Neofrag does more than that, makes it a 1 versus 1. Magilla, the untouchable man, is about to be hoodwinked though. Magilla, oh my god! It's a 1v1, dude. He could just come out from the side of the smoke and kill you. You've got an M4A1.
I'm not sure if you realized what he did, but he was running all the way. He ran full W through short. I think this is when Neofrag starts pushing the smoke, but he wanted to push it on shift. He thought that maybe Magilla would stop for a second. Magilla was running all the way. He had no intentions of hiding where he was coming from. He was just playing this one full W and just spamming him through the smoke. This is how much confidence they're playing with right now. And it's a team effort, but Magilla's putting on an absolute shift and a half. He's 15-4. Look at the size of him now.
He's huge. Bring out the measuring tape again.
Absolutely massive.
See, he's being nice to you, Ted. Because now you can't see the towel.
I think I prefer it that way.
Yeah, exactly. He's being nice.
Yeah.
He's a gentleman. 10-1. This is Unity's map pick.
Really is. And it could be a 13-1. It's a 10-1 CT side so far. Unity are just collapsing. Yet to have a player on double-digit kills. Mikey's going to inhale another big HE, and Neofrag burned down to a crisp. Another molly on top of Mikey. Decides to power through, and yeah, it might be time to back off. Banana control once again established for the CT side.
Smoke out towards the apartments. Bundy are already recommitting back over to the B bomb site because they're so convinced this is not going to be an A finish.
And they were doing this without an opener, by the way. I just realized it. I mean, I know McGill has opened before, but Rew oped on the first map. McGill is opening on Inferno. Oping just doesn't matter, man.
What matters more than the op is the vibes, and right now they are vibing it through. McGilla stays here. When he loses there's multiple players, he can't get the flick, and look, the tag's nice and all, but it's still a 5 versus 2. And both CTs being split up, simultaneous op kills coming out for the T side. Unity get 2.
Yeah, Neofrag's trying to hype up the boys, by the way. You saw his reaction there. He's a bit happy that they were able to pick up a round. It's good that he is doing his best to try and, you know, keep them present, keep them believing that this is all possible. Whether it's really possible, well, this is an entirely different idea, but it's just a good sign for the IGL that he doesn't seem to lose fate.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta lie. That's a happy chicken. Chicken.
Who doesn't love some good old chicken?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Vegas don't love it.
Well, I mean, they do
well,
love it,
no, they do, in a different
way.
way.
They really love it.
Yeah.
They love it more than anyone else does.
Oh, I doubt that.
Okay.
I think I love it more.
All right. I believe you. 4-11 for Mikey, and listen, that's not to disparage him. The rest of his teammates' scores aren't looking like the best either. But it doesn't fill you up with hope for this 1 versus 1. Bondi are taking their sweet time with it, and that time just gets sweeter and sweeter by the second and by the kill.
Even the way that they're walking into some of these angles is like, it's like you're sometimes, you know, when people are not putting the effort to jiggle something or to strafe into a peak, they just walk in on shift, which especially in CS2 is just very easy to punish.
You know what they say, man, these peaks don't jiggle, they fold, and Keyfeeder is doing well over here regardless, pushes out into the open. Marisco, USB looked pretty on the first one, but first is not enough. It's still a 3 versus 2, and the CTs have been boxed in underneath shelter. Woozy will fall, and with Keyfeeder revealing his position, Usman is there to quickly close out. 11-2, Bondi take the pistol.
I think it's been a while since I've seen a team with so many Lithuanian players actually play that well. This could be a revelation for the Lithuanian scene.
Yeah.
In general, the Baltics have spent a little bit of time without, you know, serious representations in the form of more than 1 or 2 players from the same country. I think as of right now, the only maybe one of the teams that you're going to be thinking about is probably, I don't know, Semperfi with Keenan Shady that is playing on a remotely higher level.
It's the first time I've heard Semperfi being referred to as the Baltic team, but yeah, they do have a lot of representation in there, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, in general, they are one of the best Australian, if not the best Australian team right now.
For sure.
Yeah.
Of course, Baltics might not have representation when it comes to, you know, the Counter-Strike scene at all times, but what they do have representation is having LORGAR, because we've got Baltic Data, which is the official partner of LORGAR in Latvia, and you can click the banner below the stream and take advantage of an exclusive offer only for LORGAR rankings viewers.
Hell yeah. Sign up to that giveaway, baby.
Ooh, yeah. This is a lot of noise being made by the T side, but it feels like they've been making noise all game long. And Molotov that is sent into the face of 3, that is It's a little bit egregious, but Preledin is hoping that he can still find recovery. It's a 1 versus 2, and he might not have the bomb, but he's got information on the first. And well, not just information, brings it back to a 1v1, pushes out through the smoke, will be able to recover the bomb. And with Neofrag only having an MP9 to pick up en route, Preledin didn't really want to load down to find the exact place where the bomb was, also just clearing out everything that he can, and that process betrays him.
That was a little bit tricky. It was a 1v4 for Preledin initially. He's still able to get 3 kills, which is going to keep the CT side economy at bay a little bit. These need to go for a force buy though. This is a bit of an open door for Unity. I know they're far away and it's a little bit ludicrous at this point to be considering a comeback, but they can at least make it a little bit more competitive from here on out. An opportunity has been provided, an open window if you will. How do they want to approach this? Now, they don't have a single flash and they've already lost streak, and they have 1 more smoke and they've been peppered by utility and bullets. Marisco, careful now. Able to stop that Tech 9 of Usman.
I'm still worried about this round regardless, because Mikey's out in the open and there's a lot of players peeking into him. Preledin with a deagle. And Magilla doesn't reveal. I don't think Neofrag knows what's going on with Magilla's position. Magilla backs off. He's found some safety, and Marisco's on an island, but he's got elevation.
Oh no.
With the lighthouse there, Magilla picks up another one. Bomb gets planted down. Preledin recovers the M4, and he's got his chance now for his big moment that was denied in the previous round. Neofrag. Smoke is down. Rel with the deagle will use it to reposition. Rel's happy for this smoke. He's on 4 HP. That gives him space to come back over. And Preledin, I mean, peeks forward, loses his life for it, but he does enough damage when Neofrag is in 1 bullet territory. Rel's inside the smoke, and Neofrag doesn't have time anymore to get the defuse. He knows it as well. He'll have to back off.
The defuse kit was up and towards the apartments.
2 in a row.
Yeah, the defuse kit has dropped in apps. Look at it on the minimap. He couldn't pick it up. It was too uncomfortable, even though he gets the kill. And Rel will even go down to the bomb, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all. That was just pistols, and they just can't seem to catch a break right now, Unity. They can't even make it a little bit less annoying of a score. A little bit less disappointing. Look at some of these shots from the pistols. The 1 deke as well coming out of Preledin, who's been so laser sharp. Magilla getting his piece of the pie on long. Yeah, that's him.
He's right.
That's the big Tech 9 energy.
It's true. 16 and 8 right now. Frag wants to push forward. Oh god, he's good for the first. Make it 2 in through the smoke. Magilla will fall as well. Bondi might be having a little bit too much fun.
I mean, it is a very funny game for them to be playing, right? Magilla's showing us what 16.9 inches of pure firepower look like. 9 rounds ahead. Even if they do lose this one, in reality, they will get many opportunities to close. Scout misses, and they should be able to deal with this one very easily. Streakin will still try and make it a little bit expensive, but especially on the low HP he's on, just 7 points of health, should be basically impossible to get anything out of this. He might actually get a bomb plant. Yeah, that's crazy. Nope, he won't do it. Oh my goodness, no way.
Okay. I don't know what to say there, if I'm being honest.
Well, he's got a bomb plant somehow. Yeah, that reaction out of Kefira says it all. He just peeked with a molly in hand.
Okay. Just, that's all I've got, man. Okay. You kind of do want to see Bondi just go for an eco over here. Allow Unity to get 2 in a row. Well, it's a grenade that gives Rel a little bit of kick in the butt. Woozy. He's faced down by quite a few. He's got a company coming over as well, and Incendiary to make sure he cannot be overrun. Neofrag and Woozy put their minds and hearts together, but more importantly, they put their bullets together to give them their first clean round win.
All right, how far does this one go? 7 rounds the difference right now. And McGill is getting serious. Bondi inches away from that 2-0 win over Unity. That would be a massive result. For this team making their way into the play-ins, of course, there's already a couple of teams that have already done that. It was Kaleshi and Rottweilers out of Group A, Inner Circle Academy and Mixed KS coming out of Group B. This will be the 5th team out of 8 to make their way into the play-ins. And you make your way into the play-ins, you have a 50% chance to make it all the way into Barcelona and play one of the biggest LAN events for Eastern European teams there's been in a very, very long time. And all of this is VRS as well, of course.
Yeah.
So especially for a team like Bondi, especially if they want to stick together and go and embrace the Baltic's flag. Getting to participate in a LAN like this, getting the VRS points might make it easier for you to potentially look for an organization if you want to stay together. This is how some beautiful stories could be made.
Oh, yeah.
Counts for a lot of these teams that are orgless. Mix, KS, Rottweilers.
Mm-hmm. Bondi have full access after the safe bomb site. Library and Archer Smoke comes through. Mikey's feeling his world close in on itself. A flash overhead is only to delay. Gafida being measured out by Magilla. Magilla will take him down. Magilla turns around. He will be overrun by a Woozy. Puts through the smoke, but they've still lost out the sight. They've got the numbers, and that's what matters. Morisco and Woozy still bring it together. 6 on board now for Unity.
This is starting to look good from Unity. I just wonder, why did it have to go to 12 rounds for Bondi before we started seeing that form? With the quick rotations, with the good read of the situation, the cohesion between the swing through the library smoke and the art smoke as well, catching McGill off guard. The way that the side players were able to handle the situation, pit player stays alive for such a long time and just makes himself a massive threat. Neofrag has picked up the slack. Woozy's picked it up as well. Mikey's been able to recover phenomenally. He was 0-7 to begin with, now 11-16. Why did they need such a long time to start fighting back, though?
It's a question I don't have the answer to.
I don't think they have the answer to it as well.
Well, I mean, you'd like to imagine. Woozy and Neofrag have quietly picked up the numbers. Unfortunately, they're also quietly losing out their teammates. Morisco down in pit. That means that their A-side anchor is gone. Mikey, he's going to try and remedy that, try and bring something back over here. Mikey's worried, though. He's lost his life over here before. Gafida through the smoke. Good for one. Mikey gets an honor skill. The Eagles on the other side. Mikey maintains honesty and moves forward into just a couple of impressive fights.
Get ready for the 2v4 Diego.
What's going to happen?
Never mind. I meant the 1v4.
In another round.
Uzman.
Yeah.
There he goes. Okay,
Uzman?
never mind. It's a good first pickup. Mikey with a triple. Now he's 14-16, which, again, in retrospect, when you think about the start that he had, the 0-7, this is very impressive out of Mikey. It's been a very good recovery. And 5 rounds now, standing between that potential comeback and the side of Unity. A nice find out of Magilla. They still keep on landing some nice shots, but as you pointed out, for a couple rounds, it felt like they were having too much fun. You'd want to see them maybe kill the tempo a little bit with a tactical timeout, slow things down, play a little bit more conservatively. And by that, we mean just proper utility. Not play not to lose, but just get refocused, back on track. Popping through the mid-smoke. Which side are they taking? There should be a flash for this. Are they just going to fade it? I think they're just fading.
They have to be very concerned, but they rely on their firepower, and that reliance will pay off. There's still a player on the side. They should know it as well. Marisco coming up from up top. Good for one. Make it two. Marisco, what a spray transfer. Worried about what's coming around the corner, and he should be. A quick smoke out to Moto. That might be going a little bit off the mark. I think there might be a small gap on the left side, but maybe not.
Oh, this is a good molly. Predator can now go boiler. That slowed down the short players, and because of the Molotov and the player on the bomb side, they might not be ready for the boiler presence.
And I think they've cleared it over here as well. Neofrag does double check it just in case. There's going to be an incendiary over here as well. Predator backs off and away. He knows it's all down to Rel, and he needs to give that back up fast. Rel can't keep himself alive. A smoke is down, and the bomb is not planted. Out for apartments. Predator can't do anything about it. It is 8 now for Unity. Dear God, tell me we're not having another one of these big comebacks.
It really feels like we are, doesn't it? I mean, and this is all on Marisco. They deal with the long player. It's a 1-for-1. Unfortunate for Magilla to be the one going down from behind, but then Marisco's able to claim a double kill. This is the real difference maker. Look at that. 1 HP tag onto the first player. Spray transfers onto the second. Goes back to finish off the first that he started. Things are looking very, very good. And Predator, he's going to be a little bit frustrated. Boiler player, he overplayed his hand a little bit. If he waits a little bit longer, maybe he's able to catch them off guard. Slowly but surely, this will start getting a little bit more intense for Bondi. Because now you probably feel like you could lose the map. Now you feel like this could go to OT. Which was not really the case quite a couple minutes ago.
Okay. A little bit of spice out from Woozy. Bondi are going to lose this. Or at least this is going to overtime, Ted. I feel like I should make that declaration early. It doesn't seem that earlier anymore. There's going to be a 3-round lead for Bondi after this one. One of which is going to be a bad buy. Maybe even 2 of which are going to be bad buys. This is practically a 1-gun round game.
It's such a big change between Unity's level before and now. It feels like it's a different team. It feels like both teams are just different. Uzi should have this one easily, and Kefita's there for the second. 9 rounds on the board. Unity keep moving closer and closer. Damn. They could make it work. What was that? A 12-3. Now a 12-9. And as you said, it could be just a 1-buy round game. Now, if they plant the bomb in one of the rounds that they lose, they will have buys again, at least twice more. But it's the half buy here. Tech-9's utility. A little bit of B presence. Magilla playing ahead of the Uso. Neofrag, gotta be careful as the damage doesn't quite get the kill, and Magilla's able to chase him away.
The double apartment setup over here for Unity that will persist is also going to make it even more difficult to find anything for Predator, and he's going to be effectively useless in the rest of this round. The hit comes through. Paladin's job over here is to try and force rotations away. Mikey's certainly considering it, but he's still caught in 2 mines. That's a good grenade. I'm surprised it doesn't find Magilla, but either way, they might be happier with the 60 points of damage it does to Rel.
Ooh, felt the burst smoke.
Still sails out. Gefida never looked this easy for him. 4 quick kills found, and maybe the ace. It is the ace. It's an anti-force buy, but in a world where It's been few and far between for Unity as far as highlights are concerned. We'll take this one, and they take double digits.
They're even failing utility now, Bondi. Things are crumbling. You see that smoke that falls in towards first? That was supposed to be a rune smoke. This is how bad some of the things have been. Ooh. Losing presence of mind. The flashes come in a little bit too early. Not a single player in towards the bomb site actually gets blinded or is close to being blinded. Things are falling apart. You don't want to lose this map from a 12-3 lead.
See. You don't want to, but you might not have a choice in it. HE sales pass. I'm surprised it doesn't do more damage. Neofrag manages to avoid everything. Stop Usman, watches out. This has to be very careful. He himself is low enough that a grenade just finishes him off. If it lands anywhere close to him. Speaking of grenades, damage continues.
He's just tormenting them with the HEs. And he's got another one. There's one more that's going to go in towards the car. Neofrag going to go for the fight with the flash. Usman playing anti will be able to find our refrag. A 1-for-1 to begin with. Another resmoke coming in though, and Usman will pick up that Yuto from the body of Neofrag. This is actually quite important. You still have Preladon poking and prodding in towards that A bomb site, not seeing anything. And the CTs have divided their defenses to in towards that B bomb site. That's going to be Mikey and Kefida. They don't have any more utility left though, just the one flash on Mikey.
Usman and Magilla's HP being where it is, this could very quickly be a 2 versus 4 cleanup crew on this B bomb site. Mikey, sure, it's just the one flash, but he doesn't deploy it in time. That actually might end up helping him more than it hurts. Quick flash through, Rel is delayed. A couple of HEs still left for this D side. If they use them to try and take down Kefida, that could be their best way of trying to get something out of this round. But with a bomb now being dropped, trade is secured. Deep nade flies through. Mikey is not going to be caught by it too hard. It's Usman who's actually been spotted because of the grenade. They can't make their way over to the bomb and plant it in time. Rel's already lost this round. Unity are on 11. This is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Why would you nade that? It doesn't matter. Round has already been won by Unity.
But the time runs out. It's actually the nade to break the smoke that even tags down the planter further. And you know this player is in towards ruins. It's just so risky to be planting default like this. And for everyone else to be playing that passively, you needed to cover your teammate, even if that means risking your own life for the bomb to go down. That was a 12-3 lead. And they've lost 8 in a row. Number 9 will mean overtime on Inferno. And we might actually be going to a third map.
There's so many HEs out on Banana. It feels like a Michael Jackson song.
More like a Bruno Mars.
Could they catch a grenade for him?
Yeah.
But what about the hee-hee?
It is a classic though, yeah.
Woozy. Oh man, this is worrisome. If Neofrag gets taken down over here and Archers is unlocked, Woozy isn't the player to do much about it, even if he's got the op. It's very quickly going to be flashed off. Now the benefit is Bondi. I just noticed they've only got one flash.
They can just molly Neofrag out of position.
Do they want to? They want to go for the beat. They want to go out for the push forward. They're not checking this. They're not checking Cubby. He's got an A4. He gets one. That's more than he ever should. But with Ruzi missing his shot means they've still got a chance. Back into it they go. Is this how Unity's comeback will fall short?
There's
11 to 12 with a bomb being planted. A smoke in their way. Where there's one, there's two. And Usman cornered in. Covered off by Magila. Kefida down and out. And Mikey doesn't have a chance. You can't wallbang that, Mikey. You can't wallbang it. 13-11. Bondi will escape the jaws of defeat. Even if they were up for the entire game.
They make it into the play, and who would have thought the first team out of Group C to make it out into the double elimination bracket would be the mixed team, even without Smuya. 4 Lithuanians, 1 Latvian. Magilla, the only one to be playing consistently on HOTV throughout the last couple of months out of this lineup, but they take down Unity in a 2-0 fashion, 12-3 up. They close out the map 13-11 on the back of a massive mishap in the final round of competition. Bondi with a big result going through this group.
I mean, the idea that Usman steps up as much as he does over here as well is very nice to see. But look at this, dude. They've got 3 players from Unity in the top 5 kills. That should tell you everything you need. Unity couldn't get a kill. Like 5 rounds in, they had, I think, about 1 kill per round across their entire 5 players, something ridiculous like that. You talked about how when their entire team had 5 kills, there were 3 different players on the Bondi side who had at least 5 as well. Preposterous comeback attempt, but it's just an attempt at the end of the day, and they just couldn't make up for that huge gap that Bondi managed to create early on.
Yeah, it's very disappointing, I feel like, for Unity, even though they're not out of the event, and obviously they will have an opportunity to still make it into the play-ins. The fact that they needed such a long time to start playing this brand of Counter-Strike that we did see towards the end of the CT side. With the cohesion, with the good rotations, where the communication was clean, where individuals felt very, very much alive. Banana control was working out. Neofrag was destroying them with utility. Woozy was having highlight after highlight with the OP as well. It just felt like they needed too long to wake up. And maybe that was the case on the second map. On the first one, they woke up early and then they went absent. Bondi do capitalize on it, meaning Unity will be playing against the winner of Qualifier and Basement Boys for a potential spot in the play-in.
Bondi also will have a couple of days to now level up a little bit more with this current 5. Obviously, Usman just coming in over here as they move forward to that double elimination. There's a very solid chance for them to actually make through. Remember, top 4 go forward. This isn't like a one-team qualifier or anything like that. So Bondi, if they don't start feeling the possible outcomes that can come through, then I don't know what would. But coming up next, it's going to be ASTRAL versus HYPERSPIRIT for Group D. This is the first thing that we've sent forward into the play-in. ASTRAL and HYPERSPIRIT want to fight for the chance of being the second from Group D. Of course, for Group A and B, we've already sent calls the Rottweilers in a Circle Academy and Mix KS. So there is going to be a lot more action where that came from. Remember, this isn't all going to be qualifying matches today, though. We've also got an elimination matches in DALUYONG versus Drama eSports. That's Group D's elimination. But first of all, we've got to be sending another team into the play-ins. Coming up next, it's ASTRAL versus HYPERSPIRIT in about 15 minutes or so. Make sure you're coming back in for that action. almost comebacks coming through over here in our second map, but we've got to get into our second series of the LORGAR ranking comes brought to you in collaboration with StarLadder. We're going forward to Group D, Ted, and now we have to send another team forward into the play-ins. It's already Bondi making their way over, the unlikely, unexpected result, but now ASTRAL and HYPERSPIRIT, what's likely, what's expected? I don't know, you tell me.
It's very difficult to say. I mean, the only game we have on record between those two is from the 26th of February, and that was the Dracula Season 5, and this is when ASTRAL were still a primarily Latvian team, and they beat HYPERSPIRIT on LAN in the 2-0 fashion. It was a very close game, though, 13-9 on Anubis, 16-14 on Mirage. Ever since, though, for both teams, things have taken a bit of a different turn. HYPERSPIRIT has been getting some better results. And then on the same side for ASTRAL, they've made a double change. They bring in Swizz, the Polish youngster, and obviously GXX with the OP. So a lot of changes for both these lineups. Both teams having a bit of a tough, I guess, reckoning yesterday in their opening games. ASTRAL taking down DALUYONG in a 2-1 fashion, but after having an 11-3 lead on Dust2, they ended up allowing the game to go into OT, and they could have closed it on Mirage as well, but again, they allowed it to go into overtime. For HYPERSPIRIT, it was a little bit of a different story against Drama, but still a bit precarious how they allowed that second map to let just slide and go away.
Yeah, it was. You gotta ask some questions, put it that way, right?
Sure.
But if that second map didn't happen, then Raga would have been amazing. Demo would have been sick. Star players would have been star players, but it did happen. So I've gone from being like, hey, HYPERSPIRIT probably 2-0s to this, to being, well, actually, I've got no idea how this is supposed to go, because now we've got two separate teams that, in winning efforts that could have probably and should have probably been easy 2-0s, let it go to 3 maps, and for ASTRAL maybe a little bit more shakiness, but you know what, we'll talk about that again later on. Let's take a look at the video over here for both of these teams and how they want to play it out.
Yeah, so there is a very logical way that this one could go. As we said, they've already played against each other, and last time around it was the Romanians that picked into a Mirage and an Anubis coming out of ASTRAL. Now, in terms of the ASTRAL pick of Anubis, I feel like this still makes a whole lot of sense. With HYPERSPIRIT, it is interesting to see if they want to switch things up, because the Mirage has been a little bit lackluster. ASTRAL actually do decide to switch it up, though. They will go for a nuke, which I think is a little bit surprising, considering that last time around they did pick an Anubis and it did go their way, and their Anubis in general has looked very, very solid. We will see the Dust2 pick come out of the side of HYPERSPIRIT, which, again, as we pointed out, I think it makes sense because the Mirage has been a little bit lackluster. And then if you're looking at the third one, this is where it gets a little bit funky, because I feel like if you're HYPERSPIRIT, you might be contemplating and thinking about a potential Mirage. And then Ancient, I guess, is on the table, but this is not something really that if you're ASTRAL you want to go with. Mirage removal out of HYPERSPIRIT, that should leave us with an Anubis.
Come on. The revelation has to come through over here. Oh, there you go, Ted. Everything you say, you've got the Midas touch, but more like the Midas word. Everything you say turns to gold. But are we going to have a golden 3 maps over here between Nuke, Dust2, and Anubis is the big question. I'm glad to see a bit of a turn away from the quote-unquote buggier maps, which has been featured in general a lot. We've not been able to see very much of Nuke, only once yesterday. And listen, we had 9 whole maps played yesterday, so you'd expect to see a Nuke in there. ASTRAL picking into this one, though, is going to be an interesting decision for them. I don't know if I think ASTRAL is going to be the best Nuke team, if I'm being honest. After what we saw from them yesterday in Mirage, after what we saw from them in Dust2, they've got some very good individually skilled players. They did not have the best comms.
One of the things when it comes down to ASTRAL, we're talking about this first map. This is actually a bit of a terrifying prospect in disguise. The side of HYPERSPIRIT just beat Gentlemates on Nuke a couple days ago on LAN, right? This is a map that HYPERSPIRIT have a pretty decent understanding on how to play. Their individuals feel good. Star players yesterday had a phenomenal showing, and this is something that you're probably going to be hoping it repeats itself. ASTRAL have one thing that is going on very well for them when it comes down to Nuke, and this is that in general they're very good at pistol rounds, right? Around 60% of the pistol rounds they play on this map, they convert, so they have very strong starts to their CT sides and their T sides. But other than that, the moment that the game goes on for a little bit longer, they do experience issues. With them, they either stop their opponents or they lose the map, has been the trend lately. And with HYPERSPIRIT starting on the CT side, it might be a little bit more difficult to stomp them straight away. With that being said, though, we're going to waste no more time diving right into that first map of the second game of the day. And Raga already opening things up with that P2K towards outside.
Well, Chicago over here finally gets his way with the squeaky door, and not just that, but another one on top of it all. HYPERSPIRIT starts off strong. Are they in a different setup, or is this just a camera angle we didn't see before? 'Cause that is sick, dude.
You know what this is? This is the LAN facility. This is the Nexus Gaming Hub in Bucharest.
That's
I don't think they
very
were there
good
yesterday because I didn't recognize it. But this is one and all fun fact. You know ASTRAL, right? The Romanian caster.
yeah. I met him actually, funnily enough.
Yeah, I've played a 1v1 against ASTRAL on these PCs that the players are playing on right now.
Did you win?
Did he win?
Did you win?
Oh, did I win? Hell yeah.
Of course you did. I played you that. You're like actually good at the game. Kind of.
To be fair, at a certain point, he just started running and shooting, and he did kill me a couple times in a row, and I was like, what the hell is going on?
That works?
And he literally told me, he literally turned around towards me. He was like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's working.
Woo! That's a headless cat. Not a very good look over there. Meow Pop. Out and about. HYPERSPIRIT. I mean, this is fantastic. They invest into 4 rifles. This is supposed to be a little bit of a riskier investment as well over here, where you're not sure if maybe you lose a few too many players coming forward. They'll keep them all alive. They keep so much utility going forward into the next round as well. This is the best you could possibly have in the second round.
All right. It is a HYPERSPIRIT 2-0 on the start, but yeah, as I said in the beginning, I feel like there's a lack of consistency when it comes down to ASTRAL, and I think a lot of these teams are maybe to some extent underestimating how much pure skill HYPERSPIRIT has on a lot of these individuals. I'd say one of the teams that I would back for a potential 2-0 even in today's matchups. That is if we don't see some of that X factor that we had out of guys like Raid 5.
Yeah.
Like Meow Pop yesterday, like Neki. Interestingly enough, GXX was not really one of the standout performers for ASTRAL. He had his moments, but it was the others. It was the youngsters that were able to make the difference in a lot of occasions.
Yeah. Incendiaries and grenades galore, but there is a player who's seated himself inside Secret. It's Swizz. I think they must have realized he's going down. Adron is certainly very committed out to the lower bomb site in case there is someone who's made their way over. Ray.
Good punish.
That's ambitious from Raga, and although I love ambition, I have to say that might not be the best way to put it out there. 5 versus 3 as ASTRAL are hoping to make their mark into the scoreboard with the first round. Neki heard that drop down as well.
Yeah. It's not silent choker. Now, important fight. He's going to be able to get a double kill. Refrag not really there though, and Adron will get dropped as well. Star players, they should know he's there. They heard him drop from heaven. Any moment now should get spotted out of the heaven player. Hasn't been seen yet. There goes the information, and Neki will be able to claim that kill. It's a triple out of Neki. He was one of the very cool players to watch yesterday, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of skill on this team. There's a lot of lack of experience, and I think it's quite obvious, but there is a bunch of very, very skilled players. And also, yeah, the Nexus Gaming Hub is quite decent. It's very cool. They do make good coffee as well. You do drink coffee, don't you?
I actually don't. I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that. I was just thinking,
because I remember there was something. I remember there was something. I think you were a tea guy, right?
I don't actually drink tea or coffee. I drink it at events just because, like, you know, if you have to stay awake, but it's not something where I know enough about it because I drink a fair bit or something. So coffee to me is just like, it's just bitter. It's just coffee.
Yeah, because I've seen you drink coffee when we worked together, but
I'm not
I think
against it.
Sure. It's just not a must thing in your day.
Yeah, it's just not one of those things where I have an opinion on it because I just haven't consumed enough.
You don't have to know enough in order to have an opinion.
Yeah, but they all
That's
just
kinda
stay
what-
the same.
Being an esports pundit is all about.
Hey, now about that one Baltic team that I've never seen, but I'm about to cast. I think they've got potential.
Yeah.
I'm giving away the secrets while Chicardo is giving away kills. Astral have always found a very steady pair of hands in Ray. Yesterday it was with the Eagles and the Pistols that he was looking spectacular.
Hello.
Right now he is looking, well, dead.
They've mollied heaven from the CT side, and Adron. Oh, why is he running? Adron, why is he making steps? Why didn't they clear him out? GXX will even get dinked by the FAMAS. Nicky does get a kill in the meantime. Demon's looking for him, but they've dropped and they're going down to B bomb side. Where's Star Players? He's already down there, but he's still lingering around Secret.
Star Players wants to peek out while the bomb's being planted right as it gets dialed in. If it was a little bit earlier, this 1v2 would have been certainly a lot more doable for Dima, but now with the bomb down, Neki and Swizz covering off his potential ascent. Neki, beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Head taken clean off.
Yeah, this was a very nice find out of Neki. 2 in a row now. CT side economy not really being on offer anymore. Following Neki, he's an interesting fella. Joined this team in July of 2025, just 20 years old. As of right now, 125 maps on HLTV. This is what we're looking at. I'm actually gonna do the... I want to see his FACEIT profile.
Win, 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 win.
There's 2 verified Nekis on FACEIT, and both of them are level
That's
10 from
ridiculous.
Estonia. How is that possible?
Man.
I do have a mutual friend with one of them. I think this is our Neki. Yep. Who is the mutual friend? How can I see that?
Open up Facebook.
Friends.
Friends.
All right.
Raga's gone over here, and this is going to be a comfortable anti-eco. There's a stack that they walk into, but it's a stack they kick over.
Astro is... They are playing ESCA main, by the way, and they're 10-4 in main. Neki is 3,962 ELO, so he's number 586 on FACEIT. He's the 4th highest rated ELO player in Estonia with 3,760 matches. Some might say rookie numbers. And he's got 14.7k hours. He's got 136.8 hours past 2 weeks, by the way. These are some respectable numbers.
Read it and weep, Bailey. I don't know why I'm bringing up a reference from 2018.
Have you ever reached 140 hours past 2 weeks?
Actually, yeah, a couple of times.
140.
Yeah, that's a 10-hour a
That's
day
a-
average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to shut down my computer when I went on vacation.
Sure.
No, I actually, the first times I got invited to LANs, I over-prepped a lot. So I did just spend like 10, 12 hours a day obsessing over demos where there's ways to do it faster. There's better ways to do it for anyone who's hoping to be a caster. Research is important, but it shouldn't all be in the game. Neutral's out and about, and Dima's been forced off by it. There's a lot of fire under his feet, but a 1-for-1
Bomb
is
dropped.
still where Chicardo can push forward, move closer to the bomb, and allow the rest of his team to come over. How has he gotten another kill? Big one of that, and with an HE to fly through, is that grenade going to give him 3? Yes, it is. The only one to find action here is Chicardo, and Star Players wants
bomb's
to be
still here.
involved as well. Bomb's never going to go anywhere, and Neki is being gunned down, chased away. Neki doesn't even know how to go into that smoke right now. Oh, Star Players is rotating. He's reading into this being a B-side finish, but this is a slow rotation. Ramp is a very long journey. Neki is planting out in the open and going back to Squeaky.
6 bullets.
There's no way he wins this one. With his low HP, he's over-taught it, and Chicardo, what a hero's effort in trying to hold down that site, man. But that hero really desperately needed a sidekick.
I think it was Raga that tried to go up the vent there to support his teammates and maybe offered him a way out, but the bomb gets dropped. It's just the smoke that Neki had that makes it so weird for star players. He couldn't even reload. Felt like if he hits the reload on the upper bomb side, then Neki's just gonna fly up the vent and get the kill. If he hits the reload in lobby, Neki has all the information, so he had to play this one with 6 bullets on low HP. As you said, it was a good attempt coming out of Chocordal to actually deal with this. But Neki's been so clutch for this Astro team. This time, Star Players' TV is off. That's a step in the right direction. You know what I do wonder? I wonder where that Astro bootcamp is and why do they have the LORGAR PCs and everything?
You know what? Someone did tweet us yesterday whose bio said that he's the coach of Astral.
It's Toys Era, yeah.
It might be worth messaging him.
I mean, maybe not now because he's in game.
Five sevens, 5-7, 5-7, a lot of 5-7. HYPERSPIRIT are yet to break through in any round past the first two. All of that money they'd managed to build up now seems insignificant. Meow Pop. Peek in over here would be a dangerous proposition. And it's a proposition he's dealt with very, very quickly. Meow Pop, 2 big entries in against the half-buy. Considering how many rounds we saw being filled versus the 5-7s, don't make any mistake, that is just as important as any other round.
I am trying to still find the destination of their bootcamp, by the way. I am browsing through the feed. I think it might be in Latvia because they did play the Riga LAN, right? They might still be there.
And it makes sense because actually LORGAR, the sponsor for the LORGAR ranking company, the primary sort of company that's helping make this happen, they have an official partner in Latvia called Baltic Data. You can click the banner below the stream to take advantage of the exclusive offer available only for LORGAR rankings viewers. And maybe that's why they could be in Latvia, because there's Baltic Data there. You know what would be pretty cool? If, like, sort of gear manufacturing companies, bear filters and everything, if they just had boot camps around the world. Like, can you imagine, like, if LORGAR just had, like, sick boot camps in every country you went to? You can just go play there on their PCs and be like, whoa, this is awesome. I want to buy this, actually. Guys, I'm ready to be hired by your marketing team. Drop me a line on Twitter.
You know what? If they do make a bootcamp somewhere in Sofia and Bulgaria, I'll do it for free.
Chicago's gone.
Please don't clip that. But yeah, he is gone. And he's been the multi-kill machine for this HYPERSPIRIT side so far. Astro have started this one very, very well. 5-2 lead. Opening kill into round number 8. This could be 6 rounds on the T side already. Dima moving towards the back of the smoke. And they've just slowed things down. They're waiting for a CT side reaction right now. And this is not bad at all. They've got the re-smokes for the default wall in towards the outside. Molotov to slow them down. But it doesn't really feel like they wanted to go secret either way. Never mind. Actually, they'll just wait it out. Waiting out the HE as well. Star players won't see a thing.
Astral is going to find the kill on the star players as well on top of it all, so you can't even start to rotate away. Raga, 1 kill on the op is nice, but that rotation power for the op is going to be completely missing. HYPERSPIRIT at this point. With the kill on Neki, maybe there's a reason to go and contest this, actually. The lack of the kill is still concerning, but they will pick one up on the way. Raga is just hightailing it back to save, though. He's not having any conversations about this at all. Astral is running away with this a little bit, and I feel a sense of regret right now, Ted. Because I came into this saying, I don't know if Astral's a nuke team. They're a nuke team, buddy.
You know what's the thing? First of all, I think they're disciplined. Second of all, I think we are seeing a little bit more certainty out of some of the individuals. Because we did discuss it yesterday. With a lot of these younger teams where players are less known and they're not the recycled names that we know from the scene, like GXXs that have been around for a while and have played on multiple teams. With some of these guys, they will be very skilled, but at times it would be difficult to actually see that skill on show because of the lack of experience. And maybe at times, you know, not reading situations well, communication not being as clear, making some micro mistakes that stop them from showcasing their potential. I think in this game so far on that T side, we've not seen as many of these moments where people are just distracted, and that will happen for young players. They will get distracted. I know the counter argument is these are professional players, they shouldn't be, you know, making such silly mistakes, but it is the most normal thing in the world when you're a youngster. But if you don't make the mistakes, even if it does feel a little bit volatile, you can still play dominant Counter-Strike.
Right.
Oh god.
Once again, finding Shakar, though. That last line of resistance. Well, it's going to be a line in the sand, very quickly erased. The bomb is back in T-spawn, so for the CTs, if you can find a kill over here, maybe that chaos will be useful. Raga is now incredibly concerned. He doesn't want to be in a position where he loses out on a kill, but he also doesn't feel comfortable staying here now that that door's been opened up. Raga with a
nice kill.
Rifle barrel exposed will be given a free equalizer. Smoke down.
Probably not what you wanted to do was break the door there, by the way. Usually it's very good to put pressure on the A players, but especially because they knew there was a player lurking in towards the back of the smoke and that it was Ray. The Opera was just ready. Star players will drop one missed opportunity from GXX to get that refrag. It's a very difficult shot towards the back of Config on the headshot angle, though, onto Star players. Raga just keeps on racking them up.
Tima comes in from behind as well, and it feels like HYPERSPIRIT will not just get around, they'll get one incredibly cleanly. So with 4 players kept alive, their chances at recovering this half at least become a viable discussion. But Astral, no matter what happens at this point, they do have more than enough rounds of this T sign. We're already walking into bonus round territory for them.
Yeah, we are. In all reality, this is the type of round where HYPERSPIRIT are just saying, okay, if you are giving us 1v1s across the board, we can punish you. You need to go back to, you know, having a straight-up idea off of spawn and moving as a unit a little bit more. You're a bit disjointed, giving us opportunities to get individual fights. This is where a team like HYPERSPIRIT feels at their most comfortable self. Especially with Raga being on 8 and 5, Chocodile having a couple good moments, Star players in general being very solid yesterday as well. He was probably their most consistent player across the series that they won against Drama. Maybe it was the Turkish telenovela in the background. Maybe that was the secret.
That's kind of... I can't believe... I still can't believe that was a thing.
It's a very Balkan thing. You can't believe it. I wouldn't be shocked if that is the case. When you are young, there's a lot of people that, you know, they would live in a smaller apartment or home with their family, and they would play on the PC, but then some of their family would either sleep in the same room or watch TV in the same room. Yeah. And you can't really do anything about it. It's not your home. You can't just tell your dad or your mom or your auntie, get the hell out of here. I'm playing a video game. Ooh. Star Players is trapped. Very trapped. Does he want to make a move, though? Doesn't really feel like he's forced to right now.
Until
Doesn't
the
feel
bomb...
like he has to.
Yeah, until the bomb's actually in a position to be planted, it doesn't feel like Star Players has got any reason to bite down on this. There's 20 seconds left on the clock right now. The upper bomb site. GXX.
Oh, no.
What is that shot? GXX is gone. It's now a 3 versus 2. Ray and Swizz are suddenly feeling incredibly antsy. They don't have any way to back off over here either. As Ray starts to look for a fight back into Mini, will not find it. Star Players has picked up a second, third in total. Swizz all alone. Running away with things is Adron, and HYPERSPIRIT will find that second round in a row. Do they still have a chance to fight for 6?
Man, Star Players has been so impactful for this team over the course of the last couple of days. It's such a patient play, but it's unfortunate for GXX as well. The moment his teammates make their way onto the bomb side, this is where he should know that Star Players will make a move, and he just started moving forward. He was just not patient enough, I guess. He wanted to get closer to his teammates, make sure that he's going to be in a good spot to help him out, and this is exactly when Star Players goes for the peak. It's probably very frustrating from the POV of GXX. Of course, a quick reminder that all of this lovely Counter-Strike action is brought to you by LORGAR. Make sure you go and check them out. After all, the tournament is called LORGAR Rankings.
It's true.
Yeah.
And in my rankings, LORGAR is number 1.
I don't even have a rankings, because in order to have a rankings, you need to have more than one choice. I just have the one. It's just LORGAR. So it's not a ranking that I have, as a choice. My choice. My choice.
This is the worst advertisement voiceover they've ever gotten. Astral's taking this sweet time with this progression over here. Full execute's being planned out towards the upper A bomb site, and I'm curious about what Swizz wants to get up to. From down below, wants to try and make his way out and be the second player coming in through vents. Chicardo forced away, being peeked out over Swizz. What a kill from him, and with that, this site is gone. 7 guaranteed, unless Adron can bring together a ridiculous defense, and that just isn't there. Swizz, that is not pathing I was ready to see.
It was a very good execute, all in all. Very solid stuff. It's obvious that these guys have put time on the server, and you know they're trying to play properly. Also, it is good to go for that type of an A hit straight away, because you know it's round number 11. You've not really done that yet. You've tried some stuff in towards the A bomb side, but it's been a little bit slower. Most of the time, it's been heavily relying on some early outside presence as well. So now you just go for the straight up A hit with the triple Molotov. You have one falling towards CT Vent and Brolan, one falling in towards the top of the hut, and another one in towards Mustang. Actually, it was Mustang and top hut and then backside, I think. But a 3 molly execute in towards the A bomb side with a mini smoke and a bunch of flashes is very difficult to defend, especially when you have 5 players running in. And now on the back of that A pop, they just go for the default outside utility and try and cross. They've done that a second time, by the way. This is a bit of a tell. Whenever they started with default smokes and then they replenish by hand on minute 10, they most of the time cross with 2 or 3 people. They've done that a couple times already on this map. That's why you see the instant rotation down the vent this time around from Chokerdao. He should be ready for something like it.
Let's see whether it actually ends up helping, though. He's not been able to get up to the same business that he did in the first 4 rounds, where it felt like a multi-kill every single round. Chicardo has not had very many kills or opportunities. Forced away in the jump spot. Will give out information, but he also has to give out a fight. Good for a quick pickup, and he's playing around his silo very well. 5-7 to help. Why does Neki turn around there? It's a big question.
He thought
and
he killed
Ray
him.
might be asking it.
He really thought he killed him. And he just turned around towards the ramp. He was like, yeah, I headshot this guy. I'm going to focus on the next fight. Chokerdao just pulls his pistol out. Doesn't believe his luck. Triple kill going his way. Ray will give this one a go, but falling down the ladder is ill-advised. 5th round on the board for HYPERSPIRIT, and another one on the back of a big Chokerdao multi-kill down the B bomb side this time around.
I don't think you're allowed to get away with that quite so easily, but Chicago, credit out to him, he's always been very, very good in these small enclosed spaces, and the idea that maybe he just pulls off some ninjutsu to get away from Neki, hey man, you can go for it.
It's more like a genjutsu, right? Because you make him feel like he's killed you already. It's an illusion.
It's true.
Yeah. Look at us weaving around.
But does he have enough chakra for the rest of this half?
Oh my god, no. This is becoming very bad.
Smoked across and a flash
I've run
to help.
out of mana.
Neki. He's calling out the inner beast. It's not working. Maybe it's just not meant to be. HYPERSPIRIT are overrunning. The second arc of HYPERSPIRIT is now coming into fruition. They can make their way up into the A-bomb site, and with Dima already there, that bomb is going to be the real problem. Star players is low, peeks out, he's gone. GXX has been given a chance, and with Glocks picked up at close range, Astral, they do manage to bring it back. Nakama, the power of friendship.
God. I'm not sure if that was the power of friendship or the power of chaos. That's very wild. They realize it's the rotation player and the ramp player that are alive, so they just decide, hey, you know what, let's go A. But then the bomb gets caught off guard, and they try to get the fires dropping down. The USP's just getting the headshots. This was a pistol round that probably should have gone in favor of HYPERSPIRIT. It's a bit frustrating to let it go. Might cost you the map. Especially if Astro are able to put up a clean shift here on the anti-eco. Keep all 5 alive, at least not lose any of the rifles. Farm up the cash, open up a 4-round gap. That would put him in a very good spot.
Indeed it would. Quick pick on the star players as well on top of it all, and it's HYPERSPIRIT who are unable to get a single kill. So, right in the driver's seat.
All right, first buy round for HYPERSPIRIT on the T side. This is where it gets a little bit more important to pick up one. Instant molly top hut, smoke door, break it. Outside utility coming through as well. We're gonna see the diagonals instead of the default smokes, which was the, I guess, choice for Astro in the majority of these rounds. Going down the vent straight away and in a very audible fashion. Now you're trying to bait the door player with that drop to just walk out into the crosshair of your teammate, but if they don't get baited and they don't walk, at least you've given away a sound cue, and now the T should know there's a player down there. Thus, they can start exploring in towards hell a little bit more.
Dima's trying to come up from above in the meanwhile. Adren taking apart the double MP7 and MP9, push the SMGs, getting the better of him, and Switch, that is a good grenade. Doesn't quite do as much damage as he was hoping for, but as the T's look to start to fade the smoke, Dima is not going to find any targets unless Ray walks back into him. Ray should be aware of this possibility, but maybe he's not with GXX, saying that there's the all clear available. But Dima now turns away. He's found out that this A bomb site is completely empty. T's start to make their way back over. Dima,
They should.
whether he gets a kill over here or not, this has given them every access point imaginable. Quick kill onto Ray. A follow-up with Meow is gone. GXX is having a lot of unhappy words flung at him.
Yeah, this is a great play out of Dima. He was just so patient. He stood there for such a long time. They absolutely forgot he could have been there. Going up the ladder, giving him a free kill. And GXX left in a 1 versus 3. And this is another, by the way, very good example of the fact that HYPERSPIRIT is actually a team that has somewhat of an idea on what they want to do on Nuke. You see the way that the outside game for Astral was a lot more simple when you think about it, where a lot of it just varied around the way that they used the default flip side smokes, right? And most of the time would just be the early smokes and then replenish, go down secret, or leave the AWPer, go for an A play. instantaneously you're seeing a little bit more creativity coming out of HYPERSPIRIT. Diagonal smokes into the second wave of smokes, one in towards mini, another one in towards hell. You get a player deep, and you have a bunch of options like this. You have one player in towards lobby, meaning you can potentially split A with the guys from mini and play through the mini smoke. You've already secured outside, meaning that you can go down secret. The moment that they push lobby, you go down secret, you get fended off, you make it look like it's going to be a B commitment, but Demo was already securing your plan C. So this is HYPERSPIRIT playing around with a decent amount of depth, where you did have a lot of options no matter what was going on.
Can they create those options again is a big question. It's a much slower approach. You're not going to have any crazy access out towards hell. You're not going to have any litany of options. This time over, it's going to have to be a little bit more honest.
Yeah, you know the Yuto is a little bit lower on the CT side in this round. Money's probably not great. So even if they have HEs, it's not going to be multiple. And you want to wait it out a little bit. There goes the push now. Oper has fired a bullet, so you know where GXX is. And Raga's still going to keep on closing out the distance. GXX needs to be very careful. Spotted. Raga doesn't want to go for the reface. Dangerous. Swiss is dead. Should be.
Raga's going to be the trade over here as well. Astral, I mean, it doesn't matter if HYPERSPIRIT pull together a good-looking round or two. Unfortunately, Astral has just been dominating them every step of the way. And HYPERSPIRIT, I was ready to assume that this is going to be a team that is decent on Nuke and could probably even take...
I'll just say, this is still a winnable round, Moon. They're all coming in from the ramp. One late player from the vent, but he needs to be very late. If they fight ramp successfully, they could win this.
Jakardo's low, though, is a problem. Can they get anything out of him? It's a one-for-one trade, and it might not be enough, but star players at the very least will be given a ray of hope. That ray looking increasingly thin, but so is the timer on the bomb. Another quick kill found. Neki swings out as well. Perfect timing, and it's going to be that double-digit security that Astral's been hunting for.
That was very tricky, and this is going to be a close defuse. I think they should have it, though. Yeah, they do. If Chokerdao gets a second kill, and there was the Oper towards the back, and first players on a nade out, if Chokerdao gets a double, this is a very winnable 2v4. It's still good effort coming out of HYPERSPIRIT on the T side, but yeah, I wouldn't say their ideas have been bad. I'd say Astral have been reacting pretty decently towards losing outside control. Even though Swiss does go 1-for-1, Neki was behind him, so Swiss was not fighting this one alone. Neki gets a double, then they push lobby, recognizing there was even more people towards outside. It's not been that type. It's not been an ugly nuke, is what I'm trying to say. There is a level of logic to what both teams are trying to play. Deserves a little bit of credit. Maybe at times it could be a bit scrappy on the execution, but the ideas are definitely there. And in all seriousness, I'll say it is a bit of a breath of fresh air to have a game where the teams are definitely trying to play proper Counter-Strike.
Yes. It's a good change to have. But also, what I like about it is up next is Dust 2, dude. So I don't need to be looking at proper and prim all the time. I've got a nice little bit of sugar and spice going out. Which is the sugar, which is the spice? I mean, Dust 2 is definitely the spice, to be fair.
I mean, technically, those are the two most reaction-based maps in the pool. Nuke and Dust 2 have a lot more in common than people realize. Generally.
That's the first time I ever heard that sentence being said.
Yeah, they do have a lot in common.
Yeah, you play Counter-Strike on both of them.
No, it's just reaction-based Counter-Strike. On both maps, you're just trying to avoid the CT side up. On both maps, rotations could be punished in a matter of split second. Every move that you make could either win or lose you the round. You need to be very pinpoint and precise with the rotations, with the moves you make. It's very difficult to correct the wrong rotation on both Dust and Nuke. There's a lot of similarities when you think about it.
Yeah, just react, bro. Swizz and Ray are reacting to the T's that are trying to enter their territory. With the weak buy coming out from HYPERSPIRIT, there really wasn't much that they could do over here, but the fact that they get 0 kills, well, the Mandarin still has a chance. That chance seems to be dwindling down. Yeah, spotted out, taken down. Astral 5 alive, and that guarantees them money for at least what should be the rest of their campaign.
Yeah, this is it's not looking bad. looking bad at all now for Astro. Running away with a clean win here. 4 out of 5 rounds they've won since the switch. CT side looking good. GXX hitting shots, but it's the rifles that have been very impressive as well. Meow Pop, who had a very slow start yesterday, but was actually one of the heroes towards the end of that Dust 2. Against DALUYONG. He's now playing on a very decent level. Swiss with another opening in towards outside. Double nade for the smoke is very tough for Raga to deal with.
Meow drops down and he will be able to spot out the first player as they start to push through the smoke. They are giving Meow everything he could possibly want. Neki then just finishes it off. It is 12-6 for Astral. They just keep looking better and better.
Look at that. Breaking the smoke straight away. Molly as well there. And Meow holding on with the defensive smoke. Firepower-wise, they've looked very comfortable, Astro.
Yeah.
And positioning. They've been able to put themselves in good spots to get kills and show that they actually have good mechanics. Something that wasn't quite the case yesterday at all times. In HYPERSPIRIT, regardless of having a couple moments where probably they could have been able to get into the map, look absolutely denied. Ray doesn't know there's a player out. Still able to get the kill. God.
That might be a summary of how the game's been going for Adron. Unfortunately, he's really been suffering. Meow's looking for information. Might be getting more than he's ready to receive. Backs off immediately, not ready to look at the post man in the eye. Will let him knock on the door himself. Shakar, though, taken down, and GXX is there to offer support. This is going to be a very quick win for Astral on their own map pick, and the idea that they're going to go into Dust 2, we're looking like they've got this much firepower, this much cohesiveness. It is a scary, scary prospect.
No, absolutely. This was probably the cleanest map of Counter-Strike that we've seen out of Astral so far in this tournament. And the fact that they switch it up and they go over towards Nuke, we were asking some questions after the good performances out of HYPERSPIRIT on this map a couple of days ago. And they do get away with such a clean win, is providing a level of security behind Astral's, I guess, status of one of the better teams in this group and one of the teams that we expected to see a little bit more out of. A standout performance out of Neki. GXX stepping up, Meow Pop having a good game, Swiss playing all right. In general, a very, very solid start to the series.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Neki and Swiss in particular having such big step-up moments. And Neki, I'm glad that you brought him up in the start of the game as well, because he really is just one of these players who looks like if you're going to be keeping an eye out on a player to maybe be poached or maybe at least be in the conversation for poaching, it's probably going to be Neki. Though Meow Pop also continuing to impress, just showing off that those first 2 maps in yesterday's series were probably not what he's normally going to be bringing to the table. Much more reliable, much more like what he was towards the closing side of Dust 2, the overtime which he managed to clutch out for his team. This is one of the best looking Meow performances that we've seen in a while, but conversation will still obviously be dominated by Neki and Raga for the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Raga having a good performance with Dio. A couple of moments where alongside star players they could have actually potentially brought HYPERSPIRIT back, and this is something that the Romanians will need on map number 2. Is going to be Dust 2 coming up right after the break, folks. It is the map pick of the Romanians, and they will need to pick it up if they want to extend the series and make it go to a 3rd map. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the LORGAR Rankings Close Qualifier. It is the penultimate day of the group stage. My name is Ted and I'm joined by T-Time, and we are ready to dive into our second map of game number 2. It is, of course, the side of ASTRAL taking map 1 of Nuke, which was their map pick against the side of HYPERSPIRIT. It's not quite an elimination on the line. The winner of this one, rather, Mamoon, would be making their way into the play-ins. Now we're moving into Dust 2. This was the choice of the Romanians. Are we anticipating to see somewhat of a change, or will we see another ASTRAL Masterclass going into that Dust 2?
Look, man, after what we saw from Astral yesterday on Dust 2, I would have some questions, but here's the difference. Astral yesterday on Dust 2, one of the reasons why they struggled so much and it went to that many overtimes is because Meowpop just wasn't a player for the first 20 rounds of the game or something like it.
Sure.
From there on out, he just became ridiculously dominant, barely ever dying in his anchoring performances, always being good with aggression, always being good with rotations. And now we've seen Meowpop start things off really, really well here. I'm worried. I think this is, on paper, this could very much be an Astral 2-0 because the rest of their team, frankly speaking, they've been showing up. Even if GXX versus Raga is a head-to-head that I might still take Raga in, one-up is not enough to tilt the scales for me.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one. Now, if there was a map in the map pool for them to come back into, it probably would be Dust 2, right? Yesterday, they had a very good performance in a 13-5 fashion against Drama. And even before that, most of the time, whenever they lose the Dust 2, is a pretty tight game. Pretty competitive. So I feel like even a wounded HYPERSPIRIT should be able to showcase their best on Dust 2. Now, I do agree with what you're saying about the side of Astral. I feel like they are a little bit more checked in today than they were yesterday, right? It feels like the individuals are rolling. They're a bit hotter, I guess you could say. And even on a team level, it feels like the communication's a little bit cleaner and everyone is just having fun. So all in all, I am willing to agree that they might have an opportunity going into this one. But one of the factors behind yesterday's struggles as well, I don't want to put it only on Meowpop, especially with the good performance that he had towards the end. He ended up being their highest rated player on the map. I think GXX couldn't really break through with Diop, and this is something that he'll have to do, knowing how comfortable Raga feels on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Raga is definitely going to be the X factor for them, but Raga coming through as well as Chicardo with the performance that he was putting forward in the anchoring department. But for me, the problem is just when you put together Neki, Ray, and Meow, or even Neki, Ray, and Swizz with the 3-rifle trio that Astral's been able to put forward in this last map and also in yesterday's better performances. I'm concerned, man. That's all I've got to say right now. But HYPERSPIRIT, they can assuage my concerns with a pistol win should they find it.
Well, it is a little bit of CT side aggression coming in. Neki already making his way towards lower. He's got the help of Meow. Instant deletion onto Adron, and they've spotted the second player as well. This is getting even better now for Astro because they have the information. Swizz is locked in towards top middle, and he will lock in that kill onto Dima. Already looking like a very disturbed Fist. So fully blinded are the Julies, and Neki will eventually bite the dust, but there's so many players around the B-bomb side for the CTs.
Now being pushed back over here, but in his fadeaway, he picks up 2, and GXX will finish out what he started. Astral, despite what could have ended up being a slightly more tricky situation, got a good 1-2 punch out on the B-bomb side. HYPERSPIRIT will lose out that pistol. Raga immediately buying into the scout.
I guess that's the difference between having Meow start 1-11 and having him pop off from the very beginning. A triple kill in the pistol here for the Julies of Meowpop. M4's going out straight away. Half by, well, Eco actually, with the hero scout for Raga on the other side. Pretty common for a Dust 2. He spotted the player towards the back of Ag's box. A little bit of help needed. Gotta be careful. He did stay alive for much longer than what I thought after missing the first shot. Eventually will go down.
GXX. Demon GXX over here, just trying to find out who's going to get the money. Swizz will be the player to snipe it away. GXX can't get the MP9 kill, and in fact, he gets mowed down by the Glock on the side. HYPERSPIRIT are still going to be unable to punish his heavy aggression down middle. Nothing too surprising over there with why they came into this round, but Astral keep 4 players alive. Yeah,
they nearly lose more players. It wasn't the cleanest anti-eco kills that you've seen all day long, but in the end of the day, they hold on to all the rifles. This is what matters. Now you can put GXX on a scout potentially, or even a glass cannon if he really wants to opt for it. Probably not the play, considering that Raga's going to have a scout again. And yeah, GXX might as well just go for the armor. Would have been a little bit risky. Ooh, there's the first attack.
It's not from Raga. GXX continues to try and play with fire over here, but Raga's also being delayed because of it. HYPERSPIRIT are going to be relying on a late take back into mid. Swizz, he's getting so aggressive over here, and he has to be careful. This grenade is juicy, though. It's going to be blowing up Jakarta's side. Fortunately for them, they've already gotten a refrag onto that grenade. Neki taken down. And his attempts to steer down middle will be popped open instead.
Yeah, this was just the SMG though, and GXX, he's gonna drop that one over for himself. This is a big pickup. Raga goes down. GXX still looking for more in towards mid with the scout. He dropped the SMG in towards the B side if he wants to play a retake or if he needs to play a retake there. The bomb is slowly making its way out short though. GXX needs to be very careful. Massive.
Okay, that's a
what?
big one. GXX follows up as well. Chicardo put down.
The bomb
And that gives
down.
more than enough space for the M4s to come over, play safeguard, and they will make sure that GXX's efforts are not just going to be limited to 3. It's 4 big kills. You said he needs to take control. I think he took your words to heart.
He's a giant. That's what the G and GXX stands for in this round. What a big play that is. That puts you on the right track. These are all very difficult shots, by the way. The first kill is probably the most standard one ever because it's a tag scout. He just goes for the peak, wins the fight. This here, he should be dead 9 out of 10 times. The fact that he's able to get even 1 kill is impressive. Swizz had tagged down Dima, so second one was a body shot, and then he even gets the last headshot. This is just such a perfect round out of GXX. You almost want to see him stay on the scout. But I guess he's got an AK. That's a little bit more fun.
Solid 8 damage on the Raga. All about making sure you just keep weapons alive. Well, you don't want to waste money. Don't waste incendiaries. That HE is put to very good use.
Nice pickup. Over the edge of the smoke, Star Players goes down. That's the AK of GXX, 6 and 1 and counting. Astral have already made this abundantly clear. They want to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. Just gonna keep these rounds clean. That's exactly what Neki's doing. Nice little double. There goes Swizz. 5 alive. Money in the bank. 4-0 up. HYPERSPIRIT need a response. Might be time for a tactical timeout. That's exactly what they go for.
And they need a hero, and I don't know if that's going to be the voice of their coach. I don't know what kind of adjustments you can ask to make over here. There's so many places where you're just losing the duel. They're not getting a bomb plant in. This isn't just a simple matter of, hey, maybe we're getting some miscommunication in the late rounds. Hey, maybe our setup is wrong. A lot of the times, sure, maybe they haven't been getting the perfect read, but you're just losing duels.
Astral just look very comfortable. Very comfortable right now. I don't know what it was yesterday, but it just feels like it's a completely different team. They're much more ready to play. Speaking of which, make sure you go and check out LORGAR. Banner below the stream, links in the chat. There's a giveaway of around 30 products. You can win a PC, you can win a desk, you can win a racing cockpit. And you can win our hearts.
If you take a screenshot of yourself going over to LORGAR, tweet the StarLadder account, tweet LORGAR, and let them know you came over here from the LORGAR ranked series. That's my heart for you there and then.
Yeah, in case no one loves you, Mamoon will love you if you do that.
It's true. In case no one loves me, please let me. Swizz is going to be the main man, and he doesn't want to be. Incredibly lonely and backs off to elbow instead. This is the best setup that we could have had from HYPERSPIRIT in quite a while. There's no one on the A side. 2 players are long, waiting for the retake, and GXX is forced back. Even though he does have the AK-47, he wants to regroup with the rest of his team and not look for the early multi-fight. CT side utility also quite low. Full 5 versus 5. HYPERSPIRIT have every position that they could possibly want.
This is not going to be an easy retake. They don't have a whole lot of utility. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, 3 players coming out of long, and there's an AWP on the other side. They are hoping to catch a lurk off guard, but there's no such thing going on. They need to find a way to deal with the AWP of Raga.
Star players taken down by Neki over here. Ooh. And they've got themselves Chicardo as well. Raga responds. Aaron and Raga are just keeping it all under control.
Oh, he's got both of them?
Fantastic stuff from Meow, though. I don't know if he has time. It doesn't look like he will, but he'll take a risk regardless. It's right down to the wire, and that wire is not really looking all that helpful. Doesn't matter. Astral will get it done. 5-0. Meow Pop, the hero of that retake.
This is mental. He just spams both of them through the smoke. He had the information. He was just praying that the bullets would connect. A 5v5 retake without a singular flash on the A bomb side, with an AWP having a smoke to play around. This is not easy. Good work coming out of Raga, and look at that. They didn't have the time to escape. Meow playing through his own teammates' smoke with the bullets. And he's able to reach the bomb just in time. 5-0 HYPERSPIRIT getting close though, and now picking up the pace in towards long is Raga.
Ray's lucky to dodge out those bullets over there, but feels like Astral's had every bit of luck going their way anyway. Push forward into the upper tunnels. Chicardo is not going to be particularly happy about this repeat. Meow Pop finds his first death, and Chicardo wants to get more than just the one. Information is plenty. Coles rotates back over to the B-bomb site.
This is interesting, by the way. The bomb is now doubling back. Do the CTs realize what's going on? They will re-clear middle. If they get the kill onto star players into our top mid, which they will, and they don't see anything else, no long presence has been felt. Raga doesn't even have utility to sell the fake. GXX needs to be very careful. They play it instead through the smoke, but he's still able to claim that first kill. That's going to give it away. Eyes on the tunnels. Look at the double flank. Dima's on the other side of the map. He can't really help them. Oh, not Dima. Sorry. It's Raga.
Everyone has to be very careful over here. Ray might be taken down, but it's going to be a trade right back over. Neki's got everything to do over here. This 1 versus 1 is all that matters, and when he doesn't win it out, then GXX's position that was all reliant on stopping rotations is going to be immaterial as well. HYPERSPIRIT get their first on the board, and it's an important place to get it. If GXX gets taken down over here, it's going to be even more so. They take away every weapon for the CT side, and a round after they only had 1 alive. This could be HYPERSPIRIT's chance to reset economy and be truly back in this game.
I can't believe it, but Raga actually finds a way to be very impactful, because he was the reason that GXX was just stuck in towards middle. They had a 2 versus 2, and it all comes down to the 1v1 between Neki and the player on the bomb side. You get that kill, you probably win the round. There was no way Raga was crossing in time, so yeah, it just comes down to a singular 1v1 standoff. Oh, peek. Oh, Raga fires the bullet. Doesn't realize it, but that actually saved his life. GXX would have peeked in a second. Raga goes back for more. Both of them are not shying away from the fights in towards middle. Not really. Look at GXX, he's already on B.
But that doesn't seem to HYPERSPIRIT want to go. Neki with the flashbang peeking out into middle. Raga is gone. The grenade should finish off the next as well. Chicardo, goodbye. It was a good round from you in the previous, and now suddenly, well, that incendiary's not gone where it wants to. Star Players has a pathway forward, but he's just been routed into Ray. 1 versus 5. And all he can really hope to take away is money, and even not much of that.
This is it's very frustrating if you're HYPERSPIRIT, because you finally win a round. You win it on the back of some shenanigans and some individuality stepping up in the previous, and then you get completely shut down. You didn't even realize there was a player in towards lower. That's why the Oper just peaks in such a brave fashion. They cross in towards lower because of the HEs at the start, but he thought it was just the coverage for the B cross. It was such a targeted round in towards the B bomb side. Double push upper, 1 guy lower, late flash to peak, Oper behind him. It's such a cool setup out of ASTRAL. Ooh. A
Ray
bit
is
ugly.
gone. Listen, any kill from a deagle is never ugly to me. Because I'm an appreciator of inner beauty. And
Sure.
I believe in potential.
All right.
And that's why I don't think you're beautiful. You don't have any potential, Ted. What the hell, dude? As a Counter-Strike player, Ted.
Right. I don't really know what's going on with Moon, but all right.
Yeah. HYPERSPIRIT over here, though. Serious potential to try and bring this round back in.
Regrouping for a B play. Meowpop is left alone, but he is playing a very difficult to clear off angle when you're just walking out and you need to be worried about so many positions and you don't have any utility bar or flash. You're never hard clearing this angle. I'm just calling it. He gets at least one, probably two.
No, short of a head. Drops down the bomb as well. That shouldn't matter too much. It's not in a position where Raga has to go for the crossover. Otherwise, even GXX could have ended the round before the bomb could even be planted. But coming in from behind, Swizz not expected. It is ASTRAL on 7. How does HYPERSPIRIT come back into this? And I realize I ask you this while two of their players are unfortunately 1-7 and 1-8.
Sure.
I just don't see a way tactically for them to do it. Is this just as simple as, bro, just hit your shots?
I think it's an amalgamation of a couple things. It's obviously not as simple as just start shooting back, but this is one of the important factors of Counter-Strike. I think if you are HYPERSPIRIT, you have two options. The first option is believe that you can deal with some of these aggressive plays out of the CTs and you know, slow things down a little bit, play the defaults, control the map, but you've been oftentimes getting caught off guard and outplayed in the mid to late round. So I think maybe you could give it a go with something a little bit pacier. Try and play with the spawns a little bit, be unpredictable, right? You get a good B spawn, try a B pop. You get a good long spawn, try and go out long and fight Ray. These are some of the things that you haven't really done too much. You focused a little bit more in towards the middle part of the map, and I feel like Astro have gotten used to it. So maybe simplify the game and go for something straightforward from spawn. Well, that feels nice.
Meow, however, doesn't feel all the best after the flashbang. Beautiful stuff for star players to be able to get the immediate kill. Sometimes it's just as simple as going B. It's not going to be quite as simple to hold on to it. CTs have got every reason to want to try and go forward and retake this. They've got so much utility, a boost up for GXX that doesn't feel like it's going to be offering up much. A stray shot that will still be blocked off, and with the T still having one more smoke, Astral probably should move back to save their money. Isn't in the best place.
Well, the explanation about why they decided to go for this round is kind of like the same that we had in the conversation a couple of seconds ago. So, yeah. I think they made the right choice. They get a full buy round with all 5 alive for the first time since the start of this series, probably. Exactly what they needed. Makes you feel very good, especially when it's on the back of a tactical timeout. Thing is, you need more than these 2 rounds. Anything less than 4, 5 rounds on that T side will make you feel a little bit helpless for the second half. Well, not helpless, but will mean that you just don't have a massive margin for error, which is never a good thing in a game of Counter-Strike. What will the response of Astro be now?
Jakarta's really going out slowly towards the long doors. I'm not sure what the setup was supposed to be. Maybe a late retake out towards long. They decide against it.
There's a lower player again. And again, I think they might not know. Well, now they do.
Well, you know, just to make sure. GXX with the smoke down will be able to back off and away.
It's good teamwork, by the way. GXX was flashing for Neki to get out of dodge. Or Neki was flashing for GXX, sorry, but yeah, either way. Not leaving that lower player to mind his own business and deal with the situation alone. And you can instantly see the shift from Astro. After the previous round, now they let go of middle a little bit more and they focus on the extremities. Seeing that this is what worked for HYPERSPIRIT, so you let the Romanians take control of middle.
Swizz is the man who's going to be very tricky, and the fact that Raga's going this far forward with the bomb is scary.
It's a very deadly setup.
Incendiary will force him away. And the T's are still committed out to this. You are not going to survive the HE plus 2-man onslaught. They realize it as well. They back off and it's straight in through short. No, they're re-guessing. They're going mid to B. And star players will still have to face down Neki. Neki's caught out in the open. He doesn't know where to go. He's completely confused, lost in the sauce, and he's being cooked alive. And with Chicardo trying to make sure he can play containment for these rotates, the only player who could feasibly make his way over is Ray. And he's not going to want to. Swizz gets one more kill, but this 3-on-3 is surely not something you want to commit to. Do you want to go in for this?
They could. Ray's going to get the kill onto Dima, probably. Dima's not looking T-spawn right now. Oh, he's seen him. They've seen him. Yeah, there goes the kill. Do you give it a go? They're not going to be ready for 3 players coming out of tunnels, by the way. And Diopper gets the kill. No one's looking.
No.
They didn't know about the player up close. They knew only about the rifle. And now it's just ASTRAL, a 1 versus 3. They've spotted him out. There's still enough time. They just need to get the kill and get onto the defuse. They pulled this one off. Diopper gets the kill. They will have enough time. It's close, but they've got it.
Not again.
Oh, God. They didn't know there was a rifle close by. That's why Diopper doesn't turn around. He's just not aware of the timing. They thought it was the safe, and Diop just gets the kill from deep T-spawn. They had no clue there was a guy that was already inside of the tunnels, basically. It's just a matter of who gets the kill that creates that timing. Now, was that a conscious decision out of ASTRAL? I don't know. If it is, this is a very intelligent approach. Very intelligent play to let Diopper get the kill.
Molotov down at the feet of Raga, but Raga doesn't care. He can be on fire in more ways than one. Swizz's push forward is what gives him the equalizer. ASTRAL still threatened once again out towards the B-bomb site. Meowpop expected, but with a Molotov sailing over his way, he's got no choice but to fight his way out. Oh my goodness, he's doing it. Even saves himself with a quick step up. This is 9 for ASTRAL, and Meowpop immutable on this B-bomb site.
He just exploded with that hold, but look at the response out of ASTRAL as well. They lose that opener, top mid push. They realize it's B. Meowpop just plays his life for as long as possible. Peaks gets the kill right before the flash and even stays alive. It's just textbook B holding right now. No one swings towards the car as well. There's a kill coming in from Neki right here. And that saves Meowpop's life as well. Allows him to get another one. 9 rounds on the CT side. This is looking like a very quick 2-0 in favor of ASTRAL potentially.
Head in his hands, man. I understand. How have we gone from the most chaotic day yesterday with every single game looking like we've got no idea who's going to win the series to now just a little bit of clapping? Applause for ASTRAL, of course. Flash is out and about, and Swizz in the open is going to be defended by Ray. GXX, he's had his own moments, especially looking back to that scout, but right now not needed. Neki picks up another 5-on-3 with Adren being incredibly low. And an incendiary that forces Dima to be separated from the rest of his team. He's got nothing to find on this A-bomb site. And GXX takes down one of the last healthy players for HYPERSPIRIT.
A 2v5 is far from ideal, but a 2-10 is even worse. Dima does drop GXX. This is still such a dire result for HYPERSPIRIT. What a performance out of ASTRAL. What a change between yesterday and today.
Yeah, man.
Or was DALUYONG really that good? Maybe.
That last series is about to tell us, I suppose.
Ooh.
That's not supposed to happen, though. And now suddenly there's an option for this no longer being a 10-2.
Yeah, hesitation out of Ray.
Deep Molotov into short is going to secure them a pathway back. They want to contest long. They think it's going to be a solitary lurking presence at most. But Adren is low. this is not going to be a one fight for him. And with 2 players on the other side, HYPERSPIRIT never were really in contention of getting that one done. ASTRAL is going to be able to find the defuse over here and put themselves on double digits at the end of this first half.
It's been a very impressive showing. A 2-0 might be on the way here for ASTRAL, and the play-ins might be laying in wait. This is the real potential of this lineup. The real phase that they want to be showing. HYPERSPIRIT have not been able to show up and play the quality of Counter-Strike that we expect, even from an individual point of view. This is a team with so much firepower, so many heavy hitters. Joker, that was 1-11 at halftime. Star players is 6-11. Their top fraggers have 7 kills apiece at halftime. This is 25 kills across 5 players across 12 rounds. You can do the maths.
Can I? That's a lot of pressure.
Well, 25 kills over 12 rounds means that they're averaging how much?
2.5.
It's not 2.5. I misled you.
Yeah, I was like, wait, am I? It's a little bit
they're
lower than
averaging.
that.
They're averaging a little bit. They're averaging 2.2 kills per round.
Okay, Raga. I'll take that one home. Sure, Chicardo as well. Let's Raga get another one. He's just being nice about it, but now the Raga's been put down. You know,
Surpass the
Chicardo's
average.
gonna come alive.
Oh, they can still win this. It depends on how many kills can Malpop's Glock gobble up in towards middle. There's 4 people running at him. Well, 3 now. If he gets 2, there's 1. Okay, and it's just the 1.
Spitz is taking a very tricky angle with the Glock and will end up being taken down at the end. So HYPERSPIRIT are going to be able to find that next best round. If I'm not wrong, they've won both pistols, haven't they? No, they haven't. Actually, I am completely wrong. I'm confusing this with Nuke. Where they won the pistol in the first half. GXX pulls out the scout. We saw how good he was with it, so it is always going to be forgivable.
All right. A little bit of football action. Are you into? You're not really into football, are you?
Not even slightly, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. A couple times I've started asking you a question and then I realized I actually think I know this about you.
Maybe you can contribute by asking it anyway. You know, open this up for the people. Ask me my favorite football team.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What's your favorite football team?
Arsenal.
All right.
I don't know why.
You actually do have a favorite football team.
I actually do.
You just decided you want them to be your favorite team without a reason.
No, I actually decided when I was in like grade 5.
Okay.
Because I went out to buy football shoes for the first time ever, and there was this. I won't name the brand because I do think this is an international brand, but like they had this deal where I could get these like football cleats for only, I think the equivalent would have been like $12.
All right.
And they had the Arsenal logo on them. And I was like, dude, these are the cheapest football shoes I've ever gotten. Those are the only ones I would have ever been able to afford. So I was like, this team has made it so I can get myself $12 shoes. I'm going to be a fan for them for the rest of my life. Turns out those shoes were not original. So Arsenal did nothing to help me there.
Yeah.
But you know what? Connections are made in strange ways. And right now they're hoping to make a connection out in upper tunnel. Chicardo and Meowpaw both getting a kill apiece. And Meow backing off. Chicardo will likely do the same.
It is a funny story, by the way. The moment you told me it had the Arsenal logo, I realized it wouldn't be, you know, the most expensive thing ever, and it wouldn't be produced by the...
Is that a thing?
I mean, yeah, there's different companies that they can make football shoes or boots in partnership with a team or a player, but it's usually not that they have their own brand of shoes, you know?
Right, got it. Stop is. Incendiary, well timed, but it doesn't matter. He's lost his life. He jumps up because he wants to get information as well as the damage from the incendiary. That's asking for too much, Chicardo.
Ray's still here.
Sprays away, he's spraying, and Ray
Hello.
is... Well, he's making things more difficult.
Yeah, star players just underestimated the situation. The moment that you spot one player, you're deploying that Molotov and praying they don't run through. Or if they run through, you're praying that you're going to be able to get at least 1 or 2 kills. Raga will drop Ray, but unfortunately this round is already over. Astral are going to be moving up to 11. Joker now and Raga holding on to the AKs. At least there will be enough money to get yourselves and open a bunch of guns going into the next. But this is going to be Astral 2 away from running away with this map in the series. Swizz, Meow Pop, both of them having a great map to play. On Dust, especially for Meow Pop, has been a very good, I want to say, comeback story after the start that he had yesterday in the series.
Yeah.
From the ending on Dust 2 against DALUYONG through Nuke and now on Dust 2, he's been excellent. He's been a very solid and steady anchor for them.
He's just making sure he's more memorable. That's what it is.
He's a very sharp
Everyone
aimer.
remembers a comeback story more than they remember just, oh yeah, he's a good anchor. To be fair, 14 and 6 is more than just good right now.
Yeah.
And one thing I can guarantee you, Ted, HYPERSPIRIT are not going to forget him. As much as they might like to. 2 rounds away from a spot in the play-ins, Raga is hoping to find a miracle comeback.
That's what I call a booty peek. He just jiggled with his butt. Raga does land a bullet. It's going to be for 48 damage. The A play is still coming in. That's a good spam coming out of Dima. A little bit of bonus damage onto the second player as well. And now with Meowpop going down, should be impossible to pick up this round.
Say that, but Dima is not feeling quite that same way. Will be taken out of a hair. It's a 2 versus 3. Chicardo. He's not really giving up his position at all. Swizz and GXX are low, so you should be right, Ted. Ooh. Okay. That's some good shots to make sure that you are.
Yeah, that was a good defense. You didn't give them too much. You had them contained in towards long. You deal with the mid player. You never panicked, never fought more than you had to. You bought enough time for the rotations to arrive. The defensive smoke in towards short. The Avenger one. Actually decent to navigate your way around. And a tactical timeout out of Astral. Now, I like this tack. There's still a pretty big difference between the two teams, but we've already seen Astral have an 11-3 lead on the map and let it slip and go into overtime. Some of you might remember the very funny part of this story is that this map was Dust 2, and they did struggle on the CT side. Now they're on the T side, though.
Yes. And everyone knows you can't struggle on Dust 2 T side.
Never.
It's never happened in the history of Counter-Strike. Actually quite impressive when you think about it.
It's
Dust
happened,
2's been around for
it's happened so many
25
times
years.
to me, by the way. So many times to me.
Dude, it's so annoying actually. Whenever you get a CT opera in front of you, it feels like, hey, he's just everywhere every single time. That's what Raga might have to be. He's trying. He's certainly trying. But GXX is there. The counterpunch available
Much needed.
and put to good use.
Very much needed. And now they have an avenue to take middle control, thinking about walking out. Second op will be recovered, which is actually a big pickup because now the CTs can't get their hands on it. And regardless of the util damage, 2 ops on the T side could be a little bit deadly. Who's fighting into our short? He's fading the short smoke. That's Joker now. He's committed. He's not moving.
Yeah, and there's an op trained onto him.
That's very weird. This is a very weird play. Now with Dima pushing long, it doesn't feel that weird, but he still is a little bit alone on that mission. And they know Dima's push long. These two players have just left the B bomb side.
GXX is trying to get the kill onto Dima over here. He misses the shot. Dima will back off. There's reasons to start to go back over to B. Meow will certainly explore it, but with his AWP, he has to abandon that weapon if he wants to be going forward as a solitary lurk. HYPERSPIRIT are getting nervous. The clock is their biggest enemy right now. That's what they feel like, and they've made noise going back over to the B bomb side. Star Players is hoping that noise can be some sort of a prompt for them to be forced back in the middle, but it is going to be a 2 versus 1. They can't start to take the peak versus Demon. Flashes now. GXX just gets the kill immediately. Star Player is completely alone. Doesn't know where to go. Time might be running out, but he needs to get the kill onto the bomb plant and no one else. GXX 3 kills, now 4. And Adren, I know you want to go for this clutch over here, but it does feel like you've got no option of winning it. GXX looking for the ace and a swing back out from Swizz. GXX needs the ace. He will deliver. Astral, you said that GXX needs to step up and stand tall and just do that scout round, and now this op ace, he's done it in a couple of very critical rounds.
Yeah, you wanted the big old GXX to step up and carry on his team with the op on Dust 2. That's exactly what he's doing. The opening paradise that Dust 2 is, and GXX putting his team on his own back. What a 5k out of him. And the fact that he even missed a couple times, but every single time he repeaked and he had to land the shot, otherwise he was losing the round. He was able to get it. 16-8, 15-8 for Swizz, 14-8 for Meowpop. What a performance that's been for Astro, and Dima's the first one to fall in what could be the final round of the series.
Astral's not playing around. This is not going to be one of those situations where they allow the enemy team to come back to 13-11. Swizz, he's happy with the 1-for-1 at this point, as long as the Mac 10 down below doesn't give anything up. Raga goes in, schedules a meeting with a grenade. It's a pop-up meeting, and Adren's hoping to pop back up into middle. Ray will be able to spot him out, take him down. Raga moves all the way back over, but a revelation of players in pursuit. It is Ray who fights off the upper. Chicardo, the last one alive. Astral will move forward to the play-ins. They look untouchable. This is really on a different level.
Yeah, absolutely. Topping Group D. A great performance out of Astral all in all, especially after yesterday's game against the side of DALUYONG. It felt like there was a lot to be desired, even though they did get the win towards the end. But today was much cleaner, right? From the very beginning on Nuke, the fact that they got 7 rounds on the T side, they closed it out pretty easily on the CT side as well. And then they get such a dominant victory on Dust 2 against HYPERSPIRIT, which again is supposed to be one of the specialist teams on this map. You get to see a much more improved performance out of GXX with the op on a map that relies on him. Swizz was able to find a lot more impact. Meowpop was solid all in all. Neki was very much present in the server. It just didn't feel like they were missing out on anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best case scenario coming through for them, right? And even if you still see a little bit of maybe a little bit of where Ray could have stepped up, it's still going to be all 5 players coming through on the Astral side who just look untouchable. And for the HYPERSPIRIT boys, some nice moments from Chicardo and Nuke, some good moments from Raga over here on Dust 2, but good moments and nice moments don't make up a full clock, and that's what it felt like was going on over here. I'm kind of surprised to see the opening kills being Star Players and Raga being the ones leading the charge, though.
I was gonna raise that as a bit of an issue that they had, because Raga did go 4-3 in openers. Star Players did go 4-1 in openers. Dima and Crocodile were 1-1. The only negative one in opening kills on the side of HYPERSPIRIT was Adron. So in a lot of these rounds, the Romanians were able to put themselves in a good position, but some of the reactions out of Astral were very good. And I guess if you're a HYPERSPIRIT, you will regret it, because of multiple times it kind of felt like people were trying to force the issue and be heroes in situations where they didn't really have to, and that ends up costing them. Of course, silver lining is they're not out of the tournament just yet. They still will be playing against the winner of DALUYONG and Drama eSports for a spot in the play-ins.
Yeah, and that's going to be the one coming up next, but I do want to also quickly mention, just to build on the opener discussion, Swizz, Meowpop, and Neki all had 4 or more multi-kills across an 18-round game. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show you that, hey man, some of this really was just the shooting. HYPERSPIRIT, sure, sometimes it was spacing, sometimes it might be the util that's off, but it didn't feel like that at any real time. This is just a major tactical deficit coming out, except for maybe in a couple of rounds at best. Still, who will they be going up against to find out whether they can stay alive in the groups and into the play-ins? It's DALUYONG and Drama eSports who have to figure out who that last opponent will be for them. DALUYONG yesterday looked incredibly impressive. Looked like they were very close to taking away ASTRAL from that winners bracket. Are they the secret best, second best team of this group? Let's find out after a break.
Welcome back, good people, to the LORGAR Rankings Close Qualifiers, the third game of the day. 9th best of 3, well, 6th best of 3 actually. I can't do maths anymore. It was 9 maps yesterday, but it's the 6th best of 3 of the last 2 days, and we are getting ready to almost round up the group stage. We have just one more game after the one that we're about to watch right now. That's going to happen tomorrow, but we are going into the elimination bracket now, Mamoon. It's been a very eventful day of Counter-Strike. Yesterday it was all 3 mappers and a lot of drama. Today so far it's been a very simple affair. A 2-0 win for Bondi over Unity, a 2-0 win for ASTRAL over HYPERSPIRIT, and now we're going into the elimination game over at Group D, which is going to see DALUYONG take on Drama. Are we expecting another clean fashion? And if we are, who's taking it?
I'd be kind of surprised to see this being a one-sided affair over here. Of course, for everyone back at home, just as a reminder, I do believe Drama yesterday played without Vladin, and you were telling me that there seems to be confirmation that Nopsy will be playing regardless, but we'll maybe have that conversation later on. Let's talk more about DALUYONG initially. 8kid, fantastic stuff yesterday coming through, almost giving DALUYONG a real leg back into the upper bracket. They would have been in Astral's position. Astral would have been in the lower bracket had that dust to be just slightly ever so different. Huge comeback opportunities being offered up by him and the rest of the team, but opportunities that were not put to use. Ultimately, this is still very clearly a team with a lot of firepower and a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side of the server, we have a lineup that we saw play some very bad Counter-Strike, then some very good Counter-Strike, and then some very bad Counter-Strike once again. This is obviously the Serbian side of Drama. Had a very tough start on Dust 2. It was a 1-11 T side that they posted against HYPERSPIRIT. 5 rounds they won only on this map, and that was their map pick. Then they ended up proceeding to actually get a 13-5 win on Mirage against the Romanians who picked it. And then they got 13-1 on Ancient. So as of right now, I think it's fair to say that we've seen the highs, but we've also seen the very low lows that this team is able to go through. I am really struggling to build up an opinion on how good I think these guys are, because we've seen a very big jump between the ups and the downs.
And I don't have that opinion over here either. I'd like to take a look at the video, though, just to see where we end up going. DALUYONG and Drama both have barely any matches played on HLTV, so I think we can speed through this video without pretending like we know what's going to be coming over your way. I'd like to see more of the same from yesterday. Some buggy maps. Get me a Dust 2, get me an Ancient, get me a Mirage, something like that. That'd be good middle ground over here. DALUYONG put him out on Mirage. What we saw from them there was very, very... well, you know, it was very present at the very least compared to some of the other performances. Mirage ended up being a big overtime win from them, and then Ancient, well, you know, Ancient for Drama, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tough one yesterday. Now, DALUYONG was the team that did remove Ancient in the second veto phase against ASTRAL. So if you are Drama and you feel like this is still a good map regardless of yesterday, maybe yesterday was just a very bad day, and you're looking into that, you're thinking maybe DALUYONG didn't want to play an Ancient yesterday, so why not just go for it? We're not looking at yesterday as a reason for us to stop playing a map that we apparently like. And then if we go to a third and final one, it would be a Mirage that we did see that Drama can play pretty well, and a Mirage that we did see that DALUYONG can play very well against ASTRAL. So I feel like this is the reason it gets floated. I am interested to see what this overpass is going to have in store for us, because ASTRAL removed overpass yesterday against DALUYONG, and then HYPERSPIRIT were the ones that removed overpass yesterday in the second veto phase against Drama, leaving Ancient as the third map, meaning that both Drama and DALUYONG, I think, should be down to play this map.
Look, on paper, that's what you're hoping for. Let's see whether or not it actually gets there, though. I am very curious to see how 8kid does over here on overpass in particular. I do think that for the DALUYONG side, we're going to be seeing a lot of reliance being put out onto him. 8kid, if memory serves, when he used to play on overpass, especially in his little stint in Asia, he was one of the more dominant operators that I actually got to see there. So the idea that you're going to be building into his strengths is very exciting to me. On the other side, for Drama, I will stick to the exact same opinion that we walked into this with. I'm just kind of confused, Ted. Like, what do I even take away from yesterday's series? How do I even say that, hey, how are they going to perform over here into overpass, right? Like, because
sure,
on one side, you've got Mirage to look at, on the other side, you've got everything else to look at.
Yeah, I think it's very simple. as of right now, the only logical argument that we can make is that drama has provided us with a reason to believe that if Choiv is not playing well, things are not going to go their way, because he was very solid 0-0 individually as the IGO yesterday. Another thing is that momentum apparently is going to be a big part of their game, right? Because yesterday, whenever they started well, they dominated, and then the bad starts they had, they got absolutely wrecked. So I think right now we are looking at them starting on the CT side of Overpass, presumably. Unless they get the first couple of rounds, I think we could be in for a very difficult Overpass for these guys. But I do have a little bit of lore when it comes down to Choiv and his career as an in-game leader. I did mention to you yesterday that he actually played a massive part of his career with Bulgarian teams. Thus, I have been able to observe a lot of it. And he's always played Overpass with Bulgarians. Overpass has always been a very good map for the teams coming out of the country. So I think he's got a very decent understanding on how the map should be played. He's always felt pretty comfortable with it. And ultimately, a lot is going to come down to the role distribution as well. Who's going to be the A rifle playing alongside Deutsche on that A bomb side? Is it going to be Choiv? Is it going to be one of the youngsters? Are these guys going to be able to step it up? Because we did see a really high ceiling out of Deutsche, but we did see some very lackluster moments as well. So I think some level of individual consistency outside of Choiv himself will be what is needed for this team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously had a great Mirage over there as well, so you can try and look forward towards seeing what exactly he can offer over here. Just a quick look into Twitch chat over here for the players too, just making sure, hey, what everyone knows that we're gonna win, right? Trust me, guys. I would like to speak for everyone in chat and maybe all the fans beyond. We don't know how this is going to go. I'm not even going to ask you for a prediction, Ted, because I do think that this is one of those places where we could see a very quick 2-0 coming out from DALUYONG, or we could just see them collapse as well for DALUYONG. As much as I want to talk about that big comeback that they're able to get on that second map of their in Dust, or rather the third map of their in Dust 2, that sure they ultimately ended up losing out. We also have to remember that was 2 consecutive 1v1s that 8kit had to win out to even get them there. That could have very easily just been, hey, well, that's a 13-3, goodbye. Right? There's no reason to assume that it goes to overtime in the first place either. This is a team with a huge amount of variance in the level that they've put on display so far.
Well, yeah.
Are you watching Exile demos?
He is watching demos.
I just saw Exile getting like 3 kills.
He's just
Who
watching.
watches Exile demos in
No,
2026, man?
no, he's just watching Overpass. It's not the Exile demos. It's probably just a bad boom Overpass.
Okay.
Which is, or TDK, sorry, Overpass.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. They are a pretty decent Overpass team, TDK. They're one of the better maps that you can, one of the better teams that you can watch demos of Overpass on in the tier 2 space. I think they were in something crazy like 18 wins and 4 losses out of their last 22 games.
Damn.
Yeah. Their Overpass is very good. Very, very good. And it depends on who's playing where.
I miss the days of Exile being
unreal. Do you know how well playing Exile actually is on Overpass? He's actually very decent on Overpass. Out of 22 maps, do you know what his average rating is?
Is it 1.25?
No, it's 132.
Yo, that's insane, actually.
It is very respectable, yeah. And he's playing entry on the T side as the A rifler. He's playing A rifler as well on the CT side, being very aggressive. I think he was, last time I checked, Overpass. This is only Overpass, of course. He's sitting at around, let's say, 30% attempts, entries on the CT side, and around 70% success rate on 30% attempts, which is pretty decent.
That's insane.
Yeah, apparently Exile just needed Nafany.
I mean, to be fair, didn't we all? Didn't we all just need Nafany?
We respect it. Choif is just watching some demos while everyone else is just running around the server, shooting people, taking a look.
How is Sugar doing on TDK?
How is Sugar doing?
Yeah.
I think he's doing all right.
Sugar's the only Azerbaijani player that I remember by name, predominantly because I like his name.
I mean, he is, as far as I remember, I think he is their lowest rated player. All
right.
But he's still doing fine. I think he's not playing the easiest roles ever. So Obviously, Axel is a bit of an aggressive lurk. Nafany is a space creator. I think Sugar still needs a little bit of time to get comfortable within the T sides where he gets more opportunities to play mid rounds. And then CT side, he's anchoring a lot of maps, as far as I remember. And he has some secondary star spots, so maybe he needs a bit of time. He's not taking as much initiative. But he's doing all right. I mean, the team in general is playing good, so if the team is playing good, that means that Sugar is doing his job.
I do quite enjoy the fact that TDK is quietly sort of climbing up over here as well. I think TDK's got a real shot to be making the major in the next iteration. It's just the idea that there's so much forgotten talent coming out of the CIS and the Russian region. The idea that you've got a team with Nafany, Axel, and Sorte coming together, then you add in Xanter as well, who again, people just seem to forget about him for some reason. This is such a strong team, and I wish...
Groove is the coach.
Well, okay. There's that as well. I'm sure it's helpful. But I am always excited to see, hey, is that resurgence ever going to come? Because as much as there were question marks about some of these players, you know, in particular Nafany, I don't think anyone would argue that he doesn't have a place in, like, you know, at least contention for top 32 in the world, which is what gets you to the major these days.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting right now, the conversation with the major race, right? Because you're seeing a lot of teams that you probably wouldn't really think would make it be in a very good spot. The last update that Mischief Finn released, he released like 4 or 5 hours ago. And as of right now, Monty are 90%, 91.5% making it. Foot is just starting in stage 2. Gamer Legions made it in stage 2 probably. Big will make it probably. Most likely Heroic. Sinners have around 65% chance. And then even though 3D Max and Face Clan are at the bottom of the teams making it in, you still have teams like Bed Boom, Bait, Gentlemates, K27 that could always come in if they are to win a couple of, you know, games and maybe win a VRS event right in the end. So things could very quickly change.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a good time looking out towards the VRS invites and just sort of going through how much of the a consistent narrative through line that we've managed to add with the VRS rankings. And it does feel like Valve, who spend all of these years thinking about, hey, how do we want to make a change to this? How do we want to do that? They have finally cracked into what could be sort of that next level for CS esports. The idea that we've got, you know, events like the LORGAR Cup. LORGAR is putting up a lot of money to make this happen, I'm sure, and this is a huge effort coming out from StarLadder and whatnot as well. But something like this probably wouldn't have been possible 2 years ago. And being in a position where all of these teams actually want to go to LANs, where we can have these regionalized elements coming in from Eastern Europe and whatnot as well, because there's a legitimate incentive where you have an actual chance to make the major as well. It's put so much lifeblood into the scene.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Because you're starting a new project at the start of the year. You have an organization. If that organization is willing to invest into sending you to some of these LANs and signing up for, you know, tournaments, if the players are able to go through a couple open qualifiers and qualify for events like the LORGAR rankings, then you could realistically, if you're a very good team, even if you have no VRS points at the start of the season, potentially make it into, you know, a good spot and make it into the, if not the same major that will be played in this season, then the next one, right? And we've seen that happen a couple times now. Some teams putting themselves in very good spots. As of right now, you have teams like the 100 Thieves, like TDK, like Focus, that might not make it for this one, but look like they will be able to fight for the major in Singapore. It's going to be sick having a major in Singapore.
Dude, I really, really want to make my way over there. I hope I maybe will do. We're going to see. Singapore is just quite an expensive country, actually, to make it to. Last year as well, I wanted to come to Hungary for the StarLadder major because obviously you want to be there for that. Hungary is just impossible for visas. It's very frustrating. Otherwise, I'd saved up the money, I'd put aside the budget and everything as well, but I just couldn't get the visa for it, unfortunately.
Well, thankfully you're here now. And so are StarLadder. So you've reunited, and we are all on Overpass, folks. It was a bit of a delay, and we were waiting for everyone to get ready, but thankfully all the players are in the server. All the players are battle ready, and Drama will be starting things off on the CT side as we suspected. The map pick of DALUYONG. is this overpass? Which face of drama are we going to see today?
Let's not say today. Let's maybe start off with this map because we know that they are prone to changing faces very quickly. Deutsche backs off and he's out of there. Aaron is making plenty of noise as he makes his way up short just to make sure of that matter. The smoke out to heaven does signal that you want to try and commit out to this B bomb site. Whether or not that ends up happening, separate question entirely. Drama have got 4 players who are in position to defend this. Joy making his way over as well. Nopes, he's already found himself 1. Quick trade from Martinez, but as Deutsche tries to move back in and make sure he doesn't get circled on with a few seconds still left from the heaven smoke, the rotations seem a little bit dry. CTs will not be able to stop this bomb from being planted, and despite having all of the members in the right place, Martinez is 3k. He's going to give DALUYONG this pistol round. Andrix, no HP left. He's going to die to the bomb regardless. Might as well make a go of it and see if he can get a kill.
Yeah. Answer is no, as we're there to take him down. 8kid with some applause, trying to hype up the boys. I love the fact, I like the fact that they smoked off heaven, they delayed a little bit and allowed that forward player to rotate back in towards the A-bomb side, right? Made sure that there's going to be 3 players at best, at most, for the side of drama onto the bomb side itself. Didn't play instantly, of course. It does mean that you don't have that big of a timer the moment you make your way onto the bomb side. The heaven smoke will start fading very soon, so you had to be very quick, but they were. Decided not to molly the monster smoke. I think Martinez was thinking about it. Someone called not to do it. That should give away the fact that it's a force buy, especially now with the flash. You should be ready for the investment out of drama.
Andrix is hoping that the investment pays off over here with a quick kill, but with DALUYONG playing this patiently, that's unlikely to happen. Connector control has been a priority for them at the initial phase over here, and Drama has not looked to contest. Drama knows that for them, a lot of their benefits or any perceived advantages would be that of surprise. 8kid spots out of foot, peeks back out, and Deutsche is gone. He gives them a 5 versus 4.
It's very controlled, very patient. Aware of the aggression in towards the A-bomb side being a possibility as well. Barrels Molotov coming in, close molly coming in as well. The bomb has been dropped, which is a little bit weird. Nobsy will try and push it towards T-spawn. And he should be going down. He's actually picked up an AK and another kill. I don't know how this round has become so competitive. And suddenly Aaron's been thrusted into a 1v2. Mivu's very loud. He's made it abundantly clear for Aaron that he's got a 1v1 on B. 10 seconds.
I mean, he has to make a move on. Smoke is down, planting in the most flammable position, but Andrix has somehow managed to avoid almost every bullet. Finally does get it done. That's a bit scary.
That was funny. What a big play that was from Nopsy, by the way. I have no clue how he's able to push down and get a second kill. He was already low on HP after the first endeavor. He just goes full W in towards T-spawn and they let him cross and get one more.
Yeah.
He was the real hero of the round here for drama.
You're the real hero of the round, Ted.
Oh my god.
And the real hero of the tournament obviously is LORGAR, who you can go check out by using the link down below in the banners or in the chat and whatnot. There's a couple of interesting giveaways that you can also keep an eye out for exclusively for the LORGAR ranking European Kings viewers. A full reset out from DALUYONG as their force buy is going to have to try and find the same effect that the CTs did. Now, I am curious to see if DALUYONG is going to continue to be in a position where they sometimes outpatience themselves. They had a couple of rounds in yesterday's match as well where that happened, and the previous one did feel like it had an element of that.
Ooh.
Nice kill from Aaron, though.
Painful.
Nero. Grenade flying over, will be eating it, but he eats up a couple of kills with that as well. Still a 3 versus 3, and the M4 is recovered. DALUYONG are feeling good about this one. Kid still present for Nopsy as well as a smoke. Andrix is going to be coming in as well. Every single CT play is coming out from a rotation from B, not through connectors. So this is going to be a very difficult retake to come out. Martinez realizes that there is an M4 he can move back to recover. Will do so. Nolan plays close with the Tech 9. 8-Kid plays first contact. That contact gives them one, and it should be the end of it. Andrix once again called to clutch and can't bring it back together. Drama will not hold down that round, once again having their economy pushed away.
This is such a big kill out of Aaron's Wars long with the Deagle, by the way. He shuts down Deutsche. No one's in a position to try, or Deutsche, no one's in a position to try and get the refrag. No one's in a position to stop Aaron and prevent him from picking up that M4. Deutsche is just going for the solo push, and Mivu's back towards the bomb side a little bit disjointed out of the 8 players. And then they get caught off guard on the retake as well. Lovely shooting coming out of DALUYONG. 2-1 already on the T side. Forced by Wars continue. We're looking at the quad 5-7 alongside that single MP9. Double setup in connector. He's heard the burning of one. Nolan. Now there was one rule on CSGO, Mamoon.
Yeah.
And that was you never go close connector against pistols. And that rule, I still obey. And I think all players should. Unless you can double clear it with mollies from downside of con and up con. This is how you go close con against pistols.
If you're going to go close con, you better be ready to spend the money to make sure that it's not going to be a wasted effort. But 5 Alive and DALUYONG are going to spend money to make money. Ted, I like the changes when it comes down to, you know, the new things that we need from cameras and everything. Beyond just the integrity reasons, I do think that there's going to be a lot of, you know, it's a lot more personality added. It's better camera angles. Gone are the days where we just look at foreheads. But man, it does cause a lot of technical timeouts.
Yeah, no, this is a problem. For those of you that don't know, a lot of the times when there is a technical timeout, it is because, you know, someone's camera is not great or it disconnects, it reconnects, then the admins need to check that everything's all right and it meets certain requirements. But of course, this is a must for competitive integrity for the sake of it.
And we're like calculus. We'll do anything for the integrals.
Hell yeah. I actually used to love calculus when I was at school.
I knew you would.
Yeah. I did study high-end maths in uni for like half a year.
High-end? Like you spent a lot of money on it?
Well, no, it's just advanced maths.
Okay.
Yeah, the non-native way of saying advanced maths. Oh god.
I'm also a non-native English speaker, but right now it is a non-native position for the T's to be in, not being in possession of the bomb while there's 4 pistols playing bodyguard from it. Smokes are down. That doesn't feel like it's going to help. Guys, there's USPs on the other side. I don't think this is where you're going to get any results from. Nopsy picks up another kill, and there's weapons to recover. I'm shocked that Drama doesn't try and chance for them.
Ooh. I like this. They're doubling down towards long. They want to make sure the CTs don't get the guns. That USP's left all alone. Choi for just going to get punished, jumping in the middle of nowhere. And they're not playing this one together anymore. Relying on the timings, relying on not being cleared out. Deutsche might have a good angle, but he's heard the steps long and he's baited himself. Shots are missing, able to get the kill. Refrag comes in. Martinez, 36 HP against the USP of Andrix. Question is, where has he gotten off to? Molotov will confirm it. Andrix now knowing exactly what the plan is for Martinez.
30 seconds. Not even got the time to go back over to the B bomb side, and Martinez is taking longer and longer. Andrix has positioned himself perfectly. As long as Martinez doesn't plant for bank, I don't think you can plank for bank. That's not how loans work. 12
That's
seconds.
what he needs to do. He needs to plan for bank. He knows that the other USP was there as well.
No!
Oh, he's seen him.
Bomb's going to be put down. Andrix is worried about this being a fake, and with the smoke down, Martinez will be able to back off as well. He's had a good game so far, but this USP could really ruin his day. He's not supposed to be having a responsibility like this. A quad kill and an anti-eco might sound like it's nothing, but trust me, this was very meaningful.
He plays it so well, by the way, with so much confidence in the 1v1. He's low on HP. He knows exactly where the USP is coming from. He knows that this player won't have a smoke. He's not going to have a defuse kit. And he still stays around and just plays for the headshot. Doesn't want to back off. Doesn't want to let him tap the bomb, have a chance. Stays around, wins the fight. 4 rounds on the T side of Overpass already. Martinez 10-2. That was a terrifying eco round. Still, nice try for drama. Good damage considering the lack of investment.
Nobsy. That's where he's or. DALUYONG having to play from a man disadvantage over here, despite the fact that Drama still does not have the AWP purchased up. They do well to find an early pick. Aaron, boost from him, and it's unlikely you're going to find anything. Andrix is very concerned about the possibility. And as long as Troy doesn't chance it back to Toxic, this should be a done deal.
Yeah, not going to be able to spot anyone. And now they've been heard dismounting. Nate is going to fall right on top of Andrix, actually, which is not too bad. If they have another one, if they did have another one, that would have been great. There's the first. Damage dealt. Molotov in. Martinez does get 1 kill, but the CT's able to hold strong. And as the open, the rifle left 30 seconds on the clock. Should be a very difficult one to get back into.
There's reason to save over here, but Aaron doesn't want to. 8kit brings it back into 1v2. Interesting retreat over here from Andrix. And the idea that he's not expecting me was maybe forgivable, but there's also not that much time left on the clock. And DALUYONG, well, they will not be able to continue on their streak. Second out on the board for Drama, and they will be very grateful about the 4 kills they got on the USP round, even if they were not able to convert it. Now you're in a position where you can reset this T-side economy and still potentially win out the CT side half on Overpass.
Yeah, and this is what you need, right? We talked about how important momentum is for these guys, but I think one of the most important things as well, even if you're not winning the map, at least be competitive, right? Don't get completely blown out of the water. Yesterday, you were able to come back into the game after getting completely annihilated on map 1. Let's not test if you can do that again, shall we? Let's have a much swifter entry into the game. This is a very risky peek out of Choif. He does get the information. They're just walking out mid. Where is Deutsche Zope? It's in towards the toilets. There he is. Boost for the Oper. Oh. Big kill.
Very much. Deutsche. Oh, Martinez will be able to smoke this off over here. But Deutsche feels like he's done enough. Even retreating back over here strategically feels like the right move. And a push from Miwo. As long as he doesn't get stabbed on the back on a timing, this really just secures the round. And a boost from Andrix will find Esor. In the meanwhile, Drama just feels so dynamic in their defense. Miwo comes in from behind, and consistently DALUYONG feel like they're in fights where they just don't have a chance to win. And that's something you can say about this round as well. It doesn't feel like they have any chance of bringing it back.
Deutsche will walk into Nolan Zope. Will go down. Choif should be able to pick up the big green for the CT side. It's actually quite important he does so. But yeah, you're right. This is just the save for Nolan and Aaron. We'll try to just stay alive. Mivu could actually take down Aaron here, or give away his life as well. Switch up. Free kill. Yeah. And that's a potential AK pickup. Aaron might get another fight. Needs to be careful not to go down after time. And he won't go after time. He's actually able to upgrade. This is not fantastic for the CTs to go and look in that type of a 4v2. I would have actually loved to see them just let the T's hold on. Play from the back of the bomb side with the ult for Deutsche. Stay in connector for Mivu. Make sure you stay alive. Even if the T's survive, it's not that big of a deal. Take care of your economy first before thinking about ruining the T's.
It will have at least a silver lining for them, which is that DALUYONG, who are already going to be likely Forespying are even more convinced to do so over here, considering the amount of CT damage they do. But you're right. It's almost definitely better to just solidify your money over here. They do have a full buy. There's no head armor missing. They've got 3 pairs of kits over here. They've got every bit of utility that you could possibly ask for. So there's no reason to lose this. But it's very rare that there are reasons to lose any round.
All right. A single ult for 8-Kit, AK for Aaron. Oh, 8-Kit going for the opener. Oh, he's heard the player and he's seen him drop. Choif just getting away with one. It's actually the flash of Martinez that forces Choif to go down and doesn't allow 8-Kit to get the kill. It's a little bit funny. For a B start, they're expecting a B play because the money is a little bit lower on the T side. That might not necessarily be the case, though.
It's also where they have a lot more access to boosts, which clearly they just absolutely love. And a fast rotation out towards A is still going to be possible. Early smoke being used on A into toilets might indicate that Drama is feeling quite lonely on the A bomb side. It's very rare that you'll see a smoke around the 105 mark for front toilets. Aaron boost up. He really needed to get that kill. If he had an AWP, that would have been
Now you double back
man.
and go B. You've heard the drop in towards waters from one of the players, and one of them was very audible as he was rotating back on. They can even try to fake A with Aaron in towards long.
That seems to be the plan, and without too much utility over here.
No, it's a fake.
You might
B into
expect
an A
that to
play.
be the case, but with the Heavens smoke, now they've returned. 25 seconds left, and remember, they did try and exploit a late Heaven smoke before as well. eSports gives up his position with a quick elbow peek.
They're rotating
I don't
back.
know if this is intentional. They do start to move back because they're not expecting it, and with Aaron finding a kill over here on A, they're still unsure. They don't know if this is a solitary lurk or not, but whatever it is deadly. Doika still feels like he can't back off until he deals with eSor, and when he does do so, it's backing off. It's not rotating to A. It has to be a save over here for Drama.
Oh, this is so tough for Deutsche, by the way, because he does see that Tech 9. It wasn't a jiggle, though. It was just the Tech 9 looking like it's getting ready to swing, right? Like he's waiting for the util on an execute. So he sees that player, and he's like, guys, he just made a mistake, but I've seen him on short. They will probably play B. It's that late. They smoked Heaven, and they paused, and they played, and they already did that a couple of rounds ago. We were kind of talking about it when they allowed the smoke to fade away, right? So you're probably thinking they would have done the same. You leave a solo player. Aaron just walks out long and gets a double kill. That secures the round. Aaron's been providing a lot of firepower to this team as the in-game leader as well. There's the replay. Mivu just gets deleted. Same for Choif. And that was their opportunity. That was their chance.
Yes.
Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Mivu's playing a 5-7. Meaning probably someone else will be the A rifle this time around, I suppose. He might go connector. Yeah, they will receive support from Choi.
DALUYONG continue to try and find exploitations through short water over here. Kinetic control will not be contested by any boosts, anything of the sort. 8-Kit is very worried about that prospect, though, checking everything he can. And for good reason, Drama have made that a priority in their playstyle.
They do know Deutsche did survive in the previous round, so should be aware of the possibility of an OP. Well, they know there is an AWP in the server. Another B play might be coming through. The bomb once again alone in towards Monster. This time we might see the double nade go in towards Andrix. There's one. No, actually, no second HE. I'm still waiting for the moment when they would just do the proper double nade him when you know he's playing there.
Choiv. Oh, he wants to take this peek. This timing is perfect over here if he does. Instead, he's able to...
What?
What is that kill from 8-Kit? That is absurd.
He's making steps
Keeps
down
himself
B.
alive on 10 HP.
They faked him again.
Oh, they're
They
so
think it's
worried.
B.
They're so scared. They've been wrong so many times at this point. They're more afraid of that than the actual assault coming out on A. And again, for DALUYONG, it's such a late peek through. Deutsche can actually do something about this. He's positioned well with the AWP, but he misses his shot because of the quick lag out from Esor. Esor goes down though. Deutsche makes up for that missed opportunity, but the bomb will still be planted. Miwo's got advantage of a 5-7. He pushes through the smoke to try and use it, but on the other side, it's the pistol killer. The MAC-10 puts him to rest, and Andrex, how many times is he going to be in a similar position? 1 versus 3, impossible situation, has to back off.
Oh, this is so disappointing. These fakes have been getting under their skin, man. It's almost like it's impossible to know where DALUYONG will commit to. And eventually, Drama will have to start fighting for a little bit more map control, by the way. Playing from the back of the bomb sites and just trying to be reactive and rotate around has not been working out. Playing without short control, playing without any aggression in towards connector. Choif is the only one that was aggressive in towards the toilets, but the moment that he goes down to 8 kit, they again don't know anything. They're just working with what they're hearing with the utility, but they don't know anything about what's going on around the map. It's just a blind game. Good effort coming out of Deutsche.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd hit that first shot, maybe something is different, but even then, it just does feel like 1-up. It's unreasonable to say, well, if you just got 3 kills instead of 2.
Deutsche was saying sorry. This round. We saw it in the chat. I wonder if he's apologizing because he misses the first and doesn't win. I think it's a bit silly if this is what he's apologizing for. Maybe for rotating, maybe for calling that he's all right to be left alone. I don't know. This is a guessing game here because it didn't really feel like he didn't do in terms of firepower what he should have. He still got 2 kills out of a very tough spot.
Man, I don't love guessing games, but I love giveaways, and there's actually a great giveaway coming out from LORGAR, our big sponsors, making sure that you can go check out the banner below, go look at their website. There's an exclusive giveaway for the LORGAR rankings viewers.
You know what? I do love guessing games, especially when I'm watching a game of Counter-Strike. I think it's very fun trying to, you know, put up together why something's happened.
That's deduction.
I mean, it is making an educated guess, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it's still a guess. We could never know for sure unless we're on the TeamSpeak server with them.
Well, Choif guesses wrong.
Sure, yeah. That's the
Speaking of guessing wrong, Esor will end up being dealt with in the end, but as Deutsche moves forward to pick up the gun, hoping that there was just one, that is also going to be an inaccurate forecast. Seven to 3 on the T side of Overpass, man. This has been a lot of very slow-paced rounds out from DALUYONG, but they've been working. Drama are just not quite well drilled enough where they feel like they have a grip on these late round decision-making situations that they're continually being put into.
Yeah, it's looking like a very comfortable T-side now. DALUYONG can control. They haven't been playing the quickest T-side, but I think that's been bugging Drama a little bit. Making it tough for the CTs to read the situation. Making them play these mid to late rounds. And some of these individuals have been hitting quite hard. Let's not forget, this is a very weird mix of players. It was supposed to be Svetahead playing instead of Martinez, but yeah, now it's 4 Hungarians and 8 kit. Speaking of 8 kit,
he might be given an honorary Hungarian passport at the end of this one. Doika takes him down though, and he will cut his journey short. Where there's stand-ins on one side, the other also, of course, missing out on Vladen.
they don't need the double T-spawn push right now. The connector player of choice should start going back, especially with the pressure being installed onto the monster player.
Nopsy needs help. We'll be able to spot on Esor. The call's been made. Martinez has to make sure that he doesn't die out to Andrex on a bad timing as he makes his way forward. Nopsy still picks up another one. It's going to be Nolan now, whose Molotov goes too deep.
Oh,
no,
the
he
upper
still
missed.
loses his life regardless. Deutsch is giving them chances. It's rare to see, but as the noose of Andrix continues to secretly wrap around their necks, will they be able to get this bomb plant in? They're still looking for a
No
fight.
way.
Drive is down. Bomb will not be planted. No, it is right at the nick of time, and they know that Deutsch was the AWP back in heaven who's going to drop down below. It's Nolan versus Andrix, as Deutsch is going to be given the duty of trying to defuse. There's no kit over here, and that smoke helps more than it doesn't. The only problem for Nolan is he's quite low on HP, so the spam battle isn't necessarily
Oh my
going
God.
to work for him. He gets the perfect spray down, switches to an A4, 27 bullets still in there, and Deutscher, that's not the weapon to win this battle out with. Without the kid, Nolan can just push him through the smoke as well. Hell, that smoke might just be extinguished. Deutscher gives up the round as he knows he can't win it. Drama will concede 8.
This is wild. This is absolutely wild. I wonder why is the M4 the player that's trying to stick the 10-second defuse? Why is it not the Oper? Is it because the Oper was lower on HP? Surely, even if he is lower on HP, you know you need a 10-second defuse. You probably have to kill him. Do you really think he's gonna spam all the bullets through the smoke and he's not gonna hit anything? I guess it's very easy to say in hindsight. They probably did want to have the low HP player defend. But defending with an AWP as your rifle teammate is trying to defuse and there's someone spamming on the other side is very difficult. Failed the short molly. Good news. CTs are not really fighting for short either way, so it doesn't change much.
My goodness.
Yeah, that's tough. It's real tough. Deutsche. Never mind. He's ready for a second, by the way. Look at him.
He's got the tech out. Peeks forward. Mio will get the better of him and switch out to the AWP. The bomb
Right.
is on the ground.
Yeah, he's got it. That's weird. Martinez should wait. If he dies, then they're in a whole lot of trouble. Are they just waiting for Aaron to kill the people on B so they can 4v1 this guy?
Martinez moves past. Mio moves in. Will be missing out that first off shot. Battle op doesn't work for him either. And the bomb is recovered.
Well,
Aaron, 2.
Aaron is in CT spawn. Nolan is still waiting for the short push. And even if he goes down, that would just confirm the whereabouts of one of the players. They're still going B.
Oh my god, he almost loses
Oh
that
my
duel. He will
goodness.
lose the second one, and Tribe has a chance. It's 35 seconds. Going back to A over here is incredibly risky. And going into B feels like you're giving Troy a chance at the spotlight. Troy, though, he's not made for the stage. It feels like he's going to be forced away from this theater of dreams. 15 seconds. B side's been cleared out. Smoke back as well as Molotov means that Troy has got no way of going into the site. And with the bomb being planted for the D's to back off and maybe even play for the boost. No, they split up. Martinez will take first contact. Never an easy angle to fight off of, but they're worried about a heaven wraparound. Troy has got a smoke, he's got a kit, he's got a nade, a flash, he's got everything you can really ask for over here, but he doesn't have the position of Esau known. He backs off. Esau will have to reveal himself, but the time is low, and a grenade in his hands is going to be enough. I didn't even notice it. DALUYONG. That round was already in their pocket.
I was just gonna say Troy probably should have stuck that defuse, but with the nade in there, I don't think it would have made a difference. So many rounds going very, very close down to the wire, but Drama unable to get it over the line. They did try to play more proactive Counter-Strike though. What we were talking about, the readjustment is here. It's just that you're lacking the finishing blow. 9 rounds on the T side, moving into the CT. That should be a clean conversion on their map pick. And similarly to yesterday, Drama having a little bit of a difficulty to enter the first map of a series. Hopefully, same as yesterday, they will find the strength to do so in the second half.
Martinez peeks out. It's going to be... I thought it'd be a bloodbath in his favor, but instead it's Esau and Nolan who are the only ones who get any kills. Martinez does nothing beyond deal damage, and even that's limited. Aid kit comes through, finishes off what Nolan started. I'd really like to see how much damage Martinez dealt in that round in total, but Miwo right now stabbed in the back, and it's Aid kit holding the knife.
Some very nice shots. Lovely effort coming out of Andrix, by the way. He was the guy that had that massive clutch yesterday on Ancient for them. He was one of the few people that were stepping up with very key clutch plays, and he does find a triple in this one, but it's still not enough. Not even for a bomb plant. At this point, it has to be the hero buy, so there will be an AK dropped over to Choif. I presume that was Andrix that dropped it over, so the IGL will try and be the star. Of course, if you're wondering why Choif, well, or why Andrix is the one to drop it, as he's the top fragger. He's the only one that had money to get an AK.
Yeah. To be fair, some of Andrix's frags have been in situations where it feels like it might be a lost cause. And that's one of the takeaway from the fact that those are the only frags he's had the opportunity to get.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, your team is losing 3-10. You've been able to put up a fight, and now the AK you dropped over to Troy has netted you an opening kill. That's pure impact.
Maybe that could be the impact they need to get on with this T side and find success. Troy, that's real impact right there. He gets the kill, takes it away as well, and with the grenade going deep, the plant has to be made a little bit more safe. Martinez is the one possessing a flashbang. He's asking Esau to chuck out the incendiaries. No way. They're not fighting with Troy over here. And the remaining two players are so low. Martinez! He made up for that dualies disaster.
Look at 8-Kid, man. He's just chilling. He's just having a drink. Headset off. He's not even listening. He's just there being like, yeah, they just did that. I knew it. Not even close. Why are they fighting that way? That was a little bit disjointed out of drama. Choif is just fighting in a way that if he's staying there, surely Deutsche peeks on his contact, or they line up and they go for the fight. They don't know both players are coming from behind. Sure, you know for one of them. So you feel like you need to make a move and it's uncomfortable to be on the bomb side. You still need to make the move together, right? It kind of feels like they're going one after the other, which is a bit unfortunate. Also, Martinez is absolutely mental to get a triple kill like this with the MP9.
Oh, that's close. Full long push coming out from the T side in this force buy. Trauma knows that it's been now or never for quite a few rounds, and it continues to eke closer and closer to never for overpass. With the bomb being dropped and spotted, the CT side feels increasingly secure, leaving Martinez alone, and that security is well founded. 8-Kid is all over this A-bomb site.
Opers here. Scope not heard by Nopsy somehow.
I can't imagine the comms are particularly calm right now for drama.
I mean, I think they are. When you look at the team, it doesn't look like they are tilting. It doesn't look like they're frustrated. It might look like they're a bit discouraged.
It's a discouraging scoreline to be looking at. You're down 3-12 now versus DALUYONG. Tactical timeout to come out from drama. They do at least want to give it the good old college try.
I do appreciate the fact that they're going for a tactical timeout, even being down 3-12, right? I think knowing Choif's policy as an in-game leader, he's the type of IGL that would realize this is a very young project, very inexperienced 5-man lineup, and that every single map, no matter how bad it might seem from the outside, is a learning experience, and it's an opportunity for them to play as much as possible and learn as much as possible. This is the sign when you're losing 3-12 and you go for a tactical timeout. It's just we play until the very end and we don't really care what the score is.
Yeah.
Which is the right mindset.
Especially when there is at least one more map to go.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I think it's very beneficial if you're able to do that. Just, you know, focus on the round. Think of any game, any situation as winnable. That type of vibe. Then you can look at the mistakes and be frustrated after the game's over.
Okay. I think the only concerning thing for me again is that Drama did pick Ancient after that pretty bad performance coming out from them yesterday, and it's very easy to write off one-sided performances and be like, nah, bro, it's fine, that was just a bad day. But coming out of Overpass, if you're losing with a particularly one-sided scoreline again, and you're going into a map where you got kind of battered on yesterday in this same tournament, it's demoralizing. So for now, Drama's already fighting Ancient. This is already about that second map.
Yeah, agreed. It's a mental fight. Unfortunately, they're losing both the mental and the physical. What a Z-Sword will just gobble them down. It's a 4-piece in towards Monster. Just go and give him the ace. He deserves it. Headshots galore. He will get the final opportunity. It's Joy from the other side, and he's a party pooper.
I just spent 30 seconds talking about how it's a mental game, and then he almost aces it out. So I think I know who's winning the mental game over here. You're right, Ted. DALUYONG looking incredibly impressive coming out of this. And I think what's really had me particularly surprised is how well put together that T side looked. I mean, Aaron, fantastic calling coming out from it. It's just another reminder of that sort of the Budapest 5 diaspora and how much talent they really have when it comes to understanding the game.
Yeah, and how much firepower talent they have as well, right? Martinez, who was supposed to come in as a stand-in for Svetahead, has been playing very, very high-level Counter-Strike, looking very sharp, even with a gun like the MP9, able to get some crisp headshots. So, all in all, I think these guys have, they've looked like a team that wants to 2-0 this. Now, the interesting part about all of this, Mamoon, is that we did see the exact same thing happen to Drama yesterday. After one map of the series, we were 100% convinced this was going to be a 2-0. We were convinced that these guys were not winning a map. And then they came back and completely smashed HYPERSPIRIT on map 2. Now, will that happen in the same series, or in this series? Will it happen in the same way, going into an Ancient, a map on which they got only one round yesterday against the Romanians? This is the big question.
Well, I hope it's not happening exactly like it does yesterday, because that means they lose regardless. But as far as the second map is concerned, one thing is for sure, this is a team that knows how to reset going into that second map, and there's definitely conversations to have internally saying, hey guys, whatever, yesterday we were slow to start as well. The only problem is the fashion in which they were losing a lot of these rounds was very disheartening, right? It's the last 15-20 seconds where they're continually having the wrong call. And look, Ted, you definitely know more about, being a higher level player than I do, that's for sure. But the idea that most of your rounds are being lost on a matter of brain, for me, that just feels like, hey, I feel slightly more concerned about Ancient coming out into it. DALUYONG, though, look fantastic, and, I hope that we can get a better opposition on the other side from Drama, regardless of the outcome, because we want to see more of this great CS action coming through. But before that, we've got to take a bit of a break. We're going to be back with Ancient very soon. Is Drama going to level up for map 2 again? Let's find out.
Drama has once again started off one of their series in the LORGAR Rankings Qualifiers in a dramatic way. Well, dramatically bad way. After yesterday's opening map against HYPERSPIRIT, they were able to bounce back and take it to a third map. Mamoon, unfortunately, a similar thing has happened today. The silver lining might be that this time they didn't get absolutely bombarded on their own map pick. They're still yet to go on the map that they decided to pick going into this elimination series against DALUYONG. Bad side of all of this, they got one round against HYPERSPIRIT on Ancient yesterday.
I like that your silver lining is, listen, they got wrecked, but it wasn't their map pick. Hey, listen, yeah, I mean, that is, to be fair, the only silver lining I can possibly draw out from map number 1 going into Ancient. I don't have many hopes over here for Drama, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think that DALUYONG is by far the better team from what we've seen in Overpass. And I came into this series being like, well, listen, to be fair, I don't know what side of Drama is going to show up. I don't know what side of DALUYONG is going to show up. I just think DALUYONG's fundamental calling, their individual aim, is just better by quite a bit. And if there manages to be an upset even for one map, Drama, hats off to you, because I've got no idea how you're going to do it.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit tough, doesn't it? Because we are seeing some glimpses that make you probably feel like there might be something positive, right? Sometimes Deutsche will have that occasional highlight, Andrix will have that crazy clutch or a multi-kill out of nowhere, Nopsy's gonna have a good time, or Choif will just make a move as the IGO and just secure them a very important round. But all in all, it feels like they are relying on these individual moments of brilliance, and there's a lot of mistakes that are happening on the server, which has been a little bit of an issue for these guys. On the other hand, Ancient, when it comes down to DALUYONG, now those are two teams that we don't really have a lot of information on, right? We kind of clarified that already. So we're talking DALUYONG. This is a map that they've not played. What are we expecting out of these guys, would you say?
Well, look, I actually remember 8kit being fairly acceptable on this as well, but I remember this not being one of his best maps. It was just all right, which is very often how it goes for operas in general. So there is that to consider. I'm trying to think back to when Budapest 5 or just Aaron teams in general used to play Ancient, and it's and it's not been bad in general. I think Aaron's calling style is quite conducive to an Ancient, just because there's a lot more of these sort of late round decisions where, hey, I've got 3 parts of the map. One of them I've got control over, and I'm going to use that to maneuver the rest of my decision making for the last 30 seconds of this round. That's always been a strength for Aaron, and in the past he's had a lot of very explosive operas sometimes that are then able to work out for that first minute or so in the map. That's what he's hoping 8kit is going to be, and it's a winning formula, but it is harder to bring that to work on Ancient. I'm trying to find the silver lining. The problem is they also have Nolan and Martinez.
Sure.
And that is definitely a rifling duo that's going to be having a good time over here.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tough to deal with these guys. Just for context, Nolan, 8kit, and Aaron actually have all over, well, since the start of this event, are averaging over 110 rating, right? Nolan has been the best playing guy on the team. 8kit has been supporting. Martinez has had a lot of very impactful moments as well. We're seeing a lot of diversity as well in the way that these rifles are being used, right? And the Oper. You're looking at the T-side openings for these guys. Interestingly enough, they have 3 players over 20%. They have another one around 18% attempts. Nolan is the only one who's sitting on 16.4, and he is the lowest. And for a lot of them, the success rate is quite high. This is one of the things that I actually wanted to praise 8kit about. I feel like he's been doing a very good job at opening some of their T-side rounds. I know he's an Oper, and T-sides are not usually where he should thrive, but 8kit sitting on 20% attempts from T-side, which for an opening presence on the T-side of any map is a lot, is sitting on around 73% success. So they have been very good at getting themselves the opening kills. CT side as well, it's 8kit and Aaron. And they have been quite decent at closing. So yeah, pretty much everything that has to do with logic is telling us this should be a 2-0 here. Will it really be a 2-0 though? We're about to find out.
While 2-0 and on, of course, is going to be a quick little technical overhead just to get everything underway. Players are going to be able to ready up very soon as well. Good mood overhead. That's all I can say. Good pair of pearly whites on him as well. Can you tell who this is?
Yeah, this is Deutsche.
Thank you. Because I was a little bit confused over there.
This is Nolan.
Okay. One of the biggest problems I have in general is I like the idea of showing faces on HUDs.
Yeah.
It's nice, it's cool. But bro, you can't show me faces on HUDs for like the rank 170th team in the world. I don't know them.
Sure.
Fortunately, we don't have that problem over here because obviously we know everyone, and also there are still numbers over here. But that's just one of those quality of life changes that works a lot better at the upper end of CS rather than at the middle of the back.
Okay. Opening FACEIT. The lobby. Is Aaron reconnecting to the server? Is that what's going on? They're all on FACEIT. What are you looking at, boys? Okay, 8kid is reconnecting. Apparently that's what we were waiting for.
Okay. We'll forgive you, 8kid.
He's got a very cool PC in the background. I like the white detail, and you see the LED
nice.
on the wall, the panels. Yeah.
He's got a proper, streamer setup. And if you want to get yourself a very cool streamer setup yourself as well, we've got options for you over here with LORGAR. They make streaming setups, they make gaming setups, they make sim racing setups, which again, I will reiterate, bro, you could be, this is the closest you could be to sitting in a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? Because you're not going to afford that, realistically speaking.
To be fair, I'm not sure if people have actually seen the LORGAR sim racing innovations, but some of these setups are mental. You literally sit down and you can either have a very, very big monitor that is literally lengthy from left to right, or you can have 3 monitors right in front of you, and you just pretend, you know, they're all aligned and they're all next to each other, and then you can turn around and you get the full picture. It is beautiful. You have such a massive, I guess, angle of vision. They are very cool.
You know what would be fire? Playing CS like that.
No, F1 though is crazy. F1 is one I would really want to try.
If I could have CS on that on like that group of monitors, and I just have extra field of view, it would do nothing for my game, but I'd find it really enjoyable.
No, it would. It would make you significantly worse.
No, that's very hard to accomplish, actually.
Oh, sure.
What would be kind of cool, though, is if I could watch CS, actually, from that perspective.
Yeah, watching Counter-Strike like this is nice. Playing, maybe not as much.
Yeah. Well, watching would be kind of fire.
All right. Everyone is on the server. I think we might be going in. Is it possible? Is it happening?
All right.
Can that be the moment?
Disappear.
Can that be the time? I think it might be. I heard the music. We're jumping into the server, folks. This is it. Second map between the sides of DALUYONG and Drama eSports. Drama playing for their survival here in the LORGAR rankings close qualifier. DALUYONG fighting for the same, but as of right now, they're playing for progression into that deciding game in Group D.
Drama wants to start things off with something straightforward. It's simple. It's going to be the beatbot, but they're going to be found out before they can deploy the Molotov. Esor and Martinez come through. 2 for 2 trades. Molotov will be recovered by Deutsche. That could become relevant in the late round. The smoke is still down, and Aaron can't really find much damage through it. Deutsche will lose out some HP for his trouble. Nolan coming back over into Cheetah, has to be careful. He could just be sidelined as there's going to be a push forward from Troiv as well. Nolan is able to move back into Cave and actually spots out Deutsche as well. A deep flashbang is supposed to assist 8kid. It doesn't. Aaron's left alone. 1 versus 2. Impossible situation for him as it's going to be a Molotov prepped and ready from Troiv as well. He can deploy it. Will not need to. Spots out that Aaron is back off and now will be able to separate Aaron from himself. That Molotov that was whiffed and failed out just puts a nice little seal into this round.
I don't think he didn't whiff the molly. Joyf. He mollied in front of himself on purpose. He just wanted to trap the CT player on the bomb side. That's the molly you're talking about, right?
Yes.
No, he did that on purpose, I'm pretty sure. It wasn't failed. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. When I say failed, I don't mean that.
Oh,
Like, they meant to
okay.
throw it in the executor initially, but they died holding it, so...
Oh, that's what you mean. All
yeah,
right.
yeah, sorry, I understand.
Okay.
I understand the confusion, though.
That's all right. DALUYONG going for a force. Is there a flash for Nolan? No, but there is one for Andrix.
HE, and Andrix is sitting on it.
God.
That's a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, Martinez might be able to get a couple.
Even Money's good in this situation, but he's so paranoid about someone coming in from behind. Martinez is making me a little bit dizzy, I won't lie to you. But the backstab is going to be enforced.
Yeah, he didn't want to make the first move. Kept on peeking on timing, hoping that someone walks into him. Deutzer did. He did lose his life, though. Aaron, 8-Kit, and Esor will keep hold of... Oh, Viva's getting very close to T-spawn. Gotta be careful. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure he doesn't go down to the bomb. Didn't want to lose that AK or give it away. Double 5-7 MP9 held on to a 2-0 start. All right. Now I like this. We're getting a look into the strat book.
Yeah.
And the setups.
It would be pretty cool if the strat books from like a couple of years ago were released. Especially for the CSGO ones.
Sure.
I'd have to just sort of take a look at how everything's structured.
The thing is, even if they do release them, everything is gonna have different names, right? Because what one team calls Bedboom A exec, another team will call Cloud9, another team will call Pasta, Spaghetti, or whatever.
Hey.
But it would be interesting.
And like, I'd love to see some of the strat books coming out from the early days of everyone having formalized strat books back in the 2017-18 mark. You know, look out at the documents from old Astralis and what Glaive and Zonic used to conjure up.
The Astralis files.
Yeah. Aaron, 5-7. No 7. Taken away immediately, Miwo does overrun him. Drama already off to a pretty good start. This should be a 3-0 as long as they don't massively slip over a banana peel, and it feels like they're eating bananas, not worrying about the peel.
They're eating quite well right now. A 3-0 start on the T side of Ancient. They got only one round here yesterday, let me remind you also. This is a much improved performance as of right now. Big question, of course, will be what happens the moment that the CTs get the guns out? And we're going to find out the answer quite soon. 8-Kit has that up already. Everybody else on the M4s, you've got a little bit of utility as well. You think this is where the fight starts. Insta smokes for the B doors and for elbow. Andrix is challenging. Not respecting that aggressive utility out of the Andrix is challenging. Not respecting that aggressive utility out of the CTs. Already establishing cave control.
Nolan is going to be one of the big pivot points for this round. If he can find Andrix and win that challenge, suddenly this B-sign bomb feels a little bit weaker, but Nolan doesn't want to go on a mission to explore. He might be forced into it regardless. Smoke timing is good, very good. And Nolan will be able to stay alive because of it, even set up for a boost.
Yeah, now that red resmoke might make them feel a little bit of pressure in towards middle. Thing is, Martinez is just jiggling Donut and not seeing anything. And the moment that he spots them, he can actually smoke them off. They'll have to go through a smoke.
He takes his sweet time with the smoke himself as well. Makes it going. He's gonna make it. It's a closer donut smoke, so he can actually defend much better over here as well. 8kid covering off red room is going to die over here. It's a guarantee, but can he at least get one? No! Guarantees be damned! He's going to find two! And Deutsche has to do the same to even have a chance to make it back over towards that A-bomb site. Martinez already position revealed. Deutsche coming back over from Temple will show himself off, but he's dropped the bomb. And with 15 seconds, I don't think Troiv can win this round anymore. Nolan's coming in from behind. Troiv recovers and picks up an AK as well. 8 seconds, he'll have to plant. Even if he wins this duel, it feels unlikely that he can get there in time, and time will be his enemy. Oh my god, 8kid. That is brutality.
It's such a big risk to walk with 3 people in towards red on 30 seconds, by the way, because you know the CTs, if they sniff that this is going to be an A round and they don't see anything in towards B, they're all going through there. There is a high chance this is being watched that late into the round, and the op of 8kid, they just line up for him. Martinez as well staying in the open. It's a miracle he's able to get that kill onto Deutsche. I'm not going to lie to you. He's just trying to look at 3 angles at the same time. Drama probably should have won that round. I can't even blame them. Deutsche does a very good job to get those refrags. He loses a fight to someone playing the most offish off angle in the history of the game.
Did you just say the most offish off angle?
Did you see what where Martinez was standing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I've just never heard it being called the most offish off angle. Ted, you need to give yourself more credit as an English speaker.
Thank you. I'm just experimenting, you know. I think it works. You get the point.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Martinez speed run forward pretty much, as he's going to be watching out for Troiv in case Troiv wanted to get aggressive, but having eaten a nade already early on, Troiv is not feeling like he wants anything to do with it. 8kid is putting himself in a difficult position again. If there's only a lurker, this isn't bad, but there's going to be a whole lot more than that, and when he misses out that first shot, he even hits a bunny hop to make his way back inside the site, but with Aaron losing his life and Nolan being blocked off, 8kid can't do anything to help over here. There's Molotovs coming out from either side. I think this is just a save for DALUYONG. They can't contend with this.
Yeah, especially with Nolan being on low HP and with Aaron just going down in towards donut. They will get that kill onto Andrix, and this is an AK upgrade, which is honestly quite a decent one, because Nolan was on an MP9. But this is well done out of drama. And again, it does go down to just 8kid hitting one shot, it feels like, because the flashes were not blinding him. He just pulled the trigger a little bit too early. But it's alright for DALUYONG. You hold on to the guns. Drama are going to be more than happy with just going for the A-pop and being able to isolate the offer and deal with the donut player.
DALUYONG have one more chance to make this a salvageable CT side. Lose it here and have most of their guns be swept away. It suddenly feels like a lost cause. Martinez would not like this cause to be lost, but his duel certainly is. Aaron doesn't have any flashes to help out, and 8kid's position was only going to be good for vengeance, not for advantage. That's delivered by Esor.
Good angle out of 8kid. Might want to contest him. Walking on shift into the scope of the op is ill-advised, though. And now the bomb's been dropped. 8kid has no reason to peek, especially knowing who's alive on the other side. He can just hold the line. And wait for eSports to fall right on top of Deutsche. Shut him down. 3 alive for DALUYONG. Money starting to slowly dwindle for drama. They do have enough to go for another reinvestment if they really want to. But you lose this round, especially without a bomb plant, and we have an even game on our hands. There's the replay. Good stuff coming out of Martinez from heaven. And the moment that Deutsche gets that second shot, you're probably thinking there would have been an opportunity. But 8kid once again coming in with a lot of impact.
Quick smoke down from Martinez. Will be licked by the flames regardless. Like, hey, yep, just making sure that's still hot. Okay, you can be extinguished now.
Oh, sorry.
Big kill. Miro saying the exact same thing. Sorry, guys. I honestly don't know what to do there.
Quite difficult to get a
return.
bomb
You are kidding me. eSports not got any HP at all, but because of the elevation, he's still going to be assisted. Andrix is worried about the spam himself, and as he's backing off, he doesn't know what's coming over for him. Deutsch has got the op that'll only ever be good for one. Aaron shows him what an M4 can do on the other side of it.
Wow. And Joyf is just stuck on the other side of the map. Nothing to do, really. It's a bit tough, but I can't believe they thought they would be allowed to go back. It was a very committed round in towards B. It would have been hilarious if they were able to run all the way back T-spawn, and even then, time was running out, so you'd have to run, and people could just lock you in from middle. It was always going to be a difficult fight going back. Jeff holding on to the AK. A third round on the board, and as we were able to foresee in the previous one, if they were to lose a round without a bomb plant, which they did, money would be an issue for the Drama Esports boys. And now I'm starting to get a little bit afraid once again, Mamoon. I feel like they're letting go of this one.
I still have some hope over here.
Lost.
I still have some hope over here because we are seeing better engagements coming up from middle continually, right? We are seeing, that last round was a little bit messier than you'd like it to be, but we're seeing better engagements coming out that are giving them control into A as well. As long as they're not going to be quick to concede, and I don't think the Drama's the kind of team that'll do that, yeah, we could still see some stability on this T side.
All right.
And that's Exhibit A. Drama is now suddenly back into a 4 versus 3 with, a little bit of life lost out on quite a few of their players, but an advantage is an advantage, and Aaron would like to take it away from them. Good flash, and Aaron had a chance for a multi. If he'd brought it back to a 2 versus 2, that would have been huge, but ifs don't matter.
It's a lot of info though, right? Because you spotted 2 more players in towards middle with the bomb as well. So they will regroup going towards mid. They're not seeing anything right now. The AK can just take a left turn and go in towards zone. The AWP can just stay in towards heaven. You got to be careful about the possibility of them walking out B, but especially with the smoke in towards A right now, the AWP can just stay occupied. It's going to be a game of timings. 8-kit. Or the smoke. Does he turn around towards middle? That's the big question. Oh,
he missed it, but eSource still has gotten the call. 8-kit will find the bomb, and that doesn't matter too much. Joyf can go forward and pick it up immediately. Still a 1 versus 1, and 8-kit should be switching back out into a rifle. There's plenty on the way, and as the bomb is planted, he really needs to. Finds the M4. Not the AK, but it doesn't really matter when Troiv is low. Already advantage will be in the way of 8-kit. Can he find the man behind the big box? Troiv is certainly worried about this, and a smoke down actually helps Troiv more than it hurts him.
He's sticking it.
He's sticking it. Oh my god, Troiv is never going to read into this. Will he at least try? He spots him out. The defuse comes in regardless. Drama! This was supposed to be their saving grace.
Oh, what an effort out of Choiv in this round as well. He was able to find the openers in towards middle. They get the refrags. That one rifle from the previous round nearly helps them out. There's the replay. The late flash out of middle. He's able to get the first. Able to get the refrag onto Aaron. And then even gets the frag onto 8-kit, but just not in time. Not quite. Oh, look at that. Instant push towards A main. No one's holding.
The bomb is the worry. Deutsch is not expecting this at all. He's a goner. Oh, pulls out his AK. Pulls out his AK right in time to fight and see Aaron as well. He wins them both. Deutsch has done it all.
It's like they don't speak to each other, right? Aaron heard him. And Martinez was just looking at the smoke towards elbow. They heard him. Running, jumping, shifting. That was weird.
No. That's not a miss you can afford.
Ooh. Pretty weird round, all in all. And it's not on anymore. Good pickup out of Choif. Fantastic work out of Deutsche. He's been keeping them above water alongside Choif. Choif is somehow 8-1, by the way. How has he died once? How is that possible? You've lost 4 rounds. On the T side. Damn.
Man, this is, it's a game, Ted. That's not backing off. Woo! How many of the T sides
I'm liking
will
it
lose?
when Deutsch is in form.
I agree with you on that. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's been some very, very sharp shots coming out of him. Look at that again. 8kid did have the chance to bring it back. He did land the tag through the wall, unfortunately for him. But it was all about that double pushing towards A main. The fact that Deutsch is able to get both these kills. That's the one thing that stands between DALUYONG and potentially getting that 5th round. And now they will have to try and avoid a reset. Are they rushing A? I think they are. Yeah, it's a full W round. Aaron's heard the steps.
He's asking the rotation start coming over. Aaron is going to be playing...
They have felt the CT smoke.
I mean, with the MP9 inside that smoke as well, a flashbang in their faces. It's 3 of them blind. Martinez able to put that flash to perfect use, and as Miwo looks for the plant, Martinez is really thinking about going in for a fight. Refresh on the CT smoke had come through, so Martinez uses it to back off more than anything else. 8kid, it's a game of chicken for him. 3 versus 2 on the A site, but it'll not be relevant if Choif can take down 8kid and actually add his name to the tally. Miwo, a lot to do, but it's Deutsche who's been the magic man. 8kid is the one with the magic hand. 3 players coming out from Temple. It has to be the 5-7 to be sacrificed. Deutsche is already lost, and Miwo's not the one with the roaring 15-5 scoreline. Rather, 14-7 scoreline. That's all Deutsche. 5 will not be found. I think Drama... No, they've won it. They've won it. All right.
Okay. Yeah, they didn't have a defuse kit. I was like, hold on a second. There might have been an opportunity there. That kill out of 8kid is mental, by the way. It's just an outweighting game. I think he's just used to the fact that Choif is playing these very late flanks at this point. And he's always holding, always ready for him to be coming in from the back lines. A little bit funny. He did miss the first one. Very quick shot onto the second. Of course, ex-teammates, 8kid and Choif. They have played together on both Partisan and iNation.
They're not going to get this A site for free. Tell me they're not going to get this A site for free. Please tell me they're not going to get this A site for free.
No, they won't. No,
Thanks, Ted.
They won't do it.
I appreciate that, Ted.
They have gotten it for free, but 8kid is still here with the OP.
It's not free until it's free.
Yeah, exactly. 8kid is still here. He's in Donut. Even if Nopsy hears it. As long as 8kid doesn't walk out and just ignore the boost, he's doing it.
Please, 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 please!
Oh my god.
I'm begging you!
Well, they did get the A side for free.
It's even worse. They practically got paid to take the A side. They got 2 kills as well. This has to be a save from the CTs. They don't have a choice in the matter. 8kid will have an... Actually, does he have an op in the next round?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he should be able to.
I don't think they have loss bonus.
They don't have the biggest loss bonus, but they have some loss bonus. If he wants to go for
it has to be glass cannon, though.
Yeah, if he wants to go for a glass cannon, I think he's got it. Might be. If it's 29, he's fine.
No,
No.
he doesn't have the AWP.
Oh, it's the minimum. It's
That's
1400.
literally 0
Yeah,
loss
okay.
bonus.
Yeah, it's 1400. Well, yeah, no hope for the final round of this first half.
It's not like 8Kit's an important player, right? Right?
Not really, no.
He's only top fragging.
And they're double opening on the T side. Look at that flex.
What? Deutsche, you do you, baby girl. I believe in you. That's all that matters. Pop open. But no fights over here for Martinez to take just quite yet. Deutsche doesn't get what he wants, and Andrix definitely doesn't get what he wants. He's down to 12 HP early on. I'll spam him. Aaron, you know you want to.
He's thinking about it.
There's 4 players in on this B-bomb site, so Aaron is much more concerned about giving that away than anything else. Martinez is playing safeguard out on A. He won't be allowing them to just walk out this time over, but they have given up mid, and that could be an avenue for drama to exploit. They'll make noise as they look to do so. It's a red room threat that 8Kit moves back to address. It's where he's found success before, but this time without the AWP. He has to be incredibly careful. He's actually going to leave middle to Martinez, despite Martinez not having vision on it. It's red room that's been left completely vacant. 45 seconds left on the clock. The CTs are going to try and push forward on this B-bomb site to compensate for their lack of mid-presence. And HE popped out.
It looks like an ace split. 8Kit needs to be very careful.
He's dead.
What?
It's okay. Once again, Martinez called into order.
Martinez
He's coming back in from behind. Martinez has abandoned the site and he wants to play with his team. He's more worried about making sure the rotations can come forward. He thinks that his faster timing is going to give them some access in red room. But as the AWP is going to be blocked, Deutsche has his sightline taken away. He still gets one. Can Iso pick up the double? Yes, he can. 3 versus 2, Andrix is low, Nosi turns around, and he's missed the timing. Nolan will be able to find that one for free. DALUYONG, they don't feel like they deserve this round. But they will get it regardless.
Holy mother of chaos. That is, I don't know. I don't really know. 8Kit was just running knife out. Yeah, they knew they had no vision towards middle, by the way. They knew no one from B was holding for that. They had a smoke in towards Donut. I don't know what happened there with the miscoms. Apparently, you're just not ready for him to be walking with the bomb in red at 30 seconds, which I guess there could be some logic. But this has been a very, very, very weird map of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Well, it might be weird times, but you can really enjoy those weird times with some kick-ass gear to help you out with LORGAR. Go check them out. LORGAR, ready to play with any solution that you want. Deutsche. Okay, Deutsche. Good to see 4 maintain into the CT side, 17 and 8, and he is certainly a threat. Adam's pistol round is not going to be starting off well at all. It is a 5 versus 3 off the bat. Off a couple of good kills from DALUYONG. No, that from Drama.
They are pushing A main.
Me was the real linchpin of this round.
He's seen the bomb.
That's enough. Rotation back in from middle. Bomb might be dropped over here. I think Nopsy might have revealed position, and now he certainly has.
You can plant here. Just plant for CT. You get the kill into the main player. They can't really stop the bomb from going down, so you will get the money in the next. Be careful with how many chances you're giving them. That's a big shot out of Deutsch. Actually, both low HP players get the kills. It's a clean pistol round for Drama. That's exactly what you needed. We're seeing a little bit of hyping up going on as well. Bomb plant still secured, so force buy could come through for DALUYONG, or at least a half buy.
it's cricket's all over, and I hope that that's not the case for the timeout for DALUYONG. They've got to have something to do with the force spy. Look, it might just be as simple as, hey, maybe we can find a hit out towards that B-bomb site. We've got plenty of utility. We've got the weaponry for it. And honestly, this isn't a bad shout with a MAC-10 to potentially push them down early on. Combine it with some Tech 9s. Yeah, Martinez could be cleanup crew. Even if Martinez generally likes to be more of the battering ram than their surgical instrument. Push shot into A main though for Drama. Good call, but it's one that's read into. Martinez is going to be traded, but you have to be incredibly careful if you're Deutsche. Pushing forward as the AK is recovered. The MAC-10 is going to be covered off by the smoke, and with the 2 kills Deutsche has been able to find, Drama will once again be in the lead. Deutsche has put Ancient on his back, if we're being frank. 20-8 right now. At least 5 of their rounds, especially if they win this one, have been delivered to them basically by Deutsche alone.
This is still a round that they could work their way back into. The B-bomb side has been completely vacated. I don't think the T's believe what's going on right now. They have an empty bomb site. They just don't know it, so they can't really occupy the space, and that will allow Choiv to get very close. This is so weird.
As long as Aaron can get his utility set off at the very least, it should be able to guarantee a bomb plant over here.
Yeah.
Smokes on either side. Aaron ducks away. Choiv is now suddenly rendered a lot less useful. Aaron with the Tech 9 takes the fight. He loses it. Drama will be thanking whatever god they choose to believe in over here. But flashes from the CTs will put 8-Kit out of the smoke in an uncomfortable position. Esor is left alone, 1 versus 4. A kill would be nice. That extra money, as it is a game of just cash right now. They're taking their sweet time. They're very concerned about this, and as Choiv will be traced away, Afamas can also be picked up. So Esor, honestly, might have just made a case for them to buy a game.
Ooh, Andrix killed him.
Never mind. Another timeout from DALUYONG.
It is starting to get a little bit more concerning, isn't it, for them? We are seeing Drama put up a very good fight. The only concern here is what happens if Deutsche stops producing these multi-kills, right? Because multiple times they've been very close, but he's been saving them. We're very close to losing key rounds.
Yeah.
You think about the double push on the CT side and towards T-spawn where he finds both the kills and 2 more. You think about some of the OP highlights. He's been putting up such a good shift. He's 20-8. And then on the other side, DALUYONG, a little bit more of a team effort, it feels like. No one really stepping up as much, but they are still winning the rounds. Time for a bit of a half-buy. Aaron with the Tech 9 in towards middle will deploy some utility to keep those CTs occupied as his entire team gathers up in towards B.
This is still a pretty deep investment. They need a... They really need a bomb plant up ahead at the very least, but no, it's going to be acceleration. It's what they've missed out on before, and a fell smoke will actually end up not costing the CTs too much. Andres turning away to try and drop another smoke. He will be taken down with a trade. Nolan really wants a bit more company, but Martinez doesn't commit to the swing in the same way, so the CTs have only lost 1. And in this barrage from the T side, at most you really look like you can find 1 more kill. And indeed, that's all they get. Nobsy shuts him down. It is going to be 9 on the board for Drama. DALUYONG will come into the next with a full buy, but They haven't actually dealt enough damage to the CT economy where you think, well, look, at least one gun round, they're fine the entire game for us. This isn't a comeback. We're very much in it. No, this has to be a comeback.
It's not bad damage, but it's a good bait in towards the cave. The moment that you get the first kill, you were just not ready for the second player. And now they've been able to stabilize the economy a little bit. On the CT side of things, that is. Drama finally looking like a team with a little bit of comfort here. Late flash lined up from Nobzy. There they go. Choif is the one to pick up the fight. He's fully blinded by the T's as well, though. It's a battle of flashes, and Nobzy and Mivu are winning it for now. Antrix is on the other side of the smoke. He's going to get a freebie onto the first one, make it a double. Down goes Nolan, and this one really is falling apart for DALUYONG.
I think this is the nail in the coffin for them. They're not going to get another gun round until 11 now for Drama. And man, I mean, if you told me yesterday, after they lost at Ancient, that Drama's going to come into map number 2 after losing their first one ridiculously one-sidedly, 13-3, and then they're going to look very good on Ancient, front run coming out of that second half, and get what's looking to be a comfortable victory. I would have called you a liar to your face.
Yeah. They're somehow doing it again, right? The mental resilience on this team is very impressive. Because they do lose the first maps of their series like they have no chance, and then the second map they just come in and they play like an entirely different team. It's a very good sign.
Let's not talk about that third map tendency.
Yeah, we don't know about that. Not yet, that is. There's still enough time before we get to that Mirage. If we get to that Mirage, of course.
Counter-terrorists win.
Just a passing goodbye. Listen, I know this $300 isn't going to do anything because you're full HP, but you know what? Have a present from me.
All right.
God, they have such a bad buy.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Utility's not looking too dire, to be fair. They do have the ult, they do have 2 AKs, a MAC-10 and a Galil. Smoke for the fast molly. Out heaven they will try to go. Spam not really coming in. And down goes Choi, who was fighting this one alone with the flash support from Nobzy from Red. So they do get an opening.
That feels like a product of fortune, not design. Speaking of, Midkid. Attempt to pull the trigger on the retreating CT player. Knows that Deutsche, or whoever it might be, has backed off. Deutsche's disconnection, and with the kill early on, this round will not be reset. That's not going to be how you want this round to go. Drama. Oh man, this was supposed to be their 11th, and Andrix will have to pull off in 1v5 8 clutch. Even DALUYONG didn't want to win the round that way, but I mean, at this point, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, unfortunate disconnect for Deutsche. This is probably the worst possible moment. Well, maybe not the worst, but still not ideal. At least it doesn't come in a round where you're in a 5v4 or you're in a man advantage situation and that turns it around, right? You were already in a 4v5 the moment it happens. But we go into another technical timeout. Hopefully not the longest one. There has been a few of these. DALUYONG trying to stay in touching distance.
I hope that Deutsche isn't gone for too long. Obviously, we've already talked about how he's been... I I mean, he's been probably the sole reason why Drama's been looking so convincing. He could have definitely still taken a few of these rounds regardless, but the level of drama that we've had, Torch has been the one conducting this play.
Yeah. Very much props to him. One of the, as we said yesterday, youngest Serbian players trying to break through. Youngest player on this team. 20 years of age. Hasn't really been playing professionally for that long, but you can clearly tell that the skill is there. It's about getting the, I guess, consistency and the knowledge and the experience. In the end of the day, he's played, what, 12 maps on HLTV in his professional career, so there's plenty of time for him to get up to the level of in-game knowledge that will allow him to be a little bit more impactful.
Ted, you strike me as someone who'd be a LinkedIn fellow. Are you?
A LinkedIn fellow?
Yeah.
How'd you think of that question?
I was just thinking about what social medias do I think you're on?
I do have a profile. I am not the most active person on there, I think. I think the reason I'm not the most active person on there is because for Counter-Strike in general, it's not that popular,
It's completely useless.
Yeah.
It really is. With Counter-Strike, it's useless. But what I have realized is I am a very simple creature, Ted. Because LinkedIn introduced dailies, which is just like these daily little games you can play once a day.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
And now I get onto LinkedIn every single day. And I just noticed the time. I was like, oh, it's 1 a.m. After I'm done with this map, I could probably play my LinkedIn daily, actually. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've not tried it. I actually opened the app and looked at it, and it tried to start, but then I closed the app and tried to start itself.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I'm not allowing the algorithm.
The only LinkedIn daily that I'd recommend, it's the only one I do, it's called Zip. It's a very silly prospect. It's just this sort of grid of squares, and you have to draw a line through the numbers and fill out all the squares. And it's very, hey, this is pretty chill, actually. What is that little thing sticking out of his monitor behind? Is that a wall mount?
I think it is, yeah. He's not mounted it to the wall, but maybe the monitor just has the piece.
Have you ever tried wall mounting your monitor? It feels like it would give away too much flexibility for me.
To be fair, I've thought about it before, but I think, I don't know. I just have something. I think I find it charming when the monitor is just on the desk. I don't know. I'm just used to it. It's very weird imagining the monitor just flying in the air, being picked to the wall. Also, you do need either holes in the wall, or you need to attach it to the back of your desk.
Yeah.
I mean, attaching to the back of your desk is easy. It doesn't really ruin the desk. Attaching to the wall could ruin the wall.
I hate the idea of drilling anything into my wall in general.
Yeah, same. I mean, it depends on what material you've used to create the wall, you know?
I don't know. It's just for me, it's just like, well, regardless of what it is, I don't want to make a hole in it.
Sure. Well,
what's the best material to use if you want to drill a lot of holes into the wall? It still has to be load bearing though. You got to keep that in mind.
Right. No, you're asking me what is the best possible material for a wall to be built up from if you need to drill holes in. Well, you can drill holes into anything basically. It just depends on the type of I guess machinery you're using in the small little thingy that drills the hole, you know. There's different types and you just adjust them and switch them based on the material. You can do it in basically every material of wall. There's different stuff for everything. Now, don't ask me to specify this because I don't really know the terminology in English.
Okay. Can I know what it's called in Bulgarian?
Oh God. Let's not speak Bulgarian here. We can talk about something else. We can. You know what we can talk about? We can rate people's camera angles. Oh no, they're starting.
No, we can't.
No, we cannot.
Actually. Torch is going to be feeling bad about that disconnect. That would have still not guaranteed them the round win. If you weren't watching that last round or if you've just forgotten, he disconnected. And then they lost. It's not that deep, actually. But what is going to be a problem over here is that this is a full swing round for the CT. Should they lose this one, they might be in some trouble as far as their money is concerned. Drive down middle. Deutsche with the AWP. Misses his shot. And Aaron is going to be very quick to try and use that to his advantage. A deep Molotov clears out Red Room. Troy is getting ready to deploy one of his own just to make sure that Aaron can't get it back. And with a good incendiary, this D side now is going to be waiting for CT aggression rather than playing for their own. Oh god, the HEs. I mean, Util's been really tenderizing DALUYONG. This is not duel over here. 8-Kit moves into a losing battle. Deutsche coming out on top as he has so many times. Rescope back over to Donut. Smoke dissipates. Perfect position. And I mean, with 50 seconds left, and the smoke coming over for CT is going to be a dead giveaway of the intentions that DALUYONG have. Incendiary comes out over here as well as Nopsy being ready to smoke it off immediately afterwards. DALUYONG don't have anywhere to go. They're trying to reroute back in from Donut, but the smoke finishes. And as soon as it does, Andrix is going to be right behind you. Big miss from Deutsche gives him a chance over here. A Molotov in his face doesn't actually relocate him away. And a flash into Nopsy is what brings him down. How does Nopsy even get one though? The bomb's been dropped in A main and Andrix is playing bodyguard. Deutsche knows that he doesn't need to contest right now. With 8 seconds left, Andrix can just finish the round here and now.
Yeah, and Nolan is not getting out of here alive. Not gonna lose his life after a time, but does get shot to the back. Another big round coming out of the CTs. Another big round coming out of Deutsche on that AWP. He's been a standout carry for this team. Look at him go. 22-9 for the 20-year-old. He's single-handedly carrying his teammates through this second map. And there's been some good stacks, some good decisions, some good utility management as well. It's a team effort out of drama, but Deutsche's performance has been very, very impressive.
Aaron's made a beeline. Looking to clear out middle, just make sure there's not going to be any fast rotations, but the plan is clear for DALUYONG. Aaron finds a big one. Me will put down, but Deutsche is still inside the site. Worried about what Aaron would be presenting, but the bomb's starting to move away. 8-Kit taking this 1v1. How does Deutsche keep on doing this? He even manages to avoid the initial bullets from Aaron. Can't stay alive forever. He's deadly, but he's not immortal. At least that much is for sure. DALUYONG looking out for that second round on this D side while the bomb is being planted. A good flashbang pushes Troy away and Nolan's there to punish. 3 alive for DALUYONG. Well, the CTs will still have their economy be slightly stress tested, but they'll have at least one more gun round before it's truly pushed down.
Deutsche is so much in the zone, man. You just watch him play. This is what they need to win rounds at this point. Some kills through smokes. Deutsche to be put in an impossible position. Look at the way that he's just turning around and landing shots. And there was a world in which he kills Aaron as well. He did make it look like he could have. DALUYONG finally get another one on the board, though. It's not too late to try and come back into the Ascension. They might still have an opportunity. Aaron forcing the issue. He's heard the MP9 burn. He's actually chasing, edging the smoke. Does burn, though, and gives away his position, so is forced to back off. The A contact is coming in. Nobsy's alone.
And he's only got an MP9. That's certainly not inspiring much confidence, but when they're coming out through a smoke, this is as good of a weapon as any. A reload gives them a chance to push forward, but that exposes the bomb. Martinez, you've lost the package. And DALUYONG are losing the plot right now as well. This half-hearted buy from Drama comes through with more punch than they're ready for. They're losing numbers and fast. Aaron's being flanked on as well. And with 8 kits AWP, that's been largely meaningless. He does recover the bomb, but he's not got any rifle to pick up. He's not got any grenades to throw. And he's not got any chance to save this round. 8-12, Drama are pushing for map number 3.
Yeah, they really are. They want to go all the way once again, Drama. They really want all of their games to be as dramatic as possible. Excuse the pun. But they are able to fend them off, and this was a great defense out of the MP9. This is the 1 kill. There was a moment of hesitation. Second player didn't want to swing straight away. If they both swing, then the MP9 might have been dead. It runs out of ammo, runs with his back turn, reloads, stays alive. 8kit is very disappointed. The same way they did bring it back against Astral yesterday, they need to do it again here on Ancient if they want to close this one in 2. Now we're just fighting for OT, but look at the call from Choiv. They've just pushed their main straight away. No one's looking.
He's feeling very confident. Comes in from behind. Free number 1. Number 2. Listen, yeah, it might be 50% off, but it's not free. Andrix out on the B-bomb side, aggressive position. Turns away from one of these things. Is going to be a flashbang. And listen, it turns out it is. That's a pretty way to end things. Drama 13-8. And my God, what a performance from Deutsche. But in the end, all of them coming through and firing on all cylinders. This is going to be a mirage that we're going to have coming up next. Drama, I said in the start of the map, I had no reason to expect that this is going to be a win for them. Reason be damned.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And they've done it again. They did it yesterday. And once again, against All Reason, after a very worst for rare map one, they're able to step it up. And that was a very, very good performance out of Deutsche. 23 kills for the young Oper. It wasn't just him. Obviously, Nobsy, Andrix, and Mevo all having very good performances. But the Oper was the standout performer for that Serbian side. A lot of good calls towards the end of the CT side. I felt like they were starting to call with a lot more confidence as well in some of these aggressive maneuvers. This is the face of Drama we want to be seeing on the server. The main question here now, Mamoon, and from here on out will be, can we see that face across 2 maps in the same series?
It's a good question, right? Because at the end of the day, it's also going to be a super-powered Deutsche that's leading them forward. And I'm taking a look at the match that they played yesterday as well, you know, looking out towards Mirage. And it was kind of a similar story. Nobsy and Deutsche were doing so much in Mirage. And once again, it's the same over here. Can these players bring up a consistent performance? These both young potential stars from the Serbian scene? That's a big question, and there's only one way to answer it. It's by taking a break and coming back with Mirage. Drama finding map number 2 and taking it home despite a couple of disconnections and whatnot. Deutsche remains the super powered, insane human being that pushes them forward. Can he do so 2 maps in a row? That's a big question. This is looking very similar to what we had yesterday for them. Getting stomped out in map number 1. Map 2, maybe not quite as stompy as it was yesterday, but let's be frank, come second half, there were no questions about who the better team was.
No, absolutely. Yeah, Drama maybe had some issues when it came down to the T side of Engine, but CT side, 7-2 CT. Deutsche just going absolutely nuclear, posting a 23-9 plus 9.46, swaying in a 2.06 rating. That was one of the best maps that we've seen out of him on HOTV ever, quite frankly, in his very short career. In fact, this was the best map that he's ever played on HOTV on this engine, with the first one before that being the Mirage yesterday against HYPERSPIRIT, where he ended on an 18-9 on 140 rating. So what we're seeing right now is Deutsche starting to show us why we're actually excited for him as a player and for his development. The good thing going into this final map here, Mamoon, is the fact that we did already see Drama play a good Mirage yesterday. I really hope that we're not going to see them just completely checked out again on a map of Counter-Strike like it happened with the third map in the game against HYPERSPIRIT. I do believe that it could be a little bit different since we've already seen them play well on the map that we're headed to.
Yeah, look, hopefully we get to see a better version of AidKit and the best version of Deutsche, right? That's, as a fan, that's a tantalizing prospect for Mirage, because we saw really interesting stuff from AidKit a couple of places, but Ancient just wasn't it, man. Ancient was AidKit being completely nullified. I like that. I like that. Muting all of the enemy team just in case they've got something to say that you don't want to hear.
Yeah, who cares what these guys have to say to me? When I'm in the zone, when I'm playing. I actually never mute the enemy team, you know?
Yeah, they might give me a tip.
Well, sometimes it's funny.
Sometimes they say things to me that I can save and say to my friends later on because I've been hurt so badly by them that I want to share the pain.
Or sometimes they bully you in such a fun way that you want to bully your friends the same way after that. That could also happen.
Yeah.
What is the funniest thing that you've been told?
Oh, dude, I see. The problem is...
No, the funniest thing that we can say on broadcast.
That's the problem. It immediately gets into racism against me.
Sure, all right.
And it's like, sometimes people say something that I just laugh about, because obviously, you know, I know that a lot of these people are also the same race as me, right?
Sure.
I'm playing in Asian servers. I know there's nothing like inherently malignant, but I can't say it on air.
All right. Well, I've been called old, balding, and I've been told that I have kids to take care of and I should stop playing so much Counter-Strike. Let's move into DALUYONG and Drama eSports third and final map. Mivu is already pushed in towards top middle. Andrix does open things up in towards Ticket under a little bit of pressure. Flash to try and support him doesn't save his life, but the bomb is on B. The bomb is on B.
Well, the problem is also that Esor is interrupting the primary route to get back over to B. Nopsy will have to win that duel if he wants a chance of a hair, and Nolan is just playing her bait and switch. Nopsy says, you know what, maybe I'll just show up with some hops instead. Problem is, 8Kuz has also hopped his way back over into the apartments, and heads are rolling. DALUYONG, not to a great start on their pistol.
Heads will roll. I can't believe we've actually seen the 4 people go out there and I plant Beast Route work at a pistol round, but it did. We did see a similar attempt yesterday. Although yesterday, I think we did see it in a buy round, actually. Which was the funnier part. But there's been a couple throughout the games we've seen. A bit of a smile. Deutsche laughing. This is what you want to see out of the young guys like Mivu, like Deutsche, like Nobs. You want to see them bringing the mood in the team, right? Hype people up. Not even that much hype them up, but just light up the atmosphere, you know? Have fun, enjoy the game. That's unenjoyable. Ooh. Receiving a flash to the face. You know what? You know why this is funny? Because this is an old Bulgarian call. And this is where Choiv is bringing this one from. It's literally just 3 or 4 people go short with pistols on an eco round. And he flashes from triple for middle for them to peak on a random timing or insta rush. Those are the two variables with this round. This is a 2018-2019 eco round on Mirage.
This is why I want to see those old strat books, Ted, because I'll need to be able to be like, hey, he's got the receipts. Right now, I can just tell you, oh, dude, you know that's actually a Pakistani call from 2012.
Right.
To be fair, everything could be a Pakistani call from 2014. No one ever watched any Pakistani Counter-Strike.
I'd believe you if you told me this is from the Pakistani scene. I'd be like, well, might as well be.
Martinez
Ooh,
not
how does
feeling
he
the
win the
best, but he'll
fight?
just fight back. I don't understand. I really don't. That feels unfair.
And now they've decided to cancel the B-pop because they got the connector kill. Look at that. They've just faked their rotations and they've opened up a gap for Aaron to just walk all the way in towards jungle. This is perfect.
The bomb is going to take its sweet time to actually make its way over, and with the smoke dissipating out in connector, it gets worried.
That's an important
Andrix
fight.
has a chance now. Andrix will even
Big
have the
kill.
advantage in terms of crosshair placement, but Aaron doesn't care about things like crosshair placement. Neither does Deutschka. He's looking good.
That's tough. Bomb dropped as well. Didn't clear deep jungle because of the Molotov, and Deutsche didn't get tagged in it. That Molotov will stop Nobzy from having impact, and Nolan is still coming in from top middle. He spotted the player in towards connector. He's got a very good timing on this play. Tripe is not worried about it, not careful enough. Will get shut down. Nobzy does drop the bomb and was quite close to finding another one. 1 HP is what Aaron's left with, but he will beat him to the punch. And a third round on the board for DALUYONG. First tactical timeout for Drama. Early on this map. Gotta prevent the stomp. And it's another Choiv lecture.
I feel like you've heard one of the two of them as well in your time.
I've not played with Choiv. There was a point in time when I would still want to play the game. We'd spend a lot of time on TeamSpeak playing deathmatch, you know. And I know how he thinks about specific things in the game, but we've never been on the same team, you know. We've not played a lot together. I was never good enough to be on the teams that he was on, basically.
Okay.
Just a different kettle of fish.
Yeah. Weird saying that is. I don't know why you'd have kettles of fishes.
Yeah.
Who eats boiled fish, dude? That sounds awful.
It does sound awful, but it's a saying. Yeah, I've never thought about it, actually. Just have it memorized.
Like,
He's different gravy. Does that make more sense?
that does.
Yeah,
That does.
Different gravy.
He's got more sauce in his gumbo.
Yeah.
I like that, actually.
More sauce.
In the gumbo.
In the gumbo.
Chava doesn't come through with a particularly large gumbo. It is decorated with leftovers more than anything else. The leftovers are going to be a half buy. That's some sick leftover soup right here. 3 quick kills coming up for the CTs. Back to a 2 versus 2. Mama made some good ass food yesterday.
Blowing the steak right now. Deutsche in a 1v2 with a Deagle, no armor whatsoever. But 8kid is low on HP. Deutsche, that would be a round to remember. Isolating the fights, thinking about where the second player has gotten off to. He seems to be picking up the picture together now. He knows one of them towards CT, the other one probably in towards Ninja. Can he isolate the fights? He's got an AK he can pick up right in front of himself. Pre-fire onto 8kid, and you might have an opportunity. You know where the second player is. Instant stick on the bomb. Smoke right on top of him. He'll try and hold it. P comes in from eSword. He knew that that was an eco round. No defuse kit, probably. So Deutsche was forced to try and go for that 10-second defuse, but gosh, was that a close round.
Damn. I really thought that was going to be a walk in the park over there for DALUYONG. All falls apart so quickly as well. Money for the CTs is enough to give them a big old buy. Aaron. Oh, Nopsy's gone. No. comes through with another quick kill over here. Choiv is good for a trade, but that's not the bomb being dropped or anything significant, which means that the T's can still continue on with in the course of the B site. Now, they're very split up. Every single one of these players is going out for 1 versus 1s. Now, they're winning some of them. Deutschka, however, is the big bad.
Nolan's got the timing. He can just get the kill. Low HP on that player, and they know exactly where the Oper is. Deutsche won't be able to catch the bomb on the way there, I don't think. Oh, actually. He hits the B-hop.
Jump forward. He could get it. He misses the shot. That would have been huge. Deutschka still going for the attempt. Man, that would have been sick.
Oh, he gave himself an opportunity. There was a chance. You hit the B-hop. You could have gotten the wall bank and gotten the kill onto a kid. That would have been such a sick play out of Deutsche. He's really feeling himself, but his teammates are not doing the same as much here on Mirage. It's another tough start for Drama. Although you're seeing how close the rounds are, it doesn't really feel like 5-0, but that's the score. That's what it reads. They will eventually need to start winning rounds, and this is 2 of their tactical timeouts that they've burned through already, which is far from a good sign for that early on the 3rd map. Of course, you want to address the issues. You don't want to let the situation get too bad before you act. Surely not again, boys. Surely you don't get smashed on map 1, dominate map 2, and get smashed on map 3 again. Quite a vocal push. That's been heard. 100%. That's why Aaron is on high alert. He is the player with the bomb, though. You gotta be careful.
Andrix gets flashed off right as he's looking to get aggressive, and Deutschka behind him will lose his life. Suddenly, Andrix has lost the man who was holding on to his hand. And that's never a good feeling. He might not be read into over here.
Yep.
Esor does go down, but it's a quick trade.
It's still a tricky round. They are getting tagged. Finding the kills, though. And they seem to realize where Nopsy is. Molotov is good to keep him at bay for now. 35 seconds. Now you've seen the deke. Don't want to give him too many chances. You want to, I guess, prioritize getting the bomb down, boys, before Choiv gets too close for comfort. That is too close for comfort.
There you go. Well, fortunately, DALUYONG is good with having spikes on their sofa.
Having spikes on their sofa. That sounds a little bit painful, doesn't it?
Well, it sounds uncomfortable, and they're good with it, so.
So they're very numb, is what we're saying.
Yes.
They're hardcore.
Very.
All right.
To be fair, the spikes should be at the back of the sofa. You don't have to actually sit on them.
Sure.
Could just be for aesthetic effect.
Okay, yeah. You've got
Defensive spiking.
an alternative sofa.
Yeah.
Sure.
Punk rock.
Okay.
Miwo's not feeling particularly punk rock right now. He's dead.
And Miwu going down means that they can actually take that space in towards the A-bomb side. This is a very good reaction. Smoking towards top connector, Molly Jungo. Everyone's isolated. Andrix might try and force the issue, try his luck through the smoke. Unfortunately, Aaron was already holding for it. Deutsche won't see a thing out of 8-kit. Right shoulder peak doesn't really help him that much in that type of an angle. Ope goes down, 7-0 on the board. Choiv and Nobsy, sorry. Well, at this point, he's Nabsy, because he's literally having a nap on the other side of the map. Can't really do anything about these rounds. It's not even his fault, by the way.
Yeah, B-side anchor duty, man.
Yeah, and they have been abusing A and middle a lot.
Speaking of abusing, I think Nolan might have a couple of abuses to throw it. 8-kit is quickly going to scrub his tongue. Like, don't worry, I've got you, man.
8kid has been able to hit some very quick shots. Back spotted. Be careful. 8kid's got the kill.
God, dude.
He's been very rapid with some of these quick flicks.
Drama's also just not been able to save their players.
Yeah. Third tactical timeout. This is the last one. Only way you get a bonus is if this game goes into an overtime, which at this point doesn't really feel that likely. The good thing is that Choice seems to have something to say on all of these tactical timeouts, so at least you're not running out of ideas. At least you're not running out of input. But the truth is, DALUYONG have really been outclassing them on this map so far. Winning the close rounds, that's put the CT side economy in a very tough position, and it's difficult to get back into this. Choice is going to be rocking that hero M4, pistols on the res. That's the thing. You want to stabilize your economy, but in the same time, you're down that badly that you want to make yourself dangerous in some capacity, right? You want to give yourselves an opportunity to win that occasional round. If Choice goes huge and gets a triple kill out of nowhere, or if a 5-7 is able to put itself in a good spot. The bad news is they're going towards the Deagle, and it's a solo Deagle. That boost at M4 won't really be able to support Nobzy.
Nobzy, come on, I believe in you. Well, maybe not. There's a lot of bad news today, Drama. One piece of bad news that seems particularly pertinent is that you remember what happened yesterday? I think it's happening again, actually.
Sure. Yeah. It looks a little bit familiar. Hey, you know what? It could have been worse. They could have had the same day that M80 has had. You know what happened to M80, right?
I actually don't, I'll be honest.
They got eliminated from the Rock Journey Spring 2026. They might miss out on the major because they lost the 0-2 series to Heroic Academy.
What?
Yeah.
That's mental.
Terrorists win.
They got absolutely destroyed by a 16-year-old Romanian named Holly.
Okay, but to be fair, you kind of, like, that's fair game then. Like, if you're losing to an academy team on LAN in a best of 3, and you're not making the major because of that, that's not too different from an RMR.
Oh, no, it is deserved, yeah, but what I'm saying is that M80 probably feel a little bit more disappointed than Drama do right now. So it could have been worse.
Well, I mean, Drama is probably not going to be able to make it to the LAN stage of the LORGAR Cup, so hey,
That
I don't
is
know
true.
if it could be worse, actually.
That is true. It's a little bit sad. It is an elimination game after all. The loser of this one goes home. The winner will play in a deciding matchup to try and make it all the way into the next stage.
Nice.
Deutsche with a great reaction on the ope. He's still looking quick. Choif with the secondary in towards the B-bomb side will shut down eSword. Is that the first round? Is that the first round?
If you say it again, they
Is
might
that
just get
the
more kills.
first?
Oh my
Boys,
god, they're
boys,
doing it.
Boys, what is going on? Oh my god, he's so good.
Deutsche is really just...
How are they losing
I mean, he's
rounds?
6 and 7, and it doesn't matter.
He's
They've
actually
got
cracked.
2 ops on the T side, by the way. I don't know if we've addressed that.
Oh yeah, they do as well. But I think Aaron just picked up Choi's op, no?
Yeah, but in the retake, this is, rather in the
Oh
post
my
round,
God.
this is not advisable, but 8kid is reminding us that he always had his up. And suddenly Aaron's position feels all the more useful. Meebo takes down one.
no way.
Deutsche. Oh, Aaron might just get it done over here. He's even got the crossover. Meebo gets the kill. Aaron re-peeking into that is, I mean, that's a decision right there. The stones on this man are unquestionable. Drama, however, will crush those and find themselves round number 1.
That was very tricky for a second there. If they win this round, then this is game over. Straight up. Look at these shots from Deutsche. I want to see the second one onto the short player. I don't think we've got it on the package, but that was some great shooting out of both him and 8kid throughout this round. Good effort out of Mivu. It's the youngsters once again to keep the side of Drama in this. Double up held on to. They're running it again. And a tactical timeout for DALUYONG. Same as on the first map. You want to make sure you keep them on as low round count as possible.
Of course, in the meanwhile, if you want to go check out the LORGAR setups, their keyboards are honestly some of the sickest I've seen in a while. Like, I kind of wish I lived in Eastern Europe so I could just go grab one of these. Those are fire. Ted, that's me giving you a hint for my birthday present.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
I was telling you to buy me a keyboard from LORGAR.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
I was telling you to buy me a keyboard from LORGAR.
Sorry, what'd you say?
A keyboard from LORGAR?
Oh, that's the best thing ever. Yeah, I've heard about these.
Yeah, buy it.
Where can people get them?
Joy. You can get it over at the LORGAR website or at any one of the partners at various stores and partners across Eastern Europe.
Or they can win it via giveaway.
That's true.
The special giveaway that LORGAR are doing for... Oh, wait. Fake jump? Does it work? Surely it doesn't. But yeah.
There's also smoke coming out from the bottom of the site. They don't know he's here.
No, they do.
But they're kissing inside the smoke, and Esar thinks he's running into a wall. No, that's a CT. He's coming in from behind. They can't find him. He drops the bomb as well. Drama. Even after all of that chaos, is still in a 2 versus 2. Miwo is the difference maker. And Deutsche will find 8-kit across the map. DALUYONG is running out of money. This could be an 8-4.
Ooh, check this out. 8-kit. Looking for that opening. He had the spawn, tried to go for the opening pick. Didn't really find the connection. Back to the single ult for the side of Drama as well because of the lack of money. They have been losing players in the last couple, so reinvesting into the OP suddenly doesn't really feel like the best option ever. But as you pointed out, this could be 4 rounds on the CT side, which, considering this one started with a 0-8, would be a great recovery. It will certainly leave them with a chance. They still need a little bit more, though. Nate to break the smoke. Martinez able to react in time. Deutsche once again is there to find a refrag. Ninja player.
They're not going to expect him.
Oh.
I think they just caught... He caught him out of the corner of his eye. Esar. That didn't look entirely planned, but in the 3 versus 2 right now, the CT side, who is on the verge of resetting the terrorists, are going to realize that they themselves are also quite liable. Saying night-night to their money. Nope, see, flashes overhead, but Aaron's already up close and personal. It's 9 for DALUYONG and 8-kit. Fired up.
Yeah, his reaction shows you how much this 9th round means to them, right? Even if you lose the final one, I mean, you get a 10-2, this game is basically over. If you get a 9-3, you have a massive opportunity to close it out. If it is an 8-4 and you lose the best round, it's game on, right? So they do know how important it was for them to get at least one more, and now they should know the CTs don't have a lot of money. So this is an open door towards a potential double-digit round count at the end of the T side. Look at the boost for Aaron. He's going to be in towards the round very quickly. What?
Aaron, big 2. Why not? Hey, man, listen. Don't look a gift horse in its mouth when you can just shoot it in the head. And this is 1 on 4. And now he's not on 4.
Oh, that's a little bit disappointing. Choif trying to deploy that defensive smoke to help out his teammate. Aaron just uses it to cover his back and get the kill onto the IGO, and you can see Choive's a little bit disappointed. And you can understand why. Same for Deutsche, who's played a good series all in all, especially that Ancient. That was something quite special. They've not been able to replicate it here on Mirage, though. I think it would be an understatement to say that this pistol round is a necessity. DALUYONG picked this one up. We could already be thinking about the next games in hand.
DALUYONG are hoping for a quick close. Execute coming out onto the A side. DALUYONG does have 3 players all huddled inside the site itself. Smoke doesn't look particularly useful over here, and with Miwo finding 2 from up above, it feels like I might be right about that one. eSports gone. Miwo, already a fantastic pistol round, but why stop at 4 when you can look for the ace? Well, because Nolan's around the corner and he's being a spoil sport about it. Drama, collect on the pistol.
All right, that's going to keep you in the game for a bit. How far can you go? That is question number 1. The only thing we've not seen from Drama is that type of a comeback, by the way. We've seen them dominate. We've seen them get dominated. We've not seen him have a very slow start, but still bring it back. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah.
Maybe this is where it finally goes down. Smokes and Molly's dropped over to Nobsy. A straight up A execute coming out. I think Deutsch is even lining up a CT smoke as well. Nolan was forced to go for the fight by that Molotov. Despite that, he doesn't win. And from that point on, it should be pretty simple to get the round over the line.
Yeah, there's not really anything over here that DALUYONG can do beyond maybe eSports finding a kill or 2. Nope, he will even turn around in time to deny that. So the CTs will be left completely dry. Martinez playing to distract, and 8kid
Nice
is
bait.
content with using that distraction. He's going to be up to $4,800 in case he would like to purchase a glass cannon up. I don't think he would, but hey, he's got the option.
Interesting setup. 3 players going in towards Con. Mid swing spotted out. Do they want to fight it? That's what it feels like.
eSports got the flames spreading up from behind him. DALUYONG might be about to lose a B short player. Miwo, I don't think he's actually realized where eSports was, nor could he put himself in a position to punish it.
That's a bit weird for the CTs because they were getting ready to actually fight middle, but then the nade goes in and tags Aaron, Martinez as well, and eSports gets mollied, and his teammates were already out. They will still try and re-clear that part of the map. Not as many players anymore. Choiv needs to be careful.
eSports still catches one before he gets taken down. Miro's been a fiend over here on this T side.
They need to kill him.
They've needed to kill him since the first round of this half. Miro would like to ignore those necessities. Flashes from the CTs would be good and well deployed over here, but instead Martinez will have to rely on the old-fashioned MP9 swinging. Miro brought down Martinez. You're joking. He's brought it back to a one-on-one with 8kid having the op, and Andrix Might be cut off if he tries to cross connector here. He doesn't know where to go. 8kit could be anywhere. There's 20 seconds, so 8kit turns
Oh,
around.
no.
The clock ends up working against him, but Andrix is routing back to B.
Oh my
He's
God.
coming to B. His only hope over here is if 8kit misses the shot, and that's not happening.
Oh no. How does the MP9 get a triple kill? That should be what breaks their backs. That play is absolutely insane. How do you get away with so much? It should be impossible. They played around so well. And it's Martinez on 35 HP. He gets a triple. That second kill he shouldn't be getting. That third one, definitely not. Made it so easy for 8kit, and he did show some patience. Just waited his moment, waited to hear the steps. Read the situation perfectly.
Man. That's rough for drama. I know they were supposed to win that one.
That's one way to say it. It really is rough. Very rough.
All right, that's hope destroying. That's dream breaking. That's earth shattering. That's rough. Mid control for drama. But with 4 players out on A, they'd better hope that they don't end there.
That's a
look to
window
be a-
boost into a B play. But 8kid's got a gap, and they don't realize it. Oh, he didn't fire a bullet.
That's
Oh my god.
Trash got the adjustment out for Nopes. He will not be able to find the killer, and he doesn't have backup over here either. Esor's alone. This B-bomb side is under attack. 8kit, this is not the man we need eyes on. It's Esor, who's trying once again to put up an MP9 show, but there's only one
What is
man who
going
can do
on?
that. It's Martinez. Well,
Do they
I might
even
have
go
the same
for this?
question to ask. I don't think they can.
They have a flank in B apps, but they've just lost the entire bomb side. They had a 4-man lean in towards A, and the Opera didn't realize he had a gap. I mean, Martinez is close enough. But yeah, they've called it off. They can still play for some exits. This is a very weird round. I have no idea how Nobsy stays alive for such a long time in towards connector. 8kit just doesn't see both these players that are crossing over towards short. Ooh. Mivu's dead. Does he get one more?
Oh, very nice.
Terrorists win.
Listen, the exit frags are nice. T-side is still going to be kept a little bit honest when it comes to their economy. But DALUYONG just need rounds at this point. 2 of them, and it's over. So at no point will drama be considering, well, what about our economy, guys?
Yeah, it's not really a concern. It's more of a, well, what about the rounds? Let's think about that. Feels like priority number 1.
Captain Prime for another A-site hit. Aaron's position in middle is going to be concerning. These deploy a first round of smokes, but Aaron's found one quick kill. Choiv is
Ooh, they know.
dead, and Mevo is tagged.
They're ready.
Nodal nestles under Palace. The scaffolding to provide solace. Late smoke out to Palace means that Andrix will be blocked off as well. Nopsy and Deutsche are going to call it quits.
They're going back. It's a cancel in 1 minute. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and an HE. They need to play A. I don't know how you go back and you retake the B apartments, even when you have Mevo in towards under. It just doesn't feel valuable, but yeah, 8kit is just focused on ramp. Oh, caught in transition. This is a bit unfortunate, and Nolan has been spotted out. So able to find 1. Spam coming through, rotations arriving, but kills also happening for the T's.
Martinez had to play cover fire for Nolan over there, but he just gets taken down. Andrix, critical kill from him. Deutsche has been the man to keep an eye out from ever since map number 2. And as he backs off away into Firebox, a smoke over the Palace will give the CTs a fake sense of security, but Andrix is not present there. Aaron, oh, beautiful shot out from Aaron. Andrix is left on 23. And as he peeks forward, bomb not being planted in for him. Quick swing out from Aaron, rather from eStar. He will finish it off, and they've got plenty of time because of that kid on their back. 12-5 for DALUYONG.
I'm actually surprised Aaron doesn't stick the defuse straight away and he taps it. Time wasn't of plenty. If he does get dropped, his teammate not only has to get the kill, but has to pick up the defuse kit as well. That could have been the 1v1 that cost him the round, but that kill onto the default player is so massive. It's one of these situations, if you're Deutsche, you just feel very hard done by the situation. You realize if you just stay crouched behind default, they're not going to be able to see you. They're not going to be able to kill you, and maybe you can hold on, but Aaron just gives him a free haircut the first time he sees a pixel. At least they got a bomb plant. Doesn't really make life a lot easier, though. Triple Tech 9, a Galil, an AK. Thankfully for Choi, he gets to hold on to his smoke. Molly towards top middle fails. Under boost for Aaron. This is usually not one that you're checking.
That's what they're relying on. We'll do so regardless. And as Aaron drops down, Choiv is there to finish off. Choiv trades his life for it, but that's more than worth it. The problem is 8kid is the one who unsettles the skills. Martinez has a smoke blown open and he tries to get a double kill off the back of it. It's still going to be cover fire coming in from Esor. But you can't ignore Andrix. Back in apartments. And he's going to be spotted. DALUYONG's looking for the close of a hair, and it doesn't feel like Drama have anywhere to go. 8kit. Then Nolan spots and drops the bomb. He's Andrix all alone. 1 versus 3. Drop down onto the side, and he's gone. 13-5. DALUYONG will eliminate Drama eSports, and they will be moving forward. It is once again the exact same situation that Drama found themselves in yesterday. It is 2 maps of misery on 1 map of madness. Unfortunately, that's not how you win best of 3s.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for these guys, and I feel like it is sad to some extent because we did see such potential on 2 of these maps, right? And it's 2 different maps as well. It's not like it's just the 1 map that we know they're good on. Apparently, there's some skill on this team. Deutsche has been great. I think Andrix showed us some very cool stuff. This entire lineup is not a boring one to watch by any means, but yeah, as you pointed out, you can't really afford to be that inconsistent and just be absolutely checked out and dominated on 2 maps in every series that you play. On the other side, for DALUYONG, I feel like what we can say is that these guys have been very, very impressive. The level we've seen out of guys like Martinez, like Nolan, I think with 8kid and Aaron, it's just a given that they will be playing well because we've known them for such a long time and they're very reputable and experienced names. But I'd say the youngsters have been doing an equally good job on this primarily Hungarian lineup.
Yeah, we've definitely had a very good showing from them, that's for sure. And when you look out towards the opening kills of Air as well, one of the nice things is DALUYONG is just kind of feeding it through. This isn't one of those situations where, oh, well, the other team's in a lot of 5v4s and then they're clawing it back. No, this is just convincing. And that's what you want to see coming out in these close qualifiers. If you want to have a chance to make it through that play-in stage, you need convincing performances. Aaron, a big part of them, and a couple of crazy shots being hit, but more than that, Aaron showed us some very, very good diversity coming out in the map number 1. The way he was calling out an overpass, that feels like an age ago, but we can't forget that. It was incredibly well called over there, so we get to see a good spectrum from DALUYONG as well across the 3 maps of play.
Yeah, we get to see a very... I guess we get to see some reasons to believe that they could have an opportunity going against HYPERSPIRIT, and it's very interesting that we get a matchup that we haven't really seen so far in the group in that decider, right? I think it's not really a given that HYPERSPIRIT is going to be the favorite going into this game, especially after how much issues they had with their game earlier today. In the other group, that is Group C, Unity is still waiting for the winner of Qual 4 and Basement Boys. Of course, if we are to accept that the Basement Boys are going to be the favorites, still a potential Unity Basement Boys matchup for a place in the play-ins. I'm not really sure who I'm favoring there either.
Who knows, man? But one thing that I can let you guys know about tomorrow's schedule, where we have 3 best of 3s consecutively. Unfortunately, tomorrow's LORGAR Cup is only going to have one match. It's going to be the elimination match for Group C, Qual 4 versus Basement Boys. And that'll be coming up at about 7:30 p.m. Central European time, 6:30 p.m. British time. And I believe if you're in Eastern Europe, it should be 8:30, but you're probably better at telling people if I'm wrong than I am, Ted. We've got to be sending things off for now, though. LORGAR Cup's close qualifier will be continuing on tomorrow. Ted, am I right about the times? Am I right about what I'm calling out?
Eastern European is very broad because Bulgaria and Serbia, even though they're 30 minutes apart, they actually have 1 hour gap. So we're an hour difference. So it is 8:30 for me. It is 8:30 Bulgarian time. So you got that one right. And that is Eastern European time. Serbia is actually Central European time, which is weird because they are in Eastern Europe. But you get the idea. 7:30 Eastern Central European time. You got me very confused. We're not going to be here, but I think Scriv and Neo will be here, folks. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. Thank you very much for being with us. Mamoon, thank you very much for being with me as well. We just got a word from production, though, that apparently the times on HLTV are not updated yet, and the schedule is not correct. So we have lied, but we didn't do it on purpose. So we don't really know when the game is going to be starting tomorrow. So what you can do in order to make sure that you do know when the game will start is go and follow StarLadder CS on Twitter to make sure you see the updates. And of course, tune in for some more LORGAR rankings, close qualifiers action tomorrow. But until then, have a good night, and we'll see you again.
We came